day has finally arrived. So my name is Kara Ray and I'm one of your hosts, and I am so excited to welcome everyone to day one of Attracting an Abundant Life Summit. So welcome, welcome, welcome. Today, you will hear from three incredible, badass, passionate, and empowering women. So these women are here to support you. We listen to your wants, your needs, your desires, and from there, we decided to create this incredible summit. So this summit runs till 8 p.m. Eastern this evening, and we begin again tomorrow at 5 p.m. Eastern. So don't forget that we'll be back on tomorrow with 3 other speakers. So thank you again to all of those who registered. If you're unavailable to make it live, we got you covered. So the replay will be sent to you right after the summit is completed. Now, I myself am beyond excited to dive in tonight's topics. They're juicy, they're incredible, and I've been sitting on the edge of my seat, literally. I've been waiting for this day. I was like, how's it today? How is it today? So let's get started. I'm going to introduce Kiki Yura. So our first speaker is Kiki. So before she pops on to blow your freaking mind, like she always does to everybody I know, she has some incredible content surrounding spirituality and the law of attraction. So I'd like to, if I could speak, I'd like to give you some important behind the scenes information about this incredible woman. So Kiki is, I love how you put this, as a golden haired globetrotter. I just have to say it that way. It's so fancy. She's a radical self-love advocate and a spiritual and personal growth junkie. So Kiki is an ex-9-to-5er turned full-time soulpreneur, and she's a stay-at-home dog mom. By the way, her dog is the cutest freaking dog ever. And so Kiki is a spiritual mindset and lifestyle coach who in 2018 founded Namaste Babe brand, including the Namaste Babes Facebook community and her one-on-one VIP coaching experience, The Babe Who Slays. So Kiki's mission is to help spiritually curious women raise in their 9-to-5 rut, raise their vibration, reclaim their power, and step into a stress-free life. I got it out. Oh my goodness, guys. Yes. Hello. So Kiki, take it away.
Oh, thank you for that incredible intro. First of all, I freaking love you, Kara. Kara is going to be talking to us later tonight. She is the closing speaker for this evening. Is that right? Yes. Okay, good. Got that right. And don't worry, I was actually quite tongue-tied earlier. I just went live on my Facebook page to do a little quick last-minute promo for this, and I was totally tongue-tied too. So that may or may not happen throughout this chat. First and foremost, it is such an honor to be here, to be your very first speaker, to kick things off. We have so many talented women, like Kara was saying. They are powerful, and they are going to come at you with some really juicy topics. So we are going to be bringing this content to you. We hope you are so excited, because we certainly are. I want to thank you for being here and for showing up for yourselves, because honestly, it is so important to invest in yourself, whether it is a free training, a course, coaching, whatever it may be. All of the speakers coming to you over the next 2 days firmly believe in the power of personal development. So we are so glad that you guys do too. Little housekeeping before I kick off. I would love for everyone to grab a pen and a piece of paper if you do not have one yet. There is going to be so much knowledge dropped in here over the next 2 days, and we want you guys to just take it all in. If you have to catch the replay, that's totally cool too. And if you are picking up what I am putting down, do me a favor and drop, there's a bottom, at the bottom here, there's a little chat box. So do me a favor, drop any comments. If you feel what I am saying, drop a comment, let me know. If you have any questions, do me a favor and just write it down, and then I will address any questions at the end of my chat. I do not want to miss anyone. Hold on, I have to open up this chat box here. I see it blowing up already. Okay, there we go. Now, let me get back to where I was here with my notes. Oh, goodness. There we go. Okay. So, like like Kara said, I am a spiritual mindset and lifestyle coach who coaches spiritually curious women in the 9 to 5 rut to raise their vibration, reclaim their power, and step into a stress-free life. If you did not catch my little intro in the event page the other day, really quick, my journey started about 2.5 years ago when I started with my very first network marketing company. It was based in health and wellness. I got into the company because I was at the time about 9 months post-op from recovering from surgery where I had my thyroid completely removed due to I had 2 large nodes on each side, both which had cancerous cells in them. So it's been 3 years. I am happy to announce that I am officially cancer-free. I am in fantastic health and no scares since. But I wanted a way to keep accountable to my health, to my own fitness. And when I found this company, you know, I was really, really passionate about helping others as well. So it just seemed like a great fit at the time. And something that the company really preached, which is where I got into all of this in the beginning, love you, was sorry. I have to maybe just not read these comments because I am going to get so thrown off. I get squirrel brain really easy. So they preach the power of personal development. This is how I got into this. I absolutely love and am a super, super big promoter of personal development. So I was with that company for 2 years, and I just discovered over time that I really wasn't passionate about fitness. I was into keeping myself healthy, but I found it difficult to parlay that into helping others with their own health and wellness. So at the beginning of last year, I found a brand new company based in personal growth and spirituality, and everything just clicked. I grew my team to 12 people in I think 3 months, which took me over 2 years to do with my previous company. And, you know, unfortunately, at the end of last year, the company just kind of fell away overnight. But for me and for what I believe and what I preach, you know, it really was a blessing in disguise. And it allowed me to realize that I actually did not need the help of another company or product in order to pursue my entrepreneurial journey. So I learned that I was, you know, fully capable of doing it all on my own. And I turned my passion into helping others into a coaching business. So that's what I do. I launched my business on October 1st. I have attracted some beautiful clients, some of whom are on this call. So thank you for being here. And I've now opened up 3 more spots to my coaching practice for the new year, which I am so super excited about. So that is a very quick rundown on me. And now let's dive in. So I want to talk a lot about, or just like kind of, not a lot, give an overview of what spirituality actually is. And in my opinion, there is no one right answer when it comes to this. Spirituality is an extremely broad concept to a lot of people because it can tie in religion, it can tie in self-love, it can tie in so many concepts. And, you know, some people think that you've got to be like a vegan hippie who lives off the grid and doesn't have electricity and, you know, does moon rituals in order to be spiritual. And for me, I think spirituality is really, you know, it's what you define it as. You know, you don't have to be deep into the knowledge of chakras and Reiki and, you know, energy healing and doing ayahuasca ceremonies in order to be spiritual. To me, spirituality represents, you know, my continued practice of love, kindness, understanding, compassion towards myself and others. And it's really about understanding that we are all energetic beings. So this spiritual, you know, we are the spiritual entity that is having a human experience. It's the understanding that you and me and your mom and your sister and whomever and everyone that's, you know, all connected through this world, we are all one. And is this understanding that, you know, this journey is never ending and ever evolving growth. It is knowledge. It is understanding. It involves me trying to become the best possible version of myself during my time here and leading myself in the direction that I want to take my life and hopefully inspiring other people along the way. So I think that it is important to just kind of give a definition of the difference between spirituality and religion, because I get so many questions about this. And again, you can take this for what it's worth. You can, take it with a grain of salt, but I really don't think that there is much of a difference between spirituality and religion. Many religions focus on similar teachings of love, compassion, kindness, inclusivity, understanding, helping others. So it's just that their texts save much room for interpretation. And unfortunately, that's where misinterpretation and exclusivity can sometimes occur, and radicalism and all of this stuff. But if you actually take a look at many different religions and their texts, the core topics that they discuss, and the principles that they live by, they all have this overarching theme of peace and spirituality, right? So each of your speakers in this summit, they're all going to have different views and beliefs. Some of us are religious, some of us aren't. So you're going to hear us all kind of talk about different terms, regardless of what it is: God, spirit, angel, source, universe. Whatever you identify with is totally fine. It's all good. Just know that when you hear one of us maybe talk about the universe, which is what I refer to a lot, and someone else talk about God, we all see that as interchangeable. And we're really just talking about this higher power that we personally identify with. So like I said, for me, I have never really identified with a particular religion. I wasn't raised religious. So I will typically talk universe or source. But just because I don't identify with religion and call myself spiritual doesn't mean that I am superior or inferior due to that, right? There is no one answer when it comes to this. There's no superior religion, just like there's no superior race, gender, class, whatever. It's what you identify with, and just understanding that at the end of the day, we are all one. So it is, in my opinion, that you are absolutely free to believe whatever you want to believe in, because it's your life, your choice, as long as it doesn't hurt yourself or anyone else. That's all I care about. So no joining a cult, okay? That's my only request. Just don't join a cult. So I want to talk to you guys about some ways that you can start incorporating spirituality into your life and maybe even into your business. I find that if you are someone who is an entrepreneur, spirituality has really helped me grow my business from where I was last year to where I am today. One of the important things that I came across was developing a morning routine. This was something that when I was in my 9-to-5, I had a really big difficulty with, because I actually went from working 10 years in the service industry and like swearing up and down that I was never going to be a morning person, to working a 9-to-5 and eventually like starting to get up at 5:30 in the morning in order to incorporate a morning routine, which, like, if you were to ask the Kiki from 5 years ago if that would be me today, hell no. Hell no. So it doesn't come overnight, right? You have to start doing things piece by piece. You can't let yourself get overwhelmed or frustrated. Just start with one thing. So for me, when I was in my fitness MLM, it was really waking up an hour early to get a workout in and leaving myself enough time to shower and all of that kind of stuff. But when I first started my 9-to-5, I was sleeping until the last possible minute, because I, again, was not a morning person. Now I totally am. And I still wake up, I'd say between 6:30 to 7:30 usually, but I quit my job so that I could wake up whenever I wanted. However, it has become so ingrained in me now that this is what I do. So my morning usually starts off with a meditation. I think that meditation is so, so important in order to ground yourself, in order to keep yourself, anxiety free and reduce your stress, and just take some time where you're not go, go, go. We wear busy as a badge of honor, and honestly, it is not. So take some time for your morning before you wake up or before you touch your phone is what I was going to say, set your alarm, whatever, and then don't look at your phone. Keep it in airplane mode, turn it off, maybe use an actual alarm clock so that you don't start your day in a reaction mode, because that raises your cortisol levels, that raises your stress, and it's really just not a good way to start your day. So meditation, I always write out 3 to 5 things that I'm grateful for. If you find that to be too overwhelming, start with one thing. You can always work your way up. I find that gratitude is the key to the law of attraction. This is what we're going to talk a little bit more about later. But I write every single morning 3 to 5 things that I'm grateful for. I also journal. So I just actually released a journal. I'm going to be giving one of those away at the end of this. See, bouncing around. I'm going to be giving one away at the end. There's also going to be a bunch of freebies at the end of everyone's speech. Oh my God, speech. So make sure to stay tuned, because if you are on live, you will be eligible to enter for the draw. So I journal. I have actually like a prompted journal, but some people find that like free writing is the way that works for them. Whatever you feel inclined to. My journal is a prompted journal, and then it's also going to be released. Currently it's just a PDF, but I'm also going to be releasing a hard copy hopefully within the coming weeks. And I find that movement is so important, like taking care of your body. Even if you can't do a workout or whatever, go take your dog for a walk, do some sun salutations, like do yoga, just stretch, whatever it is. I find that energizing your body first thing in the morning as opposed to later at night it works for me. Do what works for you, but that's really what works for me. Getting a sweat on in the morning helps to keep me energized throughout the day. And I'm pretty sure it's been statistically proven to keep you energized throughout the day. Obviously eat healthy, take care of your body, like listen to it, rest when you need it, but most importantly, be sure to move. And then I'm also a huge fan of giving. And this doesn't really, strike people as the first thing as a spiritual practice, but it really is an extremely spiritual practice. One of the 12 universal laws states that, we're going to talk about this in a second, but it's the law of compensation, which suggests that you reap what you sow, right? So giving doesn't just have to mean money. There are so many different ways that you can give. You can give your time. You can give old clothes or possessions that you no longer use. You can give food to a food bank. You can help out a loved one. There are so many different ways, right? But when you give, not only are you doing something that someone else will be extremely grateful for, you're also making yourself feel really good in the process, which in turn raises your vibration. So I just mentioned the universal laws, and many of you obviously have heard of and are familiar with the law of attraction, but not too many people know that there are actually a total of 12 universal laws. So I want to take a minute to briefly explain and get you familiar with the other 11 so that you can fully understand, these principles and how they work in correspondence with the law of attraction. So the law of oneness is the very first law, and this explains that everything in the world is connected to everything else. So like I mentioned at the very beginning, we are all one. As humans, we are all one. We are cut from the same cloth. But taking it even further, all living things are connected, right? We are all comprised of energy and stem from source. It's also this idea that anything we believe, think, do, or say is going to affect the world and those around us. The second one is the law of vibration. So this law describes that everything in the universe vibrates, right? It holds true in every aspect of life. Vibration is in the physical world, within our thoughts, our feelings, our desires, even our dreams. But every vibrational frequency has a unique vibration. So we will discuss this a little bit more in a bit. The third one is the law of action, and action brings results. Manifesting different results depends on your thoughts, your dreams, your words. Like, language is a huge part of the manifestation process. So therefore, we must engage in actions that support those thoughts, dreams, emotions, and words, right? This rings true in the process of manifestation. It's not the idea that you think about having something and it's just going to magically appear into your lap. You have to take that action in order to make things happen. That's a huge part of the law of attraction. So fourth is the law of correspondence. And this places us in the driver's seat of our own life. Your outer world is a direct reflection of your inner world, which allows you to accept responsibility for your life, right? We create our own realities. Life does not happen to us. It happens for us. This is a huge Tony Robbins thing. And when you start to look at it this way, it's going to remove you from that victim role. It's going to give you that power, and it's going to allow you to see yourself as the co-creator of your own destiny. And obviously the other half of that creation process is the universe. So fifth, we have the law of cause and effect. And this law states that nothing happens by chance or outside of universal laws. So I'm sure you've heard that for every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. This law requires us to take responsibility for everything that happens in our lives. This is the idea, again, that we reap what we have sown. Then the law of compensation is an extension of this cause and effect. So it applies to abundance and the blessings that we can receive. So compensation is the visible effects of our deeds that can show up in different various forms. It can be gifts, money, friendships, anything that comes into our lives is a direct reflection of the law of compensation. So like I said before, the more we give, the more we receive. It's understanding that we may not receive from the person that we gave to, but trusting that we are always going to be supported and given exactly what we need. Seventh is the law of attraction, obviously, which we will talk about a little bit more in a second. But this law creates people, events, and situations in our lives through our thoughts, feelings, words, and actions. So all these thoughts and actions have energy, right? It's this idea that like attracts like. So if you have a negative energy and you put that out in the world, you're going to attract back other energies that are very similar. Vice versa, if you have a positive energy, you're going to attract more of that in your life. Pardon me, I'm just getting over a cold. So eighth is the law of perpetual transmutation of energy. As we've already discussed, we are energetic beings. So it's my belief that we are spiritual entities having a human experience. As such, we are connected to a source that is far greater than ourselves. And with that, it allows us this power to change any condition in our lives. Producing a higher vibration consumes and transforms lower ones. So a positive thought has 10 times more power than a negative thought. So you can transmute a negative energy with a positive one. Ninth is the law of relativity, which states that each of us will receive a series of situations, tests, or lessons to strengthen energy and light within us. So it gives us the ability to stay connected to our hearts when we are proceeding to solve the situation. So whatever task we're given. All things are relative to what we compare them to. So we are the ones that determine if something is good or bad in relation to everything around us. But the fact is that there's not actually such a thing as good and bad. It's only made relative by how we compare it to other situations. So good can only exist because we compare it to bad. And like hot can only exist because we compare it to cold, right? And then 10 is the law of polarity, which states that everything has an opposite. So like we just discussed, light has to have dark in order to understand each of them. And then if we changed an undesirable thought by concentrating on the opposite thought, it brings about change. So the law of rhythm, which is number 11, describes that everything vibrates and moves to a rhythm. Each establishes seasons, cycles, stages of development, and patterns, which reflect the regularity of the universe, right? We have seasons, and to master this rhythm, you must rise above any negative part of a cycle. So, life is like a roller coaster, right? It has its ups and downs. You have to be willing to ride that wave and try your best to get out of the negativity, because otherwise you'll start to downward spiral, right? And then the law of gender is the law of yin and yang. So that is the masculine and yin is feminine and yang is masculine. So this is that kind of polarity of masculine and feminine energy in life. And it makes it the basis for all of creation, right? As spiritual beings, we must balance our masculine and feminine energies within ourselves to become a true creator. Okay, so we are going to dive into the law of attraction. And quick recap, as I just mentioned, the law of attraction is a universal law which states that by focusing on a positive or negative thought, you are going to attract other positive, negative thoughts, feelings, situations, events, even people. So the way that I got into my own spirituality was through the law of attraction. Oh my goodness, guys. Through The Secret, which I'm sure many of you are familiar with, by Rhonda Byrne. I personally watched the documentary because I never used to enjoy reading. So this is, The Secret talks a lot about the premise of ask, believe, receive. It's the process of setting an intention, believing it's going to come true, believing it's going to come to you, being open to these possibilities, and then receiving it, but with that being a good receiver. Because if you're not a good receiver, the universe is not going to continue to give you things, right? So you have to be a good receiver. You have to be grateful. Hence why I spend, a little bit of every morning journaling, writing things that I'm grateful for. So I want to actually take it one step further in that everything begins in our mind, right? So if you were to ask for something like, let's say $1 million, but you have never in your life made anywhere even close to that, your subconscious brain is going to send off your bullshit meter, right? It's going to be like, fuck no. No way in hell that is going to happen. So you have to start small. This is, if you are brand new to the law of attraction, you have never tried manifesting anything in your life before, don't go with something so super huge because you're going to immediately shut yourself off to it. So I want you, if you are brand new to the law of attraction, I want you to start with something small. Try manifesting $5 or even like a free cup of coffee. Those are really simple and easy things because you have seen that come into your life before, right? How many of you have walked past, a $5 bill on the street or even something better, right? You have to be open to these possibilities. If you've seen it before, you know it's possible. So then I think also, in my opinion, that ask, believe, receive is not necessarily the best way of describing these principles in law of attraction because it misses a little bit of the key part of the manifestation process, which is not only your mindset, but also the feeling. Manifestation is not just thinking, it's really getting into the body and feeling gratitude and excitement and joy and bliss and all of these things for that which you desire, right? So the brain doesn't really know the difference between imagination and reality. So instead of using ask, believe, receive, I like TFAR. This is how I remember it, which is thoughts, feelings, actions, results. And you can use this in a lot of different areas in your life. So a good interchangeable one as well is like be, do, have. This is the idea that everything in your life starts with you. It starts in the mind. And like I said, the law of correspondence states that your outer world is a direct reflection of your inner world. So if you can learn to master your mindset, you can quite literally master your life. You can become a manifesting queen. And this is something that I have really been able to do over the past few years by like tuning into. I think this year was like the most magic that I've ever created in my life. But mindset is everything. That is why we are so, so happy that you guys are here and learning and really taking in all this information. So I want to teach you how to raise your vibration in order to get into alignment. And these are just some of the things that work for me, but they can come in so many different ways. It's pretty much just following your bliss. Whatever lights you up in life, do more of that. You have to be aware of your thoughts and the way they make you feel. So some of the girls are going to talk about, I think, I can't remember if it's Michelle or Kate, is going to be talking about, emotional eating and body positivity. And these are some huge things, is that if you think in your head that you aren't sexy, that's just a downward spiral of other bad thoughts that are going to come into your life. And that's how you're going to see yourself in life, right? Whereas if you affirm to yourself that you are beautiful and you eat healthy things and you don't feel bad when you eat a piece of chocolate because it's pleasurable, that is really going to help you to keep your vibration high, right? So some of the ways that I do this, and this is literally what I just did to get ready for this call, was I took a bath with some Epsom salts and I put on my high vibe playlist and danced around like a freaking idiot, because that to me keeps my vibes high. But it can literally be anything from meditation to yoga. Like some people running, like runner's high and meditation high and yoga high, they're all a thing. I have felt every single one of them. So instead of, taking drugs or whatever, you can do this naturally by doing these things. Honestly, like I get some of my best ideas when I go for a drive in my car. I find that there's just something about like having a clear head. Sometimes I'll drive completely like silent. I won't put on any music or a podcast or anything like that. And ideas just start to free flow to me because I live in a beautiful area and I'm always grateful for my surroundings. I'm always so grateful for the mountains and the snow cap and all of that kind of stuff because it's beautiful to me. So when you're in that frequency, that's when you're most susceptible to download these ideas, right? Journaling is a huge thing. Like I mentioned before, it can be super cathartic, especially if you're feeling stuck emotionally. That can raise your vibration, right? I love to hang upside down. I know that's going to sound really weird, but I'm an ex-dancer. So I love to do a cartwheel, a handstand. Like physically inverting your body is a great way to get yourself unstuck. Hang out with friends, read a personal development book. A couple of my favorites, by the way, because I always get asked, are You Are a Badass, Light is the New Black, and The Universe Has Your Back. Those are three that I have read that I absolutely love. And like I said, like making a high vibe playlist and just listening to good music is one of my favorite ways to keep my vibes high. If you would like a really good manifestation song, by the way, Panic at the Disco, High Hopes is like, I'm feeling that song right now. So I want to also talk about ways that you can block the law of attraction in your life. So a lot of people are like so quick to throw in the towel and so quick to call LOA hokum because they really block themselves from allowing this to come into their lives. So one of them is not being specific enough. The universe loves specificity. It's great to know that you want more money in your life, but what is it exactly that you want? How much money do you want, right? Let's say you want to manifest your perfect partner. Instead of just focusing on love and trying to manifest love into your life, because that could be, more love from your parents, more love from your friends, a new best friend. Like that's not specific. So you need to get clear on what you desire in a partner. What traits or qualities do you want them to have? What do you want them to look like? Do you want them to be a certain height? Do you want them to be compassionate? Do you want them to be a good lover? Like, get specific on what you want. Then the second thing is that you're not being patient enough. So the universe doesn't actually work on time, it works on alignment. So alignment is raising your vibration, is getting into this person that you want to become. It is your job to make sure that you are aligned with the things that you are desiring. It involves taking that action, right? Getting into that feeling, acting and doing, like becoming the person that you need to be in order to have that life. Because if you're someone who's, feeling stuck in life right now, what you've currently been doing is not going to continue to get you to where you want to go. You got to switch things up. And then a lot of people this is probably the number one. I probably should have led with this, but you focus on what you don't want. That's like rule number one of LOA done wrong. So if you are trying to get out of debt, eliminate that D word from your vocabulary. You have to stop focusing on your debt. The universe does not know the difference between good and bad, positive and negative. Like, it only just expands what you focus on. So if you're focusing on debt, you are going to attract more of that into your life. Instead, start thinking about a zero balance on your credit card. Start thinking about a zero balance on your loans. Replace the word debt with, Catherine Zenkina she talks about this, Manifestation Babe. She talks about funds leveraged for future investments or something along those lines. And guys, there is a difference between good and bad debt. Just side note, I put myself in the most debt that I have ever been in this year, but it was what I bought that mattered. I bought coaching, I bought courses, I did all of these things to get me ahead in my business, which I am fully okay with going into debt on, because I know that they have a return on investment, right? It has brought me connections. It has brought me this summit. It has brought me podcast interviews. It's brought me all of these things that I know are going to be a payoff in the long run. And then also make sure that you're letting go of the negative feelings towards those numbers, right? So again, universe doesn't work on good and bad. It's just, if you've got these negative feelings towards your debt, you're going to create more negative feelings and attract more debt, right? So you just have to let go. Literally, they are numbers on a screen, because who looks at a bank statement anymore? I personally don't. So really quick, I want to give you guys a little process that I use in manifesting. This is, there's different ways to manifest, but simplistic terms, you're going to set clear and specific intentions, right? The clearer, the better. If you want to attract $100,000 in your business, in your life, whatever it is, what are you going to use that money for? Money loves a purpose. So you have to tell it where it's going, right? If you're putting money onto debt, don't say that you're putting money onto debt. Say you're putting money onto your credit card or onto your loan, or repaying, your funds leverage, whatever you want to do. Make sure, like I mentioned, getting into the feeling of what it's going to be like when you have these things. So imagine, like for myself, I am attracting a $100,000 business this year, and I am going to take my mom on a trip to Europe. Like, that lights me the fuck up. To be able to do something like that for my mom, that makes me feel incredible. And that's what that money is going to go towards. It's going to go towards other things, but that is like the big thing. So I will sit there and I will think about, we're going to take a first class flight. So I'm thinking about turning left when I get onto the plane instead of turning right and hauling my ass to coach, right? I'm thinking about what we're going to be given, a hot towel and a glass of champagne. Like, the more that you can get yourself into the experience of what it's going to be like when you have whatever you're trying to attract, what's it going to look like? What's it going to feel like? What's it going to taste like? What sounds are you going to hear? What are you going to touch? The more specific and clear that you can get on that, the better. You also need to tune in to your mind and your surroundings. Sorry, you need to be in tune with your mind, right? So sometimes the universe is going to provide you with certain people, events, that might not seem so oblivious and might not seem like, oh, okay, this is it, universe, thank you. It's going to give you like a little thing that you got to say yes to. So you have to be really in tune with your intuition. And if your gut gives you like that fuck yes, go for it. You have to be able to act on these things, right? If something scares you, it's probably meant for you. Lean into that fear. And then, like I mentioned, you want to stay patient because the universe always has your back and your best intentions. So I want to give you a couple examples of things that I have manifested into my life. I think these are all minus 2 of them. They have all happened this year for me. So at the beginning of last year, probably actually around like March or April, I bought, oh goodness, what is that book called? It's by Manifestation Babe, and it's her like manifesting 21 days. I think it's Unleash Your Inner Money Babe, something like that. And I manifested, so that was over 21 days, right? But again, you have to be patient. If you have never manifested, my goal was to manifest $11,000 and I manifested 22,000. So if you guys are not open, not willing, like if I just said, oh, it didn't work after the 21 days, right? The majority of my funds came in after the 21 days, but it's not, I didn't give up, right? So things can also come in very unexpected ways, which you also have to be open to, like my car getting rear-ended. So my car was parked on a street. I was not hurt. It was fine. The driver was fine. But I got a message from my neighbor being like, hey, someone just plowed into the back of your car. Just thought I'd let you know. And of course I freaked out, but I had like my 5-minute like panic attack. And then I thought to myself, no, there is a lesson in this. And the lesson was that my car was a complete write-off. And I actually got, I think, $12,500 for my car. I found a newer car for $8,000, I think with taxes, it came to 10. So I was able to pocket $2,500 of that. You know, I also got, I made a business investment at the beginning of last year and the company went under 2 weeks later. But I just said, okay, you know, it's just money. This was a big investment, by the way. It was like $10,000. It's just money. Like literally that is what I said. I live in an abundant universe. There is more where that came from. And boom, I had my entire investment repaid on my credit card because I called the credit card company, not thinking that I would ever get it back. But I called the credit card company and they gave me back my full investment. So, because I called and claimed fraud or whatever. And that's what ended up happening. I manifested my boyfriend. So a couple of years ago, I was in a very toxic 7-year relationship on and off again with a guy that lived in the States. And as soon as I left that relationship, for the last time, I was like, okay, this is it. This is what I want. I wrote it all out on a piece of paper. And it wasn't very much because I still wasn't really into the law of attraction at the time. But I met my boyfriend 2 weeks later. 2 weeks? A few weeks later. And as I was, you know, we talked more and more. And I was like, holy shit, he checks every single box that was on that list. It was insane. I was like, shit, this stuff works. And then, you know, we're currently living in a beautiful rental, which is in a 0% occupancy. Like when we moved down here from northern BC, we moved down to a place called Nelson and moved in with Josh's mom until we could find a rental, and ended up manifesting like the most beautiful place that, again, we wrote out everything we wanted. The only thing that it didn't match was like, it was $100 more than we had set our intention for, but everything else was perfect. It was, you know, newly renovated, had a dishwasher. That is huge for me. Had a huge like lot for our dog to play in. So it was amazing. But, you know, I'm going to give you an example of what you can also manifest into your life, which is the negative. So I actually manifested cancer into my life because remember, what you focus on expands. Getting cancer was one of my biggest fears. And so, of course, that is all I focused on. I kept continually, oh my God, what if I get cancer one day? Oh my God, what if I get cancer one day? Well, lo and behold, I manifested cancer into my life because that is what I thought about. So honestly, guys, make sure that you are in tune with your thoughts because this is what ends up happening. So with that, I think I am pretty much done. I want to open up really quickly. If anyone has any questions, I would be happy. I'm just going to read through these. Yes, universal laws. I'm so happy that you guys know. Dancing is one of my favorite things too. Does anyone have any questions? You can drop it into the chat. Fabi, The Miracle Morning book is amazing. It's by Hal Elrod. I strongly suggest it for anyone. Perfect. Okay, if anyone has any questions, I will open up the floor. You guys can drop it in the chat or unmute yourself. If no one has any questions, I'm going to get straight to the good stuff. I am giving away not only 3 of my PDFs of my journal, I am also going to give away 2 free consultations for my one-on-one coaching. So if you guys have been interested in working with a coach, if you are interested in one-on-one coaching, you want to get more information, know what it's about, I would be happy to hop on a consult with you guys. So I'm going to do the journals first. What I'm going to do is I'm going to write on a piece of paper a number between, how many people do we have here? I'm going to write on a number between 1 and 21, and because I like to do things weird. So don't say it yet. I'm going to think of a number. Okay, so I have it written down. On the count of 3, I'm going to just start shooting out numbers. Whoever gets it right first will be the winner. We are going to do this times 3. 1, 2, 3, go. Oh, yes. Who was that? What is your name? I just see KB. Boom, number 7. Right there. That's backwards, but I swear it's a 7. Okay, so can you do me a favor? Crystal, congratulations. Do me a favor, drop your email for me so I can write it down here. And maybe one of the moderators could do me a favor just so that I can keep this going. Can a moderator copy and paste on it? Perfect. Thank you so much. All right. On the count of 3, between 1 and 21, 1, 2, 3, go. Courtney. Boom. You know me too well, girl. Guys, I'm glad this is going fast. Sometimes it doesn't go that well. Okay, Courtney, I have you. You can drop your email anyways, but I have you. Congratulations. And okay, third one. 1, 2, 3, go. Between 1 and 21. Keep guessing. Fabi, 17. Good job. You guys are on fire. All right. So Fabi, I will send you another copy that you can gift to someone. All right. So I'm now going to draw for 2 consults. I will again do this between 1 and 21. I kindly ask that if you are not interested in coaching, I say this with so much love, I want to be able to give this opportunity to anyone who is serious about coaching or maybe knows someone who would be interested in coaching. So if you would like to gift this to someone, that is totally cool too. But I would like this to be an opportunity for anyone who is like really, really wanting to work with a coach, because I think that would be fair. And so I hope you guys are okay with that. I am going to, okay. Between Carrie Lee is a coach though, Fabi. So I have a number written down between 1 and 21 again. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3, go. Keep guessing. Just drop the numbers. Oh, Fabi! Number 3. Boom. You're on fire, girl. All right, Fabi, I have your info. All right. And the last one. Trying to pick a good number. All right. All right. Wait. Okay. Between 1 and 21. 1, 2, 3, go. Courtney! Yes! Oh, that makes me so excited. Okay, good job, everyone. Congratulations. I will be contacting you guys within the next 24 hours, let's say. Oh my God, Court, I'm so excited. I'm excited for everyone. All right. Thank you guys for tuning in. It's been an honor to kick this off with all of you. And yeah.
Is there any last minute questions that you may have for Kiki? Anything that you're wondering about? Anything that she said perhaps that you would want to hear more about, maybe to get more clarification or anything like that at all? Or anything about her? Is there
Ooh. Love it. Let's just dive deep, guys.
Ask her all the questions.
We've got 10 minutes. I am an open book. I will tell you guys my life story, no problem. Well, thank you, everyone. I appreciate that. Don't be shy. Any questions, anything, comments, concerns? I'm here for it. I'm just seeing all these people who popped on. My goodness, you guys are amazing. I'm so happy. I know the majority of these names too, so that makes me extra pumped. Oh, good question, Emily. I have offers. That is, man, how did I almost forget that? Okay. Ooh, okay. So I'm going to do my offer first and then I'll answer your question, Fabi, because I love it. So on January 17th, I am going to be running. I have had so many people over the past year. I'm just going to show you guys this really quickly, but you can't see it unless my screen is clear. So I have been getting so many comments. This is my digital vision board. So I am going to be running a workshop all about how to really dive deep into the law of attraction in order to make it work for your vision board and how to create a digital vision board. So this is going to be called the Year of You. It will be roughly a 60 to 90 minute, possibly longer workshop conducted via Zoom. So very similar to this. And then we'll get more in depth on the law of attraction and how to fully incorporate it in order to get clear on your vision and really help to bring it to life this year. I'll go over everything that I did, like the technical side of how to create your own digital vision board and all of the amazing things that I attracted this year. So I am actually going to be offering this as a really super discounted entry-level price of $33. But because you guys are here and I love you so much, you are going to get it for 22 bucks. So that's one thing. I am also going to be running, the time is tentative, but I believe it's going to be from January 21st to February 2nd, if everything goes well. This is going to be called a program called From Burnt Out and Broke to Passion and Profitable. And it's going to be 14 days to discovering your soul-centered business. So this will be for the woman with that entrepreneurial spirit who is looking to launch her own business, but no idea where to start, right? She's passionate about helping others with what she has to offer the world. It could be anything from wanting to create a clothing line to whatever you are passionate about. I am going to help you get there. It's going to be an info-based program where we combine spirituality with strategy. So we will dive deep into figuring out your purpose, discussing the importance of mindset and the law of attraction, covering branding, social media, as well as discovering who your ideal client is and your niche market. So that is going to be, the regular price is going to be $279. And there's also going to be a VIP option for $379 where you can, the VIP option is like an added one-on-one coaching call at the very end of the program for any clarification. If you want to dive deep into like a specific topic, we can do all of that. But I am going to offer you guys the early bird price of $199. And if you would like the VIP with the one-on-one coaching at the end, it'll be $299. So I do all of my stuff myself. I do not have a website. If you guys are interested in my offer, please feel free to message me. I've included all of my social media links on the email. So you can contact me via my personal Facebook, Instagram, however you want to say hello to me. I also have a Facebook community called the Namaste Babes, where we talk all things spirituality. So feel free to join that as well. Fabi, really quick to answer your question. My favorite books, I listed 3 of them. You Are a Badass. The Miracle Morning was actually a really good one that I read this year as well. The Universe Has Your Back. Light is the New Black. There is also a really great book called, 20 of Life's Greatest Lessons. The author is Hal Urban. So let me just see. I believe it's called Life's Greatest Lessons, 20 Things That Matter. That is a really short and easy read. It's 20 things to help you improve your life. If you are not a fan of reading, I strongly suggest that book because it's short and very easily digestible. What else have I read this year? I listened to You Are a Badass at Making Money. That is also a really great book, as well as Secrets of the Millionaire Mind by T. Harv Eker. And shoot, I always forget the name of this book. I will post it in the group when I remember it.
Yeah, maybe if you want to post like a list of everything you just mentioned in the group, yeah, that'll be
Absolutely.
Awesome. Everyone
That'll
can
be
have
great.
them and read them because they're all awesome. So.
Yes, they're amazing. But Audible is like a really great way if you are not into reading, listen to books, especially if you've got like a morning commute. I strongly recommend podcasts or Audible. It's how I started my personal development journey. Do we have any other questions? Mention something about, okay, so Manifestation Babe, I discovered her on Instagram, but she does have a podcast. It is, I'm pretty sure, called the Manifestation Babe Podcast. She's got some really great courses as well, but the book is called Unleash Your Inner Money, Babe, I'm pretty sure. And she does, like, you can work through it on your own, but there is, I think she does a challenge sometimes. I can't remember, but I worked through it just on my own. I actually got a group of people together and we did it as a challenge. I led it as a challenge. Anyone else? I can't believe I almost forgot my offer. That's really funny. Okay. I am going to mute myself and let the next person come on up. Thanks for tuning in, guys.
Thank you so much, Kiki. You always have so much knowledge, so much mic drop moments. Like every time you talk, I'm just like, mic drop. So yes, I haven't formally introduced myself. My name is Michelle. I am one of the speakers. I am speaking on day 2. But I wanted to hop on to, first of all, thank Kiki for all the amazing information that she gave us. If you do think of any questions that you have right now that you haven't had the chance to ask, all of our social medias will be sent below. So you can always send her a message. You can always reach out to her and get any information that you need. So yes, I wanted to introduce our second speaker. Our second speaker is Emily Warhank, and
she is going to speak on creating a vision. Emily is a Christian business and mindset coach, helping women break through barriers and create the substantial income God designed them to make. She is a wife, mom of 4, and has another baby on the way. And she loves to show women it's possible to maintain your family and still build a massive business. So without further ado, I will hand that over to Emily.
There we go. Now I can talk. Hello. How are you guys? So I missed a bunch of Kikis. I'm so bummed. I have to come back and watch the replay. But my husband's like walking through here as we speak. So he's loud. But anyway, how was everybody? I hope you guys are having an awesome day. I'm really excited about this. I love talking about vision and just being strong in your vision and really believing where you're going and trusting in it. I am going to warn you right now, I'm sitting next to my fire. If I'm like dripping sweat by the end of this, forgive me. I have the window open, but I can't guarantee anything. It's the only place I can get away from my children. So, which is kind of important, right? So I am a Christian coach. Like Michelle was saying, I work with Christian women. I work with women that want to be coached, but have a biblical base. So they know that, I am going to be basing my coaching off of the Bible and my relationship with God. But that doesn't mean that, like, if you don't believe in God, like, I think you're yucky. Like, I believe it's pretty much all the same thing. My husband's walking back in. Just gonna warn you. So good. Great timing. This is how it works. So anyway, if you don't believe in God, you just, like, for me, if I'm watching stuff that's like, like about the universe, source, like law of attraction, that stuff, I just replace it all with God. So like, that's all you need to do through this conversation. I'm sure I'm going to say God multiple times, but you guys can just replace it with the universe, source, your higher self, whatever it is, because it's basically all the same thing and it's still all going to make perfect sense to you. Okay. So, like she said, I am a mom of 4 kids. I have 1 more on the way. It's pretty exciting, a little crazy here. They're all upstairs, so I can't guarantee you're not going to hear them. Hopefully everybody stays like positive here and we get it through. But I used to think that having all of these kids was just like ruined my chance of success. Like, it wasn't going to be possible for me to be successful. I wouldn't have the time, or it would take away from my children. And it was just like I made it basically my reason for not having a strong vision. Because I would see all these successful people that didn't have kids, or maybe had like 1 kid, and I'm like sitting here with 1 million kids. Like, I'm like, there's no way. I don't have the time. I have to spend it with my family. And a lot of it really came from that hustle mode. Like, I felt like I had to just work. Like, you guys have probably all know this too. Like, I felt like I had to be, on my phone 24/7. I had to answer all my messages right away. I had to be like in this hustle mode, and I was constantly taking away from my family. And so I just kind of thought that it was impossible, or I would blame my family. Like, I'd be like hustling like crazy, and I'd be like, oh, my kid needed me, so that's why I didn't get this sale, like have this yucky mindset about it. So what I realized is that God gave me children and also gave me this entrepreneur. I obviously can't say that right now because, like, of course I'm talking in front of people. But anyway, like, gave me this desire to be an entrepreneur. So, like, God is not going to make it impossible for you to achieve your dreams, or the universe, whatever, not going to make it impossible to achieve your dreams. Like, God gave me dreams. I'm determined, I'm strong-willed, I'm like strong in my desires, but I also have this like heart to like help people and lead people. And I also have all of these kids that I love. And like, I was convicted to be a stay-at-home mom. I wanted to like be with my children, but like, we're not going to have all these qualities and then fail. Like, we're not going to have these desires and these wants and then fail. You guys, I'm like missing all these comments. You guys are amazing. So currently scared of that. Like, I have my first on the way, and I feel like my career is going to die and burn. I'm so excited for the rest of your seminar. Woohoo! See, it doesn't. I have 4 of them, and I'm like doing great. So it really is like a mindset. We get ourselves in this zone of like, like we can't be successful if or because of like this reason or whatever. And I'm going to go through a lot more of this here. But we kind of like feel like we can't achieve our vision because of whatever. So like for me, it's kids, and it looks like Emily also, and I'm sure there are more of you on here that have this also. So, okay, where was I? I have my notes here, you guys, because I'm like brain dead. I have too many kids. But see, it's still working. Okay, so I'm like I'm not gonna have all these qualities and then like be a failure. Like that's just not gonna happen. If I'm determined and I have this, I just realized that God's not gonna make me a failure because I have kids. Like give me this desire to like want to be successful, and then but be like, ha ha ha, you can't be successful because you have kids, right? So we have to like think about that. If there's like something on your heart, like a dream or a desire, like something that's calling you, that's meant for you 100%, it's meant for you. You can't stop yourself by saying like, you know, like I would say things like maybe when my kids are all in school, or like you could be saying things like when I have more money, when I have more time, whatever it is, like, I mean, whatever it is that you're saying to yourself, like, we can't let that kind of stuff stop us, right? Because we are put in this position, this exact position where we are right now, and then we have this desire. We are always going to have everything that we need to get there. We just have to go one step ahead in front of the other, basically take that action and put it there. So I want to know if you guys have ever stopped yourself. Like, do you have something on your heart that you want to do and you've stopped yourself from doing it because of some reason? Comment, just say yes, like tell me that you are in this position too, you've done this too, and we're gonna work through this. Okay, yeah, okay. So like I was saying, you're always gonna have exactly what you need. Like for instance, if you like, yes, yep, I used to always do that. Yes, I stop myself constantly. Yes, okay, see, we're gonna work through that, because you don't need to stop yourself anymore, because like we all have this vision, and you're gonna change it, Megan, this year right now, okay? This is the plan. So, I should watch my time. Okay, we're totally good. Okay, so sometimes I like talk way longer than I think I'm talking. Okay, so the other thing that I was saying is we are always gonna be in the position to have to be success. Kiki, I love you. So we're always going to be in the position to have success. Like I work through with my clients on this sometimes, because they'll be like I need to have this, you know, graphic design cover photo, or I need to have like, you know, more time, or like I was talking to one of my clients, I can only do like work during these hours and these times because of, like, other than that I have to be with my kid, and my husband's only home during these times. And I'm like, cool, you'll find people that will work in those times. Like God's going to bring you the people that will work in those times, right? And like God's not going to send you somebody, like you don't have to have this perfect, picture perfect brand that is like exactly what your future self is going to eventually have. But like you don't have to have it right now, because the people that you're being sent to that need your help right now aren't going to care. You right now just need to take that next step and get moving and be moving forward towards your vision. Whether or not you have that, you're in the right place right now. I hope this makes sense, because now that I'm saying it, I'm like, I don't know if it makes sense, but I just want to make sure you guys understand that it is like, it doesn't matter what's going on in your life. Like you will figure out ways to fit it around, because you're not going to have this desire in your heart if it's impossible for you to achieve, right? Okay. Let me see. We're going to do a really fun little exercise here in just a second. You're making perfect sense. Boom. Thank God. You guys are awesome. Okay. I'm so glad that it's making sense. All right. So we're not going to wait. It's never going to happen. Oh, this was the other thing. I have to have my notes. I'm such a nut, you guys, but I'm glad this is helping. Like Kiki was saying, you have to be specific with who you need to work with you. So yes, see, this is why I wanted to watch Kiki, because she's freaking incredible. And I knew I'd probably say some of the things that she said, but yes, like like we are going to work with, we want to kind of, she probably was talking about like manifesting your ideal client. Like you want to decide who you want to work with, and the right people are going to come and work with you. Like I only take clients during these certain times, and you guys, I didn't even say anything to any of these clients, and every single one of them, all of my clients, like that's their perfect time too. Like that was just like, I just put that intention out there and decided that my clients were going to have these perfect times too. And it works perfect for all of them. So like, it's crazy how this happens, right? So we have to just decide what's meant for us. This vision is meant for us and it's going to happen. And I'm going to help you guys with the vision here too. I just wanted to make sure you guys understand that this is for you and that it can happen no matter what your circumstances. Okay. So like I was saying, like you are already in the perfect circumstances to start where you're going to move forward to have the success. Like you're already in the perfect circumstances. You just need to make sure you're taking those steps. So like if you're starting a new business, like take that first step. If you are, you know, maybe you're ready to hire a coach, call a coach, text a coach, most of this is messenger. I don't know why I said call text, but like message a coach, find a coach that you resonate with and start talking to them and just kind of see, like, you know, book a consultation with them. Like just start moving forward and see what happens. Because when you start taking those steps, like the universe, God conspires to like make sure it happens. You're like putting the action out there and they're like, all right, she's ready for it. Here we go. Here these people come, right? Okay. Do you guys have any questions about that stuff? Really quick before we move on. It always takes a second for questions, so I'm like, do, waiting to see if there's any questions. Ah! Oh, thank you, Kiki. You're awesome. Okay. So we're going to do a little exercise here, and I'm going to turn off my screen while I do this. Hopefully I can turn off my screen and still talk. If not, I'll have my screen on. But I want you guys to kind of like close your eyes and relax. I'm going to walk you through something, and this is basically going to help you figure out your vision and what it is that you want out of your life, like what is meant for you, because the things that come up are the things that are meant for you. You don't necessarily need to figure out the how it's going to happen. We just know that the things that are coming to your mind, the things that when I ask you these questions and walk you through this stuff, the things that come up, this is meant for you. And if you believe in God, say a quick prayer before we do this and just ask him to help you, make sure that you, or even the universe, whatever it is, say a quick prayer and just ask for help to make sure that, you know, everything that comes to your mind is really what's meant for you, okay? So I'm going to turn off my video. Let's see if this works. Okay, looks like I'm still good to go. Okay, if you can't hear me, tell me, but I'm pretty sure that everything's good. So I am going to start asking you some questions and kind of get you to think. So we're really going to, we're thinking about your ideal life, basically. So it's the life that is 100% possible for you, the one that God designed for you, the one that you were designed to have. So we're walking through this with you. So the first thing, you wake up and you want to think about, you open your eyes, and what does your bedroom look like? Like what kind of bed are you in? How does it feel? Things like that, okay? So think about that for a second. Look around your room. What kind of design do you have? And then you get up, and I want you to think about like what kind of clothes you wear. This is like your future self, like your most successful self. This is when you're in your perfect ideal life. What kind of clothes are you wearing? How does your hair look? Do you get your hair done? Do you get your nails done? Like, do you have a nice tan? Think about this, like this is your ideal self. And then what do you do first thing in the morning? Do you stay in bed and read a book? Do you get up and go make breakfast? What's kind of your morning routine? Meditate? Do you have a chef cooking for you and bringing you your food in bed? Who else is around you? Who else is in your house with you? How are they? Do they have smiles on their face? What are they doing around you? Now I want you to think how you spend your day. So just your whole day, think about what kinds of things you do, where you go, what kind of food you eat, who you see during the day. Do you go out to lunch with friends? Are you, doing calls with your team, coaching calls? How are you spending your day? Picking up your kids from school? I'm going to give you a minute. I want you to kind of just go through your day. Like, what would your ideal day be? Okay, now we are going to move on really quick to your ideal business. So we are probably all entrepreneurs here or wanting to be an entrepreneur. So I want you to think about your ideal business. Think about things like, how much time do you spend working during the day, during the week? Is your schedule really flexible, or do you have like a schedule where you do the exact same thing every day? Are you only working a few days a week? I want you to think where you work, like what's the location of your business? What's the location that you do your work in? Are you sitting in bed? Do you have an office? Do you go to an office? Are you traveling? And I want you to think about, like, do you have a team? Do you have a team that you're leading to help you grow your business? Do you have assistants? Do you have coaches? What kind of coaches? What kind of people are these that you're surrounding yourself with in your business? And then the last thing, and this is the most fun, I want you to think about how you spend your money. Because we're thinking like ideal life. This is, exactly where we want to be, where we would feel the most free financially, where we would just be the most comfortable. So I want you to think about how you spend your money. Do you donate it? If you're donating your money, who are you donating it to? Like, imagine yourself giving a big donation to somebody, or, consistently donating to something. What kind of places are you donating to? Are you traveling? Are you spending your money to travel all over the world? Where are you going? How often are you traveling? How long are you traveling? Are you spending money on self-care? Like, do you go shopping once a week? Do you have like this beautifully decorated house? Do you take your friends and family on vacation? Are you getting your hair and nails done? Just kind of think about like self-care and things that like make you feel good. Just think about like the things that you wish you had money for. Like, what would you spend them on? How would you, if you're a mom, what would you do for your kids that would help them? Like put them in extra activities, things like that. Just kind of think how you would spend your money. Buy a private jet. Okay, I'll be quiet for a second. Okay, you guys, I'm back. I hope I gave you enough time. I'm sure I did. I hope so. So I want you guys to use the comment section and just tell me how that made you feel. Like, let me know if there was, if you had any like aha moments that came through, if anything like surprised you, or even if like some worry or fear or doubt came up for you. So good. Woo, Crystal. I'm glad you enjoyed it. It's always fun for me. I love how luxurious I desired my life to be. Heck yeah. I felt so much peace. Oh my gosh, I love this. I was smiling like an idiot. Yes. Oh my gosh. I wish your camera was on so I could have been like watching you smile. Okay. Oh my gosh, I'm so glad. All the high vibes. That was the other thing. Okay. So when you're envisioning this and you just feel so amazing, Kiki, I'm so glad you said that. And you just feel like so incredible. That is like your highest vibe, right? Like that's being super high vibe. And like I talk to my Christian clients about this, like high vibe is like being closest to God, who is much more luxurious than I've ever envisioned before. Yes, that's what I wanted you to do, because I want you to realize what's meant for you. Like this, it's the good stuff is meant for you. Teary-eyed because it's so incredible. Oh, I love you guys. I'm so happy. Okay, seriously. But this is, so what I was saying is high vibe. Like this is that high vibe state. When you're in that, you are at your highest vibe, right? So if you are, I mean, if you're ever feeling like low, just do that for yourself for even 5 minutes. Close your eyes and start thinking about this. Or if you're feeling like things aren't going right, close your eyes and start thinking about this stuff, because like, you know that's where you're going. And there might be things that knock you off your path sometimes. Like, I mean, it could be like you have some, like a client cancel on you, or like if you're in network marketing, like somebody quits on your team that was like really good, or you know, need to get this certain amount of orders for the month to promote and you don't get it. Like those things they're gonna happen. It's possible, but you know where you're going. I just love the word luxurious, abundance. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, seriously, luxurious. I love that too. I need to like write that somewhere big, because that's life, right? But these things are meant for you. Okay, I got to read this. Felt calm, but a little strange. I'm glad you mentioned worry, because the only thing that kept coming up was the worrisome was. I kept seeing a little blonde baby boy hanging around, and my husband and I decided we didn't want kids. I just have never seen myself in the mother role. The rest of it, I honestly saw a lot of downtime and a lot of calm and quiet time and not working very much at all, which is strange because I've been raised to feel like you have to work all the time and very hard. Megan, that's amazing. Hold on. Are you the one that said that you're pregnant? I have to scroll up and find it. Or you could just say it. Oh my gosh, now I can't find it. I got chills. No, that wasn't me. Okay, so you don't, oh man, that's interesting. See, you're meant to be a mom, but I can show you. You don't need to, like, you can have kids and still be super successful. I have a lot of them, okay? And I mean, I'm not like millionaire status, but I'll be there. Okay, but seriously, Megan, this is really big. So you kept seeing a little blonde baby boy hanging around, and you guys decided you didn't want kids. And it doesn't like, I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean anything but maybe that's in your heart. Maybe you do want to have kids. I've never seen myself in a mother role. A lot of downtime and a lot of calm and quiet. And that is also kind of, you know, like you're reminding yourself, telling yourself, God's telling you that you don't need to hustle to be super successful, right? Like you can have downtime, and in fact, it's necessary to have downtime and be able to feel like you are, you know, relaxing in order to have a successful business. And I'm sure I'm not the only coach on here that's going to say this, because I feel like we all agree in this, that especially Kara, but I know Kara's going to talk about this because she's amazing at this, but like you have to make sure you're taking care of yourself. Wow, so many chills. Oh my gosh, I love you guys. I'm so glad. Okay, so you don't have to work all the time. This is a big mindset shift that I actually had to make for myself, because I was the same way. I was in network marketing and I worked all the time hard. And, you know, I thought that like once I got to a certain level, I'd be able to calm down and relax. And I had this like ideal vision for myself that I would, you know, get there, but then and then I'd be able to relax. But I would I got to really high ranks in my company, and I would try to relax and everything would start falling away. So it was like I had already built my business on a foundation of having to work hard. I had convinced everybody around me we had to work hard, that I couldn't maintain it. So it's really important to start out a business also, or just like from right now, like make sure your foundation is that you are taking care of yourself, also making business fun and enjoying it, because then, you know, it's a lot easier to be successful. I'm not going to get too much into that though. So where was I? I just keep talking. So, okay, this is what I wanted to talk about. So that, like I said, this is 100% where we're going. This is our vision for our life, and 1,000,000,000%, we can get there. We will get there as long as we continue on, right? So the difference a lot of time between people that, excuse me, that go for a vision but don't get it, and the people that go for a vision and get it, oftentimes has to do with their belief in their vision. If they believe that they can get there. What time is it? We're still good. Okay. If they believe that they can make it to their vision, like if we start to worry that like we don't feel like we're worthy of it, or that it's going to take away from our family, things like that, it will stop us basically. So we have to be in faith over fear. So you can't be, my coach says this all the time, you can't be in faith and fear at the same time. So if we are in this state of worrying that it's not going to happen to us, then we're not in faith, and it will be a lot harder for us to get there. We will end up getting to that point where we're saying, just being a stay-at-home mom, not having any money, it's like, it's all right. I guess I could just do that again, or having a regular job. That kind of sounds like it'd be all right. It's all right too. Faith, trust, surrender, walk through fear. Yes. So important. This is so important, because we're all going to crush these visions that we just had. We are all going to be there. We just have to make sure that we're stopping our fear. We're not letting our fear stop us. So, where was I? I had a question I wanted to ask you guys. Okay, so I do want to ask if you guys, is there any fear that's coming up for you right now that is stopping you think, from having the most successful business? Or are there fears that you have had to walk through before in order to get to where you are even today? I would love for you to use the comments and talk about this, so we can kind of see that it's not just us. Like, these fears come up for everybody, but it's walking through them and walking past them that makes us become the person that can have that massive vision that we just had. So fear is coming from like I say, it comes from the devil. The devil doesn't want you to follow your dreams. Like, he wants to knock you off, right? But even like I read the You Are a Badass book many times, and she calls it the big snooze, or like your ego. It's all kind of the same thing. It's just there to knock you off. Like, it wants to keep you where you're at, doesn't want you to be going forward to have that vision. So Kiki says, fear of failure used to stop me, but I chucked that in bucket. I'm so glad. See, you rock. And look at Kiki now. Like, listen to her speak. She's a badass. I used to believe I wasn't worthy of success and wealth. Crystal said that. And I know, but you're believing it now. Like, you've shifted that. You've shifted out of that. I'm always afraid. Where am I? Okay, they all come at the same time. Bucket. I'm always afraid of being perceived as a fraud. Do I actually know what I'm doing? Oh, this is a big one. What is this called? Somebody tell me what this is called, because you guys know what I'm talking about. Being perceived as a fraud. This was actually me. I had this for a long time, especially when I started my Christian business, because I was like, what if there's like better Christians than me that are like, she doesn't know as much as I know, or like things like that. Like, that we're always going to think that. But like I said earlier, we are always in the exact position we need to be in for success. Like, 100% we're where we need to be, and we'll grow and grow and grow. And you just need to be one step ahead of someone else, like one step ahead of who you're helping. And I don't know what business you're in, but just that one step, like a little bit further, and you're there. Also, that I wasn't enough to help anyone, which Crystal, I know, like Crystal said that also, which we've like talked about this, because you know so much, and you have like so many ideas, and like the way that you inspire people is absolutely beautiful. So like, see, I just want you guys to know this. Crystal here is talking about how she thought that she wasn't enough, and like, she just launched her business and is rocking it. Before, like, she launched her business yesterday, right? Yesterday. And she had 2 people sign up before she launched her business, and then had another one sign up within 24 hours. Like huge. People love her and they want, because she has like huge abilities. She is enough. So anyway, I just wanted to point that out because you can kind of see the progression. I'm trying to keep track of the time. We're totally good. Okay. How many times have I said that? Fears are not having money to start the business I've been wanting. Where is the money going to come from? And fear of trusting others, because I've seen firsthand how a friend went into major debt when she went into business with her friend. And there was a lot of betrayal. Also fear I'm not going to have enough knowledge to run it. It's imposter syndrome. Yes, imposter syndrome. So Megan, I don't know. I wish I knew. Can you tell me a little bit about the business that you're wanting to start? Imposter syndrome, yes. Because the thing is like I said already, we already like have the abilities to get started on our success. So it's very possible that a lot of times, like when a yoga studio that has a wellness shop attached to it. Okay. So I'm pretty sure you're Megan that I know, right, Megan? So I would put the intention out there, like basically, to God, I believe in God. I'm pretty sure that you're the Megan I know and you believe in God too, but put the intention out there. Yes, we've been chatting. Okay. I just wanted to make sure. So put the intention out there to God that this is what you want, and you're going to start looking for ways to afford it, because don't block off anything. So for instance, like there might be like this perfect space that opens up, and you don't see it because you think you don't have the money for it, and it ends up being something that like you can afford, and it's like the perfect spot, the perfect location, but you just don't notice it because you're so worried about the money. So just put the intention out there that this is the business that you want to run, this is how you want to do it. Like put out that plan. It's gonna happen 100%. I'm sure when you were visualizing this studio and working there and helping people through this. And just like be open, start watching for things, and you're going to start getting signs that are leading you to where you need to be. You're going to start getting signs that are leading you to the right people that will help you, and just like be open and aware of those things at this point in time. Just kind of start paying attention of it, and it might be that you do end up having to go into a little bit of debt to do this, but if you are staying in faith and you trust that this is your vision, you're not going to end up with the same issues as your friend, because a lot of time it's that fear that ends up crushing everything that's going on. Yes, we just talked about good versus bad debt. You're amazing. Okay. Like I have a yoga student who wants to create the studio with me, and there's a chance her family would just give us the money because they are wealthy. We were supposed to have a meeting Friday, but I haven't heard from her in 2 weeks. So it already has me thinking this isn't going to work and that I can't trust her to run it with me. If it's not going to work, maybe God's just taking her out of your life for a reason. Like maybe there's always something better coming. If something gets taken out, there's always something better coming. So you have to trust that. Okay. I'm really excited for my giveaways, you guys. Go with your gut, Megan. I agree. Yeah, I've been thinking that honestly, Emily, so maybe you're my confirmation. Maybe that happens. Okay. So, okay. Oh, right. So we have these fears, right? So we've talked about these fears, like financial fears. A lot of them are what will people think? That comes up a lot. All of these fears, they're just like distractions, basically. Like if we know and we hold on to that vision, like we've just figured out what we want out of our life, basically. We hold on to that, and we don't necessarily think about the how. I feel like Kiki probably talked about this. That's why I wanted to be on it. Pick up my kids from school. But anyway, we want to kind of like think, we know this vision is happening for us. We have to be 100% believing this vision is happening for us. And when these fears come up, just get rid of them, and they're just trying to distract you from achieving this vision, right? They're trying to distract you because we know that God, the universe, is taking us there. That is our intention. We are 100% going there. So if you are 100% in belief of this vision happening, you know that it's happening, and you are following the steps to make it happen. My daughter's waving at me in the window. and you're taking the steps to make it happen, like, what kind of person, figuring out the how is not your job. Absolutely. It's not. Like, that's because, like I said, if you've already decided that, you know, you don't have the money, or like you want this certain yoga studio maybe, and you don't have the money to get it, like maybe there's one for rent, and like you don't have the money to get it. Hey, get out of here, girl. She's like talking in the window. I love you too. Bye. They figured it out. This is what they do. They figure out how to find me. And get my attention. So if you like are so stuck on how you're going to do it and how you're going to achieve it, then you'll miss the little things that you're being sent, the little signs that you're being sent, that is going to make it a lot easier on you if you would just follow those things. Even if sometimes they seem a little crazy, but your gut is telling you, like, I need to check this out, you got to do it, because it's probably the path that you're supposed to be on in order to get to your vision, your most successful version of yourself, in order to get there. So I want you guys to think about, like, we just envisioned our life in the future, okay? And if you knew 100% that vision was going to manifest, that that's exactly where you're going no matter what, that nothing could knock you off that path, that it was going to bring you the most happiness. So like Megan, you're thinking about like this baby popped up, but it scares you. Like, if you know it's going to be bringing you the most happiness, that your family is going to be in the best position, and this is like 100% for you. It's absolutely perfect your whole life, for everybody around you also. It's just like the most perfect thing. And you know 100% that you're going to get there without a doubt. How would you approach things differently right now? You can comment if you want. You can utilize the comment section and say something about this. Like, have this intention. Like, how would you do this differently? Would you be making certain phone calls? Would you be talking to certain people? Would you care if somebody on your team quit? If you're in network marketing, that's just something. Or like, would you care if like you had a client quit? Or would you care if like it was taking you a while to like sign customers or sign team members? Like, would that really bother you? Probably not, because you know where you're going. So I want you to start thinking about that as you are like going through your day, working your business, anything. Start thinking about that. How would I feel if I knew 100% that was going to happen? Okay, Fabiana says, I had the mindset that being successful meant working for a huge multinational and being a workaholic. That was my biggest challenge when starting my own business. Failing was not an option to me when I left my career. So I think that drove me. I remember one day saying to my husband, failing is not an option. I will work harder and we'll make it work. After 24 months, I feel I did not have time to focus on my peers. Well, that's a good way to do it too. And that was like, you were being guided, obviously, to make sure that, you know, you didn't stop, because this is meant for you, right? You're meant to have this business. So failing is not an option. And that's the other thing. If you just take failing off the table, then like that, how would you approach these situations? If failing was not an option, how would you approach these situations? That's a really good point. Emily says, I quit my job right now, or I'd quit my job right now if my vision was a guarantee. Well, do you have a coach? You should talk to a coach about this. Kiki, it's important to remember failure is part of the process. Failing forward, right? It's different. Kiki, that's a really good point, because sometimes failing isn't necessarily failing. Failing sometimes are just setbacks and lessons, things that you have to learn in order to get to that most successful version of yourself, that most successful business. A lot of times it's just learning. It's part of the process. Things are not always going to go well in the smoothest, most perfect line. But you have to, as long as you're holding on to that vision, then those things can't knock you off, right? Because it's just part of the process. If I knew absolute for sure I was guaranteed, I would quit what I'm doing now and put all my energy into business and not being worried about money like I have been. I would also care less about the people coming and going in my life. These are important. Emily, choose to reframe that mindset. Wait, what? What did I say? Because I can make it whether they set me back or not. Failing is not trying different ways, and some will not work, but meaning if this way does not work, we will find the right way. Correct. Yes. Emily. Oh, yeah. So, okay. I'm like reading, whispering. But yes, so like failing, I feel like failure is like quitting. Really, that's like the only way to actually fail. And I feel like you guys would probably agree with me. Failing, like the only way to truly fail your business is if you quit. If you let one of those little setbacks, little failures happen, fail equals quit. Yep. Apparently. That or not starting. Ooh, good one. You're right. If you have a business on your heart that you want to start and you don't ever start it, think about this. This is the other thing I think about too. Oh my gosh, I want to make sure I'm not going over. Okay, I will get to my offers and my freebies here really soon, my giveaways. I'm so excited. Okay, mindset is a huge tool. Many don't access failure. There's always a lesson to learn. Failing doesn't mean it'll never happen. You'll have something to learn. Absolutely. There's always another way to do things that may be better. Totally agree. You guys are amazing. Seriously, you're pumping me up. I'm having so much fun. I was like nervous for this and I'm like, you guys are amazing. I did forget what I was going to say though. Dang it. I get distracted. I have ADD, I think. Okay, that's part of the leap of faith, stepping forward with your vision and faith that it will come to fruition. Yes, like you did, Crystal. Okay, so I don't remember now what I was just gonna say. Mindset, equals quit. We're not starting. Darn it, I don't remember now. Maybe I'll like put it in the group if I remember later. Okay, so I'm going to, I guess we kind of have a little bit more time than I thought. Do you guys have any questions too? That's why I didn't read the comments. I have the worst grammar. I know I do too. But I wanted to make sure I read the comments because I'm like to mess myself up, apparently. Gosh. Okay, so is there any questions? Are there any questions that you have for me? Anything you want to know? Any aha moments that you've had that you feel like are going to help you in the future? Just let me know so that we can kind of go through a couple more minutes. That way I can make sure that I get everybody's questions answered, and then I'll do my, I'll let you guys know what kind of discounts I'm giving you and also tell you about my free stuff, my giveaways. I'm excited. Emily, you're incredible. I absolutely love this. I was able to receive a ton of information today. Aw, thank you, Kara. I love you too. I love the exercise. Yay, Kiki. I'm so excited. You guys are awesome. Okay, who's ready to get some free stuff? You were on fire, babe. Aw, Kate, I love you. I had an interesting part of my envisioning that I didn't know would pop up. Ooh, exciting. We can talk about this later. I love that you said fears are distractions. That's underlined and circled. Yes, yes, totally. This vision, you guys, 100%, it's happening. I believe it for you, 100%. You believe it for you now. Boom, we're going there. Okay, so the exercise is the first time I've ever felt that much peace. That's actually attainable. Absolutely, Crystal. It's so attainable. You are going to have that peace. I'm so excited for you. It's already starting. It's already been starting for you. I have 2 crystals. Yes. Okay. You guys are amazing. Now for some free stuff. Unfortunately, on here, one of my free things, you guys, some of you have already bought. I don't know. Okay. I do have multiple free things though, so I think we should be good. Okay. So first, I'm going to tell you guys my offers really quick. So I have a biblical money mindset course. So this is just, it basically is all about money mindset, like manifesting money, things like that, but it's based on the Bible. So there's like, it's a simple what's the word I'm thinking of? Self-paced course. It's got like law of attraction stuff in there it talks about manifesting money, making sure that your heart's right with God, and attracting abundance. So this is really geared for the Christian woman. It's 3 videos, so 3 training videos, and then there's also a workbook, and the workbook has like Bible readings in it and journal questions, things like that, so that you can kind of, make sure that you are getting all the information, and like figuring out how you're going to apply it into your life. So this money mindset course is normally $55, and just for the summit, for the people on the summit, I just ran a 24-hour sale for it, but just for the people on the summit until January 18th, you get it for $39. So the links, you guys, I don't know if Kiki said this, but you guys are going to get the links for these offers in an email today, right? All right. Yes. Kate
Yes,
said
you're
that.
right.
You're amazing. Okay, cool. So you'll get the links for these offers in the email. So find your email. Like, it's been going to my spam folder, so make sure you're looking. Some people are getting it in their regular folder, but like look in promotions and stuff if you don't see it, so you can make sure to take any of our offers that we've had today. So the Biblical Money Mindset course is normally $55, so it's down to $39. And then I'm also doing 30-minute coaching calls for $33. And so I'm limiting 5 of those. $33, 30-minute coaching calls with me. So we can work through just any of your struggles that you're going through now, and we can kind of help reframe them to just help you get there. It will drop here as well. Kiki's offer a contract her directly. Okay. Right. So 30-minute coaching calls for $33, which is like way less than what I normally do. So if you want to chat for 30 minutes and kind of just work through some things, there will be a link in the email that will give you that. And yes, okay. There will be a link in the email that will give you that. Make sure you fill out all of your information in there so that I can contact you and get you set up for these offers. For the giveaway, I'm kind of giving away similar, okay? So I'm going to give away the Biblical Money Mindset course. So that's the first giveaway. You know what? Yeah, okay. I'm going to give away the first, or a Biblical Money Mindset course. So anybody that is interested in this, I'm so excited. Okay, so anybody that is interested in this, we're going to do, since Kiki did numbers, we're going to do colors, okay? So I'm going to write down a color. And you guys have to guess the color. So when I tell you to start guessing, like we did with Kiki, start guessing, and whoever guesses the color first will get this Biblical Money Mindset course, okay? So, all right, ready, set, go. Start guessing. Nope, nothing yet. You can keep guessing. Guess other things. Nope, nope, nope. I don't know what that is. Nope. Nope. Keep guessing. Do I need to give you guys a hint? No, none of you have got it so far. No. It starts with, should I give you guys a hint?
Is it a normal color?
It is a normal color.
Okay.
But
It's not like chartreuse or something, like.
yes, black. Yeah, got it. Okay, so I need your email address.
I'm taking note of that information for you, Emily.
You're amazing. Thank you. Okay, so that was for the Biblical Money Mindset. Okay, and I'm also giving away, let me look at my notes and make sure what I wrote down here. Oh, so exciting. Okay, I'm also giving away a 1-hour coaching call. 1-hour coaching call. So, what should we do this time? We'll just do numbers. We'll do numbers, okay? So we're gonna go numbers between fruit. Ooh, that's kind of exciting. We're just gonna do numbers though, because I feel like I mess people up with the colors one. Okay, we're just gonna do numbers. We'll do 1 through 20. I'm gonna think of a number. Okay, I wrote it down. Oh, I totally never showed you that I wrote black. Oh no, now I can't show you because I wrote the number on here. I'll show you later. Tell you the truth. Okay, so numbers between 1 and 20. Okay, that's what we're going for. Go. No. Oh my gosh, you're going fast. Nope. You guys have guessed like every number around it. Keep going. Oh my gosh, this is so funny. Yeah, no. That's yes. 12, Emily Flanagan. Okay, so here you go. Black 12. You can't even see it. my first number I thought of was 17. Sorry, Fabiana. Okay, so Emily Flanagan.
Emily, can you drop down your email in the chat, please?
You're talking to Emily Flanagan, right?
Yes.
I'm
Sorry.
like, do you need that? Oh, this was so fun. Okay, you guys, we still have 10 minutes. Does Michelle and Kara, are you guys gonna chat for a minute?
Did anyone have any questions for Emily?
Yeah. Yay!
Anything
I'm
at
so
all?
excited.
I have something I just want to mention real quick if nobody has any questions. Kate does. Oh, Kate does. Oh, yay! Hold on, my dogs are like freaking out. I'm so sorry. I am going to be dropping all of the links for everybody's offer. She's saying hello. This is Caroline, my crazy dog.
Hi, Caroline.
Anybody's offers down below in the comments. So if you want to click directly before you get that email before tonight, they will be available in just 2 seconds. I am posting them right now for, not Kara. I'm sorry, Kara's next. For Kiki's offers, contact her directly. I'm sorry, Kara. And Emily, I will put your offers links in here. And then once Kara's done with her offers, I will put her links as well. So it's easy access. You don't have to wait for that email. But that email will be sent right after the summit. So just, yeah. That's me.
Awesome. Thank you, Kate. You're amazing. She did like a lot of work for the summit. So just everybody, so you all know, she's freaking amazing. So thank you. Okay.
I believe you have a question in the chat.
Yeah, I see that. Okay. Have you ever used the Bible for inspiration or answering to questions? Yes. So I love my Bible. It's my favorite inspirational book, but I read it like every single day, a lot of it. So I definitely use it often. Like I pray before I read my Bible and ask God to reveal whatever it is that he wants me to know in this situation. And it's kind of crazy. Like I always seem to read something that is like exactly what I need for the day. But yeah, so I use the Bible often for that. I use the Bible for everything. That's like my affirmation cards. Right. Affirmation cards are the same. I want to make like a Bible verse affirmation cards too. Don't steal my idea. I'm just kidding. Business idea. Knock it off. No, I'm kidding. All right. If you steal it, it's cool. Just like send me royalties or something. All right. I'm so excited, you guys. I can't wait to see. So Kara's next, right, Kara? You're next. I'm so excited to hear her chat. You guys, make sure you stay because she's amazing. Oh my gosh. Okay. I think that's about
Any
it.
last minute questions for Emily?
I have one. So I want to know, how did you discover God? Were you raised religious, or was this something that you discovered later on?
So I actually was not really raised religious, and I kind of think that has been really powerful for me because I was able to figure out my own beliefs instead of listening to like what my parents believed. So my parents were not religious at all, but they were really open. So for some reason, I don't know how it happened really, but like I would go with my friends to church on the weekends. I would just have friends pick me up and they would take me to church. And so like from a really young age, I was interested in God, but I didn't really get super close to him, honestly, until the last few years, really, and especially close like this last year, because I questioned a lot of things, because like I feel like there's a lot of judgment and things like that in religion, and it freaked me out. So I questioned a lot of things, and then once I started really reading my Bible, it came to a place where I was like, okay, a lot of these beliefs that I've had are not actually from God. Like this is what God's saying, and this is what it's from. You feel me, Kara? You're awesome. Yep. So it was I didn't get close until I was able to like really get close on my own with my own beliefs and not listening to what other people said, what other people said, what God loved, and what other people said that God was about, like, God doesn't love you if you're not this way or that kind of stuff. It was all really icky to me. So, yep. Yeah. Any other questions?
Oh, I have one real quick. Oh, not a question. Links are now in the comments. Ignore the first link. That is for her Facebook, unless you want to connect with her on Facebook. But the link under that is her actual Monday Mindset. So the Monday Mindset link is there, and her 30-minute coaching call is there as well. So if you guys want that, go ahead and click those links. I checked and make sure they worked. So yeah, that's me.
Thank you. Thank you, Kate. Ah, this is awesome. So exciting.
Any last minute questions? Still have a couple of minutes left. So if there's anything you want to dive into just for a few minutes, we can certainly do that. Just wait a few seconds. Bathroom break for Kate.
Bathroom break time.
Do you guys want to take a bathroom break? We can totally do that.
Okay.
Kara's like,
5-minute bathroom break.
Yeah, we'll start
Go
back
get
at
some
8, but definitely let's take a 5 minutes. For those watching the replay, if you just want to skip ahead to about 5 minutes from now, you can do so because we won't be talking for those few minutes.
So I was gonna start playing like elevator music until I started. My dogs are in the background having the zoomies right now, and I'm like, okay, cool. Can't play elevator music now because they're like wrestling in the background like crazily people. Like,
if someone wants to sing for us, they can do that.
Watch my dogs. Okay, that's just me.
We are going to start back up in about a minute or so. So if you are hearing us in the background and want to pop back on, please do so now. Okay, 8 p.m. I'm like right on the dot. I want to take a second to thank Emily for speaking and sharing with us so much golden nuggets and just pouring her heart and soul into it. That was amazing. I loved the live coaching and the visualization. So that was awesome. So thank you, thank you, thank you, Emily. And we are ready for our third and final guest of the evening, Miss Kara Ray. Is it Ray? Am I saying it right? Because every time I'm reading it in my head, it doesn't sound that way. But like,
Ray.
I've heard Ray.
Yeah, it's Ray.
I tend to butcher names. So like, do it all right.
It's okay. I'm pretty bad for that too.
Yes. So a little bit about Kara. Kara is a mindset coach, and she's coaching the ambitious and powerful online female entrepreneur to create wealth and abundance within her business and her bank account. Mic drop. Kara is also the founder of the Powerful and Uncensored Entrepreneurs, which is a community on Facebook. And she is also the host of and creator, of course, of the Powerful and Uncensored Mompreneur podcast. She is also a wife, mother, and stepmother to 3 beautiful children. So Kara will be talking to us about, now I'm trying to remember and I'm like, oof. I have too many topics in my head. You are going to be talking about boundaries?
Yeah, girl.
Yeah. Let me go. Setting boundaries and values. So without further ado, I will give you the floor.
Hi, guys. So this is incredible. And I just want to thank every single person that is still on here listening and tuning in. This is incredible. This is a lot of time. And so I appreciate your time. I appreciate you being here. This is incredible. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So Kiki was amazing. Emily was amazing. I honestly, this whole thing for myself, I'm learning a ton of information. I was actually just messaging the girls earlier that this is a way for me personally, these women are friends of mine. I get to know them on a deeper level by listening to them and what they're passionate about talking about. So this lights me up. But today, so I want to give you a little bit of background about myself and how I got into becoming a mindset coach. And then we're going to talk about the importance of implementing healthy boundaries and knowing your values and why that is so freaking important in your life. But first, so I'm Kara Ray, as everybody knows now, and I'm 26 years old, and I am a stepmother to 2 beautiful children, and I'm a mother to a 1.5-year-old. I also have 3 massive dogs. And I'm a wife. Like, my dogs are not little, they're huge. They're huge. They take up a lot of space. I don't know how I do it. But so when I was pregnant with my daughter and after I delivered her, I actually struggled really bad with postpartum depression and postpartum anxiety. And so with that, I felt like I had truly lost a sense of who I was personally, and I didn't know how to get her back. I was very angry with my children. I was very angry at a tiny little baby. I was angry with myself, and my relationship with my husband was literally crumbling down. And so I knew that I needed to take this power back, but I just didn't know how. And so I went and hired a coach. I had no idea, you guys, what I was doing. I had none. I just said, like, this feels like the right step. So like earlier when everybody was talking about just like those gut nudges and that fear, this scared the crap out of me. This scared the crap out of me. And so I decided I was going to invest. And so I invested in this high level and I started prioritizing myself. I used to be the woman who would take care of my kids and my husband prior to taking care of me. I always felt like I had to give, and I could never just receive, and that I could never just be me. I always felt like I was stuck in this comparison trap and what I call comparisonitis. And so we'll talk about that too. But I felt that I wasn't being a good enough mom, that I wasn't being a good enough wife. And it simply was down to me not following my boundaries and values and not taking care of me. And so thank you everyone, by the way, for like putting the comments down. I promise you I will go and look at them. I'm a person who gets very distracted if I read the comments as we go. So just bear with me. I promise I will get there. So if you mention anything, I will do that. But so it was a really tough journey. And then I remember talking with my coach about wanting to really impact women and empower women and talk about breaking the stigma topics and really empower women to know their boundaries and their values and to take care of themselves, and that taking care of you allows you to show up so much stronger in all aspects of your life, whether that's in your marriage, a relationship, with your children, with work, with your business, anything. It allows you to show up better because, as the saying goes, you cannot fill from an empty cup. You can't. And so I want to talk about boundaries and values. First, I have 2 questions for you guys though, before we start. I want to know, do you actually know what a boundary is and what a value is? And so my second question off of that is, if you answered yes, do you know what they are? Do you firmly know off the top of your head your 5 core values? This took me some time to figure out. I had to write it down. I literally probably wrote a list of like 20 to 30 things that I personally valued, and I had to narrow it down to figure out what was the most important. And so I really encourage you through this, while you're sitting here, while you're listening, or even after, that you sit down and you really brain dump that out and you look at what your values are, because that is who you are. What your values represent is you. This is a part of you. This is what you love. This is what you like. This is what you put first. So I will talk to you guys about my values, and that way you get to know me more. And also, by knowing your values, this is how you can place a boundary. We're going to talk about how boundaries and values play together and how one weighs on another. But I just want to read these really quick. So I feel ya. Yep. Take care of yourself is vital. Yes, something I've learned from you. So today I got a massage and took that time for me. Yes, girl. Oh, now I need a massage. Man, I literally made my husband give me a massage last night because my back was not good. That's off topic. and so that's not so. No, that's so surprising. So Emily, this is Emily Flanagan. Like I said, I highly recommend to everybody who's listening and everybody who's on here to sit down and really brain dump that out and figure that out, because all the information I'm going to talk to you about today is going to be very relative to those 5 core values. And Emily O'Neill, not my core values. I've thought of them before, but don't know them from the top of my head. I need to rethink it so I can always have it on my mind. Powerful. It is. And we're going to get deeper. See, now I can't even speak, you guys. I'm going to dive deeper into why these are so extremely important. So I first want to give you the actual definition of a boundary. So a boundary marks a limit of an area. And a value is a person's principle or standard of behavior of one's judgment of what is important in life. So I want to ask you, has somebody ever pissed you off? Please say like yes or no in the comments. Has somebody ever pissed you off? Now I want you to think back, and I want you to tell me, what did they do that pissed you off? Because the reason why they pissed you off, whether that was they were being disrespectful, they weren't communicating properly, they had lied, dishonesty, those are values. Somebody crossed a value that you have, that you believe in with every ounce of your mind, body, and soul, that it triggered you. This is why it's so important, because so many of us walk around and we think, oh, well, that just ticked me off today. No, there's a reason why it did, and you are not being aware of what that is. And the more that you're aware of it, the more that you can take your power back, and the more that you can actually be in the driver's seat and be in control of your reactions. Now, I'm not saying emotions are not meant to be felt, because they are, because I believe we learn so much from emotions. But if you know your values, you'll know what triggers you, and you'll be able to set up healthy boundaries. And so I already talked about that one. So I want to talk about my values. So I actually value, I'm going to tell you my core values. So my top 5 core values. So I value honesty. I value honesty in a person. I'm very much a woman of integrity, where I'm extremely honest with other people. People actually like to call me blunt or intimidating, because we find when I asked someone why they called me intimidating, they said because they don't find a lot of women these days that know what they truly want in life. And that's intimidating. But that intimidation is a mirrored effect of themselves, because they have some fear, or that they don't have that place for themselves, or they're not. I don't know the word for it, but there's a word, and I'll think about it. And I'll think of it and I will tell you. However, I value honesty to the point that if somebody has made a mistake, that if someone has lied to me, that I give them the benefit of the doubt to tell me, because we're human, we make mistakes, and I make mistakes in my life. And I know that if I was to do something in my life and I would need forgiveness, I would hope somebody would be able to do that for me. And so I like to be the person who does that, but only if someone is honest. If they continue to lie and I've given them the opportunity to do so, that is crossing a value, which therefore is crossing a boundary for me, which then triggers me. It makes me upset, makes me angry, makes me mad, makes me feel like I'm not in control. And that to me sucks. But now that I know that, so I know that if I've given somebody this option to be honest with me, they choose not to, that person no longer serves me at all. And I cut it there. I used to spend so much time being a people pleaser, being the person who would try to make everybody else happy. And that was not serving me at all. We'll dive deeper into that too. My second value is respect. When I was a child, my father, as everybody likes to say it was like this sergeant, this general, this person who was like, yes ma'am, yes sir, you answer the phone and be like, hello, the Wagner residence. Like, that's literally how we did. It was like a movie. I felt like I was in a movie. If we said hello, but I'd be like, what residence does this belong to? He very much was strict on this. This is going to sound funny, but my father, you couldn't even like burp, fart, nothing around him. He was like, this is not ladylike. You do not do that. You need to respect yourself, which is a little overboard. Like, I'm not like this, guys. However, this is how I grew up. I grew up with a father who instilled respect, who was taught these things by his parents, which then taught us the same thing about not slamming the doors, about making sure that we're polite, not walking on people's lawns, saying please and thank you. It's honestly, I think please and thank you lately is like a foreign word to people. Like, they don't realize that that's super important. I have children. I really place this as importance with my children. I tell them, like, you have a choice, you have a responsibility to say thank you, please and thank you, and give respect to other people. To give respect, you receive respect. And so I value respect. 3, communication. I love to talk. I love to talk. I love to communicate, but I also love to listen. And so if someone has the time who wants to communicate with me, pick up the phone, talk with me, I absolutely love doing this. A 4th value, I value my family. I spend 90% of my time with my family, because my family is not just family, they're also my closest friends. And so I'm also the happiest when I'm with them. They support me. And even if they blindly support me or don't, I've placed some really healthy boundaries with them. And also my 5th one is money. I extremely value money. Money used to control my life and used to make me absolutely miserable. I used to sit and count numbers over and over again. I used to think that I was going to be poor for the rest of my life, that I was never going to have enough money, that there was never enough money. And I allowed money to have power over me. And I decided through this last year that was no longer going to happen anymore. And that was it. And so, I need to look at these comments. Yep, yes. They were rude to other people. My mother-in-law, which is why I do not speak to her any longer. She speaks evil judgment of me, my husband, my child, major trigger for me. And it's true what happened to me recently. So, Crystal, if any of this that we talk about triggers at all, I just want to tell you that we're here. This is a safe place and we support you, and this is a safe place to talk about it. And so if you feel like you want to share some more, I would love to discuss this with you. If not, I totally respect that. 100% respect that. But there's going to be things that trigger people, but I know that placing those boundaries with those people who are treating us so poorly is so important. And it might seem so scary, and it It seems so fearful, but walking through that fear is so, so important, especially for you, especially for your children, which is what you were saying, and your husband, so important for your family. And so I'm here for you. I've had to walk through this. I've had to leave family to the side because they made me feel like a very horrible human being for the choices that I made in my life, for deciding to be an entrepreneur, because they felt like it was bogus, that I wasn't going to be able to do anything with my life, and that I wasn't going to be able to support my children. They called me a lowlife and many different things. And so I'm here for you, totally here for you. And so I do value money. So we're going to go back to values here. But I value money because I used to allow this to control me. I used to allow this to rule my life and to make me feel small. And then I decided this year that I was taking that power back, that I was flipping the damn script, and that I was doing me. And so through this, a boundary. So I want to talk about boundaries within pause. I want to talk about signs of a lack of a boundary, and then I want to talk about signs of a healthy boundary. Then we'll go into boundaries in regards to relationships. So a lack of a boundary. So a lack of a boundary is a loss of self. So this is identity, this is lifestyle. A lack of a boundary is also time spent with the wrong people, uncomfortable behaviors, avoiding others. So this is like isolation, doing too much. This is like that hustle, burnout, overwhelm. And then control. So when we don't have a boundary, we have this lack of control. So therefore we try to seek this control in other areas. And I'm going to give you an example. When I couldn't control what was going on with myself internally when I was struggling with postpartum, I literally started cleaning my house like a mad woman because I knew I could control that. And I knew that that was something that I could take control of, where I couldn't fully take control of everything else that was occurring. So needed to touch on that. Now, a sign of a healthy boundary. So I know that somebody is going to be talking about this topic tomorrow. And so I can't wait for them to dive a little bit deeper into this, but this is saying no without guilt. And I cannot wait for this topic. Cannot wait. It's going to be great. And so signs of a healthy boundary is also asking for what you need. So asking for what you need, we get so wrapped up in being honest about where we truly are in this very moment, what we desire, what we need. Sometimes we need help. There's nothing wrong with asking for help. And so also a sign of a healthy boundary is taking care of you, putting yourself first, that self-care practice. Even what Kiki was talking about earlier is that spirituality, and saying yes because you want to, not out of obligation. This is big. And also behaving according to your own values and beliefs. So, you know that saying of where you're the 5 people you spend the most time with? Take a look at their values. Take a look at what they care about, what they do, how they spend their time. That's how you'll know what their values are. You also, people can read that from you. You can either take on somebody else's, or you can be your own human, your own woman, because you need to take this power back. You are deserving of abundance, and you are deserving, you are incredible just the way you are. I used to think that I had to change everything about me just to fit in, until I decided that I was going to be an entrepreneur despite anybody else's beliefs, that I was going to believe in myself. Then I started finding women like this, like the women that I'm spending this summit with, because they're amazing and they don't judge me for who I am. They support me. They pick up the phone when I need them. They talk. They literally, if I'm going through something, they pick me up from this low state and put me to this high freaking vibe state. They are people who actually value who I am. And by knowing who you are, you will attract that to your life. As Kiki was talking about, like this energetic frequency and how you have to match those things. You do have to be an energetic match for what you desire. But knowing who you are and knowing about yourself is so, so, so important. Gosh, I go on a whole tangent about that. I am super passionate about that. But I just wanted to describe what the two were, so because some people aren't aware of actually what a lack of a boundary is. So true. Love that you're distinguishing between these. Thank you, thank you. Yes, just say no. That's my mantra. Excellent point about the people you spend your time with and their values. Hashtag besties. Yes, here for you. We love you. Well, I love you too. Yes, I love this tribe. Love you as much as I love some strawberry cupcakes. give me some strawberry cupcakes. Now you're making me hungry. I haven't had supper, you guys. It's like almost 6:30 here. Jeez. Oh, okay. So now I want to talk with you about boundaries within relationships. So boundaries within relationships are crucial. So when one person is in control of another, love cannot grow there. It cannot be deep. It cannot be fulfilling. And there is no freedom. This is something my husband and I had experienced, where we felt like we were bringing each other down at one point in our marriage, that we weren't actually bringing everything out, like the positive out in each other. And we had to sit down and get really clear. We had to get really clear on what both of us wanted, what boundaries we needed, what we needed from the other person, what we didn't enjoy. We had to be so crystal clear about this because it was so, so important. And so, do you have boundaries in your relationship? Do you feel like you're constantly walked over? Do you feel like you are the person who does that? Or do you have this abundant freaking relationship? Because hell yeah, if you do. Heck yeah, if you do. And so now within boundaries within a relationship, it's important to talk about what you want, need, like, dislike, as I was saying. Caitlin, yes, love my hubs. Good. It makes me happy because not everybody is in this state. Not everybody has this. I have a friend that is currently going through a horrible separation where she feels used, she feels manipulated, and she's been treated poorly. And so there's like this, what is this? I can't even think of the word. Why can't I think of words today, you guys? Like my brain is just like, I'm tapped out. But anyways, so you should discuss those wants, needs, and desires. Even those goals, my husband and I now sit down and we goal set together. So we set our intentions, and so that the both of us are aware of what each other desires in life, so that we can work towards them together, so that we're not just blind and only working towards our own. We are working towards our own, but also together. We have goals separate. We have goals together as a couple. We work together. We just had to do this again yesterday because we started arguing and not realizing why. And my husband was wanting and needing a few other things in his life that he was not feeling like he could talk about. And so it's so, so important to go through these things again and to go through the motions and just be open and have these discussions with the relationships you have. That could even be friendships. And I want to talk about friendships because I had to place some heavy boundaries and I had to let go of a lot of relationships this year that no longer served me. I had to let go of friendships that I thought were friendships, people who made me feel very small, where it was very one-sided, that I always had to travel to see them, and I always had to message them and take my time to do things for them, and that what I did was never good enough. And I felt so horrible about myself. It was not healthy. And my husband had mentioned this when I first met him. And he had asked me, why are you spending time with people who don't actually care about you? And I said, well, these people care about me. What are you talking about? But he had an outside perspective and he could see it differently than I could because I had feelings attached to it. Women, we're feelers. We can either be logical or we emotional. And a lot of the times females work on the emotional side. And so on that note, so I want to talk, so in regards to who you are and why you respond and react the way you do, it's extremely important to know this. So if you're going to work on this and you're going to realize why, so when you know your values, so let's go back. So I value honesty. So I know that I can place a boundary that if I give someone the opportunity to be honest with me and they don't, that no longer serves me. The conversation's over. I gave the chance. It's done. Another boundary in regards to money where I took my power back. I don't sit down and, sorry if you guys can hear the door knocking, my 1.5-year-old obviously got away from my husband and is knocking on the door. So if you hear that, she'll probably end up saying hi. But yeah, I can hear her. So communication as well. So if somebody doesn't make eye contact with me, if someone doesn't make the effort to have a conversation with me, if somebody brushes me off, that's going to cross a value, which then I need to place a boundary. Family. I love spending time with my family. There's always a way that you can figure out what your boundary is when you're clear on what your values are and what those triggers are. So if there's family that triggers you, if money triggers you, if, relationships trigger you, or if your marriage is triggering you, or say you've had a divorce, whatever that looks like, be aware of what that value is crossing and know yourself and trust yourself enough to love yourself to place those healthy boundaries. And so I want to go back and discuss about this comparison trap. And so we were talking about judgment, because I feel like when you're talking about your values and boundaries and learning how to implement them and be this next level version of yourself and attract an abundance in all areas of your life, I think it's important for us to be real and talk about the comparison trap and what people call comparisonitis. And so I actually was just talking about this yesterday, because the new year came, hello, 2019, and I was so lit up. I was happy about every single one of my goals. I knew what I wanted. I knew where I was going, and I was ready for it. And then I started reading everybody else's celebrations. And instead of me sitting in gratitude, I started getting a little upset. Like, I'm being really real with you guys, because I feel like being a woman of integrity is so, so important, and to know that I'm human. I'm not a freaking robot, and that I go through these things. And I've learned through these things. So when I talk to you about them and I'm so passionate about them, I need to be real with you. And so I felt this. However, old me literally would have been stuck there, would have been like, my life sucks. I didn't do everything. I only did this. Are you kidding? Where now I looked at everything that I've done. I've placed these boundaries. I'm surrounded by incredible women. I've reached so many goals that I had placed and above of what I wrote down. And so I knew that I needed to take myself out of that space. So I literally crawled into bed. I told my husband, I just need some time away from the kids. I love them, but I just need some me time. I need to get out of this funk. I watched a random show on Netflix, which was absolutely freaking amazing, might I add. And then I relaxed. I did nothing. I turned my phone off. I didn't look at social media. I allowed myself to unplug. And I allowed myself to get back into a state of gratitude and say, I am so proud of all my friends' accomplishments. I am so proud that they're here. Because why am I comparing my chapter 2 or 4 to somebody's chapter 50? This is just not fair. It's not, I'm doing myself a disservice. I really am. And so if you find yourself sitting there comparing, even as a mom, I want to talk about being a mom. I found myself when I first was with my husband, because I have 2 stepchildren who are 11 and 8. I thought I could do it all. I was like, I got this. I'm good. I've never birthed a child and I've never parented, but I can do this. Holy crap, you guys. Kids, they're amazing and wonderful. But I decided to go in full swing, and it came back and smacked me right in the face. And so for a good reason, because there was a lot that I needed to learn about. There was a lot of boundaries that needed to be created. And there was a lot of triggers from when I was a child and things that I didn't like that I found myself doing to my children now, or just the way that my father would speak to me, I was doing the same. And so I had to, when this thing came back, I had to really be really clear on why this was happening. When I walked in being a stepmom, I was just like, yeah, I got this. I'm going to be the coolest stepmom ever, because I have the best relationship with my stepmom. However, it wasn't like that. And through this, so I have a point here. So through meeting my husband and having his 2 children, my husband at the time, prior to us being married, was going through a horrible divorce. I mean, horrible. And I found myself in the middle of a very toxic relationship. And I had never seen people treat one another in such way. I had never heard someone, I had heard this in movies about how people swearing at each other and getting upset or saying really horrible things or being really crazy. I thought this was all in fiction. I thought this was all just in movies. You never saw this shit. No, my life completely turned upside down. I learned a lot from it. I remember I started getting panic attacks every day because of the messages that would come in. And I started having to replace boundaries and take care of children and their tiny minds and their hearts, because they were hurting. Now, I come from a divorced family. My parents divorced when I was 5, and I came from a family who divorced but also communicated so amazingly. like, it would blow your damn mind. Like, my parents spent Christmas together this year with their significant others. So not everybody's family is this way. Now, I had to take care of children and build my own boundaries and take away my hurt, my pain, and not put that on my kids. I had to love them, I had to take care of them, and I had to nurture them and build them up and teach them that they have a choice, and teach them that they have boundaries and values, and that they have emotions, and that they get to choose what has a power. They get to choose how they can feel. They have a voice. That voice needs to be heard. It should never be silenced. And we talk about this stuff with them. It is so, so important, whether you have children, whether you have nieces or nephews, whether you're in a relationship, whatever that relationship is, you need to be aware of their likes, their dislikes, their wants, their needs, but also your own, and be vocal about that. And so for a few years of my life, I literally, at that time, I felt like I was sacrificing a lot of myself for a greater good. Now, I know that I can put more time into me by placing this boundary I have of self-care, and that this is a must for me every single day. And with that, I found that I was able to show up better for my kids, that I was able to communicate better. I wasn't so short-tempered, and I could now. So before, this might sound, I hope this is making sense to you guys, because I feel like I'm kind of like all over the map right now. But when I was first with my husband and there was this toxic relationship, like we were never standing in the same room. And I remember trying to always give this person the benefit of the doubt. This is why I value honesty. This is why I value communication, being a woman of integrity. This is why I value these things, because these were huge triggers for me, because what I was giving out, I wasn't receiving. This is also something big. So say you give out and you're giving something to someone. If you're giving out of like this love out of your heart and not this idea that you need to receive this back, that's giving from your heart. A lot of people like to give because they think they're going to receive it back in a greater way. That's not what giving is. I just want to be clear with that. And so I was giving out this respect thinking that I was going to get it. I was wrong. Now, fast forward 3.5 years, we sit together for 7 hours and talk about the men she's dating now. When before, it was not like that. Before, it was very hard. It's very tough, very difficult, a lot of things to walk through. I'm a different woman now, and I'm grateful for that, because I've learned how to communicate so much better. I've learned to value my family. I've learned to communicate with my husband and how men and women think differently. I've learned to place values and boundaries as a priority and myself as a priority. I've learned to say no. I've learned to say yes. I've learned, even with children, it is hard to say no to my kids sometimes. It really crushes me sometimes to have to say no to them, because I love them to pieces. And even this week, my stepson said that he didn't want to, because he's really struggling right now, and he said that he didn't want to be a part of this family. And it wasn't because he didn't want to be a part of this family. That's not what it was at all. He was struggling, and he had a really bad week at his mom's, and we ended up being his punching bag. And so when we sat him down and we talked to him about this, and we talked about, because that was very triggering for me, and we had to discuss it. We talked about it. He ended up talking about how he felt, how he was upset, how he didn't know how to handle his emotions, that he felt like he wasn't listened to, that he felt like that his wants and needs weren't being met. And we had to get down to it. So this is why I'm talking about it's important with relationships, whether you have children, whether you have friends, whether you have best friends, whether you have, nieces, nephews, parents, grandparents, whatever that relationship is, you need to know what those values and boundaries are, because sometimes relationships look differently. That's okay. Like the way that I communicate with Michelle, for example, might be different than the way that I talk to Kiki. And that's okay, because they are two different women, different values, two different personalities, but incredible badass women. And I know that I can communicate very well with them because I know who they are. They are strong, they're independent, they know who they are. And that's important. And I don't have to be any different, and neither do they. They don't have to be any different. They don't have to compare each other. They don't have to look and be like, oh, why wasn't I more like her? You don't have to do that, because they love exactly who they are, because they know who they are. And it's important to know who you are. It's important to know how important boundaries are. Boundaries are so crucial. They're so freaking crucial. Okay, so we were talking about comparisonitis, and I'm pretty sure I got off track there, but comparison is a real thing. It is a real freaking thing, where say you're an entrepreneur and you're on social media. And so I was talking about this before with posts and having to take some time for me. If anybody has ever struggled with the comparison trap as a parent, as an entrepreneur, as a business person, as just a female in general, if you've ever felt yourself comparing yourself to literally every other Tom, Dick, and Harry, let me know. Let's post this in the comments. Let's chat about this, because this stuff is real. I want to know what you're comparing to. I remember when I had my daughter, this is where I was going, is that I was comparing myself to every other parent. Was I feeding her the right food? Was I giving her the right formula? Was I breastfeeding properly? Did I have the right pillow? Did I have the right bag? Oh my gosh, I'm not taking my children out for walks enough. When the other lady down the street was taking her child for a walk like 3 times a day, I was like, girl, how do you do that after you had a baby? Like, this is incredible. But we were 2 different women. Then I was like, oh, I don't take my kids to the water park enough. I don't take my kids out for picnics. I'm a horrible mom. I was seeing all these moms post these beautiful pictures on Facebook of their children all smiling. It takes me like 30 freaking minutes to get all my children to smile in one picture. Like 30 freaking minutes. Not kidding. And if then we did family pictures and I'm pretty sure none of them were all smiling at the same time. This is real life. But I found myself comparing myself to them because I wasn't following my values. I wasn't following my boundaries. I wasn't loving myself for exactly where I was now. I wasn't loving my family for all of their flaws, because let's be real, we have flaws. This is just, we're human, okay? We're not perfect. We're imperfect beings, but we all have a purpose and we're all unique. I love the word unique because each one of us is not built the same. We are not at all. And it's important that you know this. It's important that you talk about this. But I want to talk about growing in a business and what boundaries and values have taught me within my business, because I think this is important to anybody in whatever area of life you're in. But growing my business and launching my business and having the opportunity to do things such as this, the boundaries and values I've placed have taught me to be a woman of integrity. This has taught me that abundance is my fucking birthright and that I can create this in all aspects of my life. Manifestation is a beautiful freaking thing. If you did not catch Kiki's video, you need to go back and listen to that, and you need to go back and look at the universal laws. It'll blow your mind when we talk about spirituality. When Emily was talking about how this wasn't something that she was in all the time, that she didn't grow up in this. I remember going to church as a child, but really not knowing what I associated with. I felt lost, but I knew that there was something. And then I pushed it away. And then it literally came back and keeps smacking me in the face. And I was like, okay, I get it. I need to figure out what this is. And it wasn't until this year that I figured out that my spirituality and what I believe in was the universe and this divine power, and that we are all connected to this divine source. This took me until now to be like completely honest about this and to talk about it and to really dive into it. And I overcomplicated the crap out of spirituality. That's why I think Kiki's video is so important. We all think that we have to do yoga and all this other stuff. You don't. Spirituality is what you make it. Your life is what you make it. You can allow somebody else to take the driver's seat, or you can take it. And I'm pretty sure we all want to drive our own car. Like this, you have one heart. It is inside your body. Why would you give somebody else the power to try to like control that? No, thank you. This is me. This is my body. I want to love it. I want to respect it. I want to nurture it. And I want to go through it with me, not somebody else doing it. I don't expect somebody else to give me an answer, to tell me how to do X, Y, Z. I have to do it. That's why we talk about action and how every action has a reaction. This is why at the beginning of this video, I was talking about knowing your 5 core values and how this is so, so important. Knowing who you are is so important. To be able to prioritize your goals, your long-term vision, to know what that is, you need to know what your values are. You need to know what you believe in. Are you a person who loves the hustle? Are you type A? Are you type B? Are you more relaxed? Are you more in flow? Do you sit in your masculine and feminine energy more? What do you like? Getting to know you is so important so that you can work towards your future for you in the way that works for you. So, like I said, boundaries and values. I've done integrity, abundance, proximity. Boundaries and values. We were talking about friendships and people and having to let people go and sometimes let people in. I've learned the power of proximity. So many people were like, proximity is power. And I was like, what the hell are you talking about? Like, I don't get it. To the point, literally, you guys, where I had to like Google that and figure out what proximity meant and how this all worked. I didn't know this years ago. And then I realized how this can work in my favor and how I wanted to be me and I felt lost and I felt confused and I didn't know where I was going. And then until like, I want to touch on this part too. When you're going through and figuring out who you are, there can be this like limbo phase. I was talking about this with someone where you just feel lost. You might feel a little bit alone and confused because you've had to make some really harsh decisions about maybe cutting some people out of your life, changing careers, following finally what you're passionate about, having tough conversations. You can sometimes feel in like this limbo phase because you finally stepped into who you're supposed to be, but nobody knows this version of you until you start attracting those people who love every freaking part of who you are because you're honest, because you've become a woman of integrity, a woman of her word, a woman who loves herself, a woman who doesn't listen to all the limiting beliefs of others. You will find your people. You really will. I found mine, and I am completely grateful for them. Completely. I remember I was on a call with my coach, actually yesterday, and I bawled like a freaking baby because I now have people who care about me. They don't just care about what I can do for them. They care about me. I laugh with them, genuinely laugh with them. I have inside jokes with these people. I can be vulnerable. I can cry. I can talk about things that piss me off, that make me angry. Like, it's so important what proximity can do for you as a person. It'll blow your freaking mind. And so boundaries and values have also helped me walk through fear. When I talk about spirituality and those gut nudges, I now know, like, internally, if I feel this, like, I think Kiki was talking about, like, it's either a hell yes or a hell no. I feel this, like, gut nudge where I either get, like, these, like, butterflies, and it's like, whew, this is really scary. We need to do this. And I know that that's my best decision. Or I literally get this feeling like, yeah, no. Like, close the fucking door. Let's close it. Don't do it. It's bad. No. And that's what comes. Like, that's what I feel. It's either this like fluffy butterfly, like, but I'm still panicking on the inside, or it's like this, not a fucking chance. And so fear, walking through fear is not, we're not saying that this is just easy. At least I'm not saying it's easy. I'm not saying that walking through fear is just like, you're going to wake up one day and be like, oh yeah, I'm going to have all the tough conversations. I'm going to place all those boundaries. I mean, badass. Yes, I love that mindset, okay? And I think that's amazing. And yes, I'm all here for it. But give yourself some grace and give yourself some patience and time to move through these things and to move through your own fear of placing those healthy boundaries or having those tough conversations and knowing what your values are and knowing who you are. Because some of us, this was me at one point where I really lost who I was. And trying to find me brought up a lot of suppressed emotions, a lot of things that triggered me, that made me feel upset, that angered me, that I had to move through and walk through. Things that I avoided for 10 years resurfaced itself. And I had to deal with this. And so please, when you are placing healthy boundaries, when you are having tough conversations, when you are knowing what your values are and things start to come up, there's a reason. Everything will happen. Everything happens for a reason, but you're meant to feel it. And there's something you're meant to learn from each thing that's happened in your life. And so when all of this stuff was coming up for me and the tough relationship that I had with my father when I was younger to now was different, I had a really unhealthy relationship with money because of conversations with my father. Unfortunately, I never blamed him because ultimately I make a choice, but this is where it started from. That started to come up. I started to have tough conversations with my parents. I started placing boundaries. I remember my parents started talking to me about my parenting. And I remember looking at them and saying, I just knew in my gut that I needed to do this. And I looked at my dad and I said, I love you. And I know that what you're trying to say is coming from your heart, but these are my kids. And I need to do what is best for them and what I feel is best for them. And that might not look like what you think it is. And that's okay, but they're my kids. And I remember he looked at me like, wow, that took some balls. It did, because I never talked to him that way. And so it will take some time, you guys. That's why I'm saying give yourself grace, give yourself patience, give yourself love. And if you have to come back to it, just trust that it'll be okay. Have faith. Someone was talking about before, you can either live in faith or fear. And I choose faith every damn time. I choose me every damn time because I don't want to get caught up in everybody's limiting beliefs, what they technically believe to be true, or all these negative things. I've learned that boundaries and values, the definitions of them, what they actually mean, how they play in my life, how I'm triggered by things, how this plays every day in my life, and how I get to now teach my children, because I took it in my power to take care of me, to know me, to really value me. They now know. Literally, if something happens or I get upset, my kids, like, this is kind of funny, guys, but I remember I was talking to my children about values. And I was getting frustrated, and I was like sat in the car and I was trying to breathe because like I didn't want to get so frustrated around my kids. And my stepdaughter comes in the car and she's like, Kara, did somebody cross a value? Because I had just talked to her about values and I couldn't help but laugh. And she's like, why are you laughing? I said, I love you so much. The fact that you listened and you were listening to the fact that this is triggered by a value. And I can teach you what a value is, and I can teach you how to love yourself. Because my stepdaughter, she's 8. She is already being bullied in school. She was being bullied at the age of 5. She was being told that she was fat, that she has rolls, that she's ugly, that she's not going anywhere. And every morning I stand in the mirror with her. And this was difficult for myself. And I stand in the mirror with her and I tell her to tell all these things that she loves about herself to herself. I believe Michelle does this, is a mirror work. I was going to say, I believe Michelle does this. And so I know that she'll probably talk about a little bit more about this, but I do this with my daughter every day because I want her to put a boundary that she loves herself no matter what anybody else thinks. I want her to know that I believe in her, that I love her, and that the limiting beliefs of others and the lack of boundaries that they have is not her story. And so I tell her these things every morning because she deserves to hear them. Now, I don't know who did this, because I want to talk about this, but my stepdaughter, bless her soul, she's so sweet. She came in and she was like in such a good mood. And it must have been like a teacher who was trying to like deflect something. She was talking about rolls, actually abs. She came in and she looked at me and she was like, she had rolled her tummy over and she was like, Kara, look at all my abs. And I was like, damn girl, look at your abs. I was like, good job. She looked at me and she was like, yeah, you have a lot of abs. It's like, I love you, but that cut deep. But she didn't mean anything about it. And I was like, who told you this? She's like, I don't know. Somebody at school was talking to me about how it's not rolls, it's abs. And I was like, I love whoever said that to you. I love whoever said that to you because it turned you from being upset into like loving that part of you. I remember my husband looking at me and being like, ooh, that was rough. And so I will remind her of this when she's older. However, I knew it was out of the kindness of her heart and she was seeing it a different way. And so I think that's the importance of boundaries and values is you can see it in this like lack and scarcity mindset, or you can see it this abundant, thriving, beautiful mindset that you might have to walk through some fear, that you might have to go through a few things, but it all is meant for you and to serve at such a higher level. I just want to see if there's anything else I have, because like I'm so passionate, I'm like losing my breath. I'm like, oh, I need to catch my breath. As I sound like an old, oh dear. Okay. No, I'm going to go into, I want to thank you guys for listening to this. I hope this is powerful for you. I'm going to look in the rest of the comments. Okay. Last one I stopped at was strawberry cupcakes. Oh no, love my hubs. I saw that one too. Me every day. I feel like girl. Michelle, got you. Yes, my hubs knows before me. Mom life. This is yes, so good. This is so important. Stop comparing. Yes. The comparison has to stop. We need to empower one another, not tear each other down or feel like we need to compare everything to everybody else's. We live in a society that teaches us to suppress so many emotions and to push things away, and that we're not this like perfect being, but really, I love that saying, like imperfectly perfect. I've loved that forever. And that's exactly what each one of you is, perfectly imperfect. Emily, you were so amazing. Thank you so much. I have definitely had to learn about boundaries and I'm still working on it. There's a lot. That's why I say to give yourself grace, to give yourself time to go through it. This isn't something that I just like learned overnight and was like, I am going to do it all now. This was a process. This was like a nice year-long process of me figuring it out. And sometimes these change. Give yourself grace if your values change. That's okay, because we also adjust. We learn things, we grow every single day. And so remember that as well. And so louder for the people in the back. Abundance is your fucking birthright. Yeah, yeah, it is. Beautifully said. We love you. You're doing such a great job. Thank you. And I love that. I do. Okay. So guys, I am going to go into my giveaways because I'm so excited. I'm so excited. But first, okay. So I have 4 giveaways. And I'm going to save the 2 for last. But I actually wrote these numbers down because I was worried that I wasn't going to have a pen. I was prepared, Sally, over here. But these ones, okay, this one might be like, so I'm very much of a like a personal development junkie, which is the same with like Kiki, where I absolutely love to read. I love to dive into like novels and books that really just like empower me and bring out this higher next level version of me. And so I'm going to give away a copy of this that I will send directly to you. This is the Desire Map. So this is all about creating, so it's a guide to creating goals with soul. Knowing how you want to feel is the most potent clarity you can have. Generating those feelings is the most powerful thing you can do with your life. Now, the first half of this book is all about like how to create your desire map. Now, the second part of the book is like a journal. So it's like this, there's like prompt questions, there's things to get you really thinking about what this next level life is, what you want. And so highly recommend. And I was like, I need to give away a copy of this because like this is powerful. So I need a, oh dear. I'm gonna do it to myself again. I lost my pen. I only have 2 numbers written down. Oh, whew, we're safe, guys. Safe. I found a pen. Okay. So this one, I'm gonna give away this one, and we're gonna go between numbers 1 and 15. Now, I don't want you to list the numbers yet. Please wait. Please wait. I'm going to write it down. Okay. In 3, 2, 1, go. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Nope. 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 Oh, yeah. Yes. Number 5. Is it Fabiana? I want to make sure I say that right. Because
Okay. I'm writing it down, by the way, Kara.
Thank you. So make sure you send your info over to Michelle.
I have it.
Just kidding. We're fine. Okay. Just kidding. Well, congratulations. This is exciting. So I will send that to you. Now, for those that are mamas on here, I got these specially made for my coaching business. Now these were made for my coaching clients. There's a designer that I know who I'm friends with in where I live in Regina. I live in Saskatchewan. I live in Canada, guys. And so she made these beautiful, beautiful journals, and it says "Ambitious Mom" on it. So on the inside, it's a little bit different. It's not set up like the same. They're just like these dotted lines. It is incredible. These are beautiful. She also hand signed the inside of it, and she tells you to make it happen. So this, so pretty. That is going to be a number between, let's do 15 and 30. Let's make it fun. 15 and 30. And I'm going to write this number down. I didn't show you the other number. I'll do that after, guys. So between 15 and 30. Okay, in 3, 2, 1, go. Nope. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Emily, you did it. Oh, no. Oh, shit. It's number 27. Okay. So that would be
Crystal.
Yes. Sorry, guys. I didn't see 27. Emily, if I got you so excited, I'm so sorry. I'm like, I'm here for it. I'm here. But congratulations. So see you guys. Number 5 is right here. 17 here. Thanks, Emily, for being such an honest person. Crystal totally had it. Well, I got a little overexcited. But being honest. Okay. So I will get your information from Michelle after. Okay, so those are the 2 journals that journal and notebook that I'm giving away. Now, I have 2 30-minute coaching consultations that I am also giving away. So, as Kiki had said earlier too, this is also for the woman who wants to work with a coach, who is ready to up level, who's ready to dive deep and talk about all these things to just up level in her life. So I have 2 of these to give away, which I'm super pumped about. We're going to do numbers again. I feel like I should do like fruit, but there's like so many fruit. Like when they were talking about that with Emily, so I was like, yeah, let's do fruit. I'm like, no, that is so complicated. There's a lot of fruit. So we're just going to do numbers, guys. So this will be a number between, we'll do 1 and 15. Yeah. 1 and 15 and 3, 2, 1, go. Nope. Nope. I'm like really watching these numbers like a hawk now. Emily, it's you this time. It's number 1. You are so welcome. Thank you. This is fun. This giveaway part is like the funnest thing. I'm like, take all my gifts. Okay, so I have one other coaching consult that I'm going to also give away, and we will do numbers between, let's do between 10 and 20. In 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, yeah, it's 14. Yeah. You guys are like so fast. I'm like trying to keep up with this and going way faster than my eyeballs can keep up. Okay.
14, that was Crystal. Okay.
Yes. Okay. And all these numbers are on here, guys. See, it's like 1, 5, 14, 17. You're fine. We're good. So thank you guys. I can't wait to connect with you guys further. I can't wait to just dive in deeper with you guys. And so thank you so much for spending your evening and listening to me. This was great. Be real with you. I was kind of like sweating.
Did you already go through your offers?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
Thanks.
I was like, I don't know if I'm just like forgetting already.
No, you guys. Oh my gosh. Okay, I was just getting overexcited. Okay, so currently I am running round 2 of a program that I called the Prosperous and Wealthy Mindset Academy. So early bird pricing is on right now. I've added an additional $50 off for the ladies who are in this. So there is not only $111 savings, but another $50 savings. So that is $161 savings for this program. Now, I want to talk about it because the investment for early bird is, oh, Jesus Lord, I can't even think right now. So early bird is $333, but then you get the $161 off. So that's for early bird. That's only available until January 7th. And so this is also exclusive to you guys for the additional savings. Now I'm going to explain the program a little bit. So the Prosperous and Wealthy Mindset Academy has to do with wealth and abundance. So this takes you from lack and scarcity to wealth and abundance. This allows you to move through any fears that you have surrounding receiving wealth to receiving abundance. We literally flip the script of any limiting beliefs that you have. We talk about, so in this program, we talk about also just being extremely real with where your finances are and with where your financial wealth is. We talk about wealthy vision boards instead of the limiting budget. The word budget is very limiting. And so We really dive deep into this like next level version of you, who she is, how she acts, what she does, what she's passionate about, everything between energetics, boundaries and values, loving yourself, what wealth actually is, what a desire is. We really dive freaking deep. And so what are you guys talking about down here? Katie laughing at my
always
face.
laughs at my face, and she was like dying in her corner looking at my face.
I was like, what's happening over here? You guys all laughing at me.
I looked at Michelle and her face. So I started laughing, and I was like, I need to shut myself off.
This is a constant thing, like every time.
Well, you guys are funny. But the Prosperous and Wealthy Mindset Academy is also going to be in an email that'll be sent out after that Kate will send out, and there's all the detailed information. There is a VIP package, which is more expensive than, it's a higher investment than what I had put here. So let me know if that is something you're interested in, because the VIP package also has like one-on-one coaching available in it. So the VIP package has personalized like boxer support for a week and a personalized coaching session. So if you're interested, there's still savings on that too. You still save $111 on that one, but the investment that I have for this one is for the regular package. Just thought I'd clarify that. I'm like, oh God, I didn't clarify that to anybody. I need to. But this program is transformational. The first round was absolutely incredible. The women who were a part of it were amazing. We have our celebration happening this coming Sunday, and it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of accountability. It's knowing who you are and just really diving deep. And so on that note, Kiki, it was amazing. Yeah, girl. So on that note, thank you guys so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kara, for all of your knowledge. You are such a relatable person, and I love that about you, because I'm just like, yes, me, please, me, like always me. So thank you for coming on here and sharing your knowledge and being so relatable. I loved your topic. I think it's such an interesting topic of boundaries and values. Love it. So thank you so much for sharing your knowledge. Thank you to all three of our speakers today for being willing to come in and share all of your knowledge. Thank you to everyone who watched this live. Thank you to everyone who will be watching the replay. Don't forget that tomorrow is day 2. We'll be starting at the same time, 5 p.m. Eastern. And Kate's like pointing, pointing at you.
Yeah, can I pop in? Like,
oh yes. Go ahead, talk.
I'm sorry. She makes me laugh just looking at her face. Okay. So Kara's link is in the comments right now for her amazing program. So please, if you're interested in it, it's right there in the comments. Check it out. Click on it. She would be more than happy to talk to you guys, chat with you about it. And it's also going to be in that email that is going to be sent right after we pop off. Whenever Michelle finishes talking after I interrupted her. Sorry. Love you. Bye. But it's going to be sent right after this session ends, and everything from every speaker is going to be in that email with social links if you want to connect with them, or if you have questions to ask about their offers itself with the links, minus Kiki's, because you need to connect with her directly for her amazing offers. And yeah, I think that's all. Yeah, that's all I need. Okay, thanks, bye.
Okay, thanks, bye. And welcome to day 2 of Attracting an Abundant Life Summit. Thank you so much for tuning in. We are so happy to have you here. If you were here yesterday for day 1, welcome back. If you're here brand new for day 2, welcome. We are so happy that you were able to make it today. And so today we have 3 guest speakers that are going to speak on different topics. If you missed yesterday's, please go watch the replay. I'm not sure, Kate, did you send it out yet? No way. Just at the end. Okay. You'll get the replay, I'm assuming, tomorrow for both days. So yes. Hi, welcome. We're so excited that you're here. And let's jump right in. So our first guest speaker tonight is Mindy Hancock. And she is a mindset and life coach with a master's degree in counseling. She's also the founder of the Busy Babe Group and the Bold Ambition podcast. She's a wife, teacher, and a mom to a furry baby. She specializes in coaching the busy woman who wants to rock her full-time career and side hustle with ease. And Mindy today will be talking about the power of saying no. And I'm so excited to hear this because I honestly feel like that's one of my biggest challenges is saying no. So let's go in. You can take it all over, Mindy.
Awesome, awesome. Hello, hello. Hope everyone can hear me, see me, all the things. But I am going to jump right in. But before I really jump in, I wanted to, hold on just a second. I want to make sure I'm in the right view. I wanted to kind of give you a background of who I am. And she did give a short bio, but I kind of wanted to, yay, Kara. I'm trying not to get super sidetracked with the comments, but there will be times I will say that when I speak, my style is a lot of like, I like to ask you questions. I want you to answer. I want you to be engaged. So if you're listening and you're able to chat with me, I would greatly appreciate it when I ask you to, just because it helps me, and I like to see what your thought processes are as well. So first and foremost, my name is Mindy Hancock. Yes, she said I am a teacher to tiny humans. I teach 5-year-olds all day long, but I am living my best life on Christmas break right now. I go back tomorrow on a Friday. What is this life? I don't know why. But anyway, beside the point, yes, I'm a teacher. I have a master's in counseling. I'm a mindset and life coach, primarily for the busy woman who is trying to rock her 9-to-5 or side hustle. But not all of my clients have both. Some are just in network marketing or just have their own entrepreneurial journey. But I'm definitely here for the busy woman. So with that being said, I will kind of give you a little bit of background about me. I was in network marketing for about 3 years, and I loved every single minute of it. I kind of, at that point, there was a point in my life that I was like, this is what I'm doing forever. I love it. It's the best thing ever. And then I started to feel this shift. I started to feel a change. I didn't really know what it was. And I began to, well, first, before I began to listen to it, I began to ignore it. And then I started listening to it and kind of went down the path of self-development, personal growth. And that's, fast forward a little bit, hired my coach. And she helped bring out some things inside of me that I really had not listened to in a while. And so that kind of led me down the coaching journey and where I am today, launched the podcast, all that stuff, super fun. So yes, I work a full-time job. Yes, I have a side business, and I've always done that in some sense, whether it be network marketing or I've taught online as well. Like I've done all kinds of things. So I definitely know what it feels like to be busy. And so when it comes to saying no, I definitely want to talk on this because this is something that I struggled with a lot. And then when I realized that I was busy all the time because I had a full-time job, a lot of time, there was a big period of the time I had a full-time job. I had my own business. I was in grad school. Like I was doing so much, but I didn't know how to say no to anyone. So then what would happen is I would find that not only would I start saying yes to everything, or I would, if somebody presented something, ask me to do something at work or take on a different responsibility, or whatever the case may be, I would find that I would end up in that burnout stage. So I realized that it wasn't serving me, and I had to figure out a better way. It took a lot of work. It took a lot of patience. It took a lot of just really tapping into what I am available for and what I'm not available for, so that I could figure out what exactly I wanted and what I was going, like what was more important to me. Where did I need to show up the best at? So that is where I really started to feel so much power around the art of saying no. So the first thing I want to say is, so earlier, if you're just popping on, I said that my teaching style is a lot of like interactive, engaging kind of thing. I don't know if it's the teacher in me. I ask my kids questions all day long. So I don't know if that's just my nature, but I am going to ask you questions. If you want to unmute yourself and you want to say your answers, that's fine. If you want to put them in the chat box, I'm here for that too. Whatever you're comfortable with, I'm comfortable with too. But I wanted to ask you first and foremost, before we really dive in, how are you at saying no currently? What is this like for you? What is it, something that you struggle with? So like, let's say that you're at your job or whatever the case may be, somebody might present you with something and ask you to do something. If you know you don't want to do it, or you don't need to do it, or it's not going to serve you in the best way, do you say yes anyway? Or do you, because you're fearful of what's going to happen? Or how are you right now currently at saying no? Yeah. So definitely struggle with saying no. It's something I've always struggled with. Melanie says it's hard for me. There's guilt for sure. Jessica, depends on the situation and who's asking, for sure. Definitely. I agree. I'll touch on that in just a second. Over the past few years, I've learned to say no to toxic people. Absolutely. I struggle with saying no because I feel like I need to do all the things all the time. Yes. Yes. I agree with you, Kate. I still struggle from time to time saying no. Sometimes it's easy. Others, it's really hard. I love saying yes to people I love, for sure. Just recently, I've been learning to say no to people I love when it's burning me out. I think it's rooted in fear of rejection and the need to be accepted. Absolutely, Melanie. So I wanted to say, first, I want to go back to Jessica said, it depends on the situation who's asking. And that is so true. And there's so many cases that you really want, it's going to come down to you evaluating your current situation. So for me, when I was, let's say, teaching full-time, going to grad school full-time, had a business on the side, and I had all of these things going on, and I knew that if I said yes to, even if it was something I love my mom, I love her to death, I love my brother, I love my sister, but there were some things that maybe they said, hey, can you watch my niece and nephew? Can you watch my kids today? My sister might say that. And I love them to pieces. Like, I would do anything for those kids. But if I had a 20-page paper to write, I mean, what's my current situation and how is this going to serve me? If I'm keeping 2 children, am I going to be able to write a 20-page paper? If I'm keeping 2 children and I know that I have some prior engagement in my business or my job that this is going to take away from, and I'm not going to be able to give 100%, then I had to figure out a way to say no. So here's what I want to ask you. When you are saying yes, so right now we have a problem saying yes. Some of us have started to kind of say no to some things. It depends on the situation, or you started saying no to toxic people in your life. But you do love saying yes. Emily says she loves saying yes to the people that she loves. And I get that. Like, I love my family and I love my friends, and I want to help them. I think by women, our nature is to nurture. We want to help. We want to do whatever we can for others. And that's just our nature. But sometimes if we're giving too much to other people, we're not doing what we need to do for ourselves. So then we're just depleting our energy. That's when we start down that path of overwhelm and burnout. So I want to ask you, when you are saying yes to all of the things, what happens? I want you to think back about a time when you were super overwhelmed. What did it look like for you? And like, what were you saying yes to? What were those things like? And if you want to unmute yourself or chat, whatever you want to do, it completely stressed you out. Yes, Kelly. Burnout, not getting the important things done. Mm-hmm. For sure. I was saying yes to everything. I was feeling overwhelmed. I feel icky, resentful. Ooh, yeah. Putting me aside to do things for others. I usually felt burnout with no time for myself. That leads to anxiety and depression. 100%. Massive resentment. Yes, massive resentment. And that's what happens. So we begin to decide that others' needs come before our own. And if you are a mother, I am not a mother, but anxiety that I'm not honoring my boundaries. Absolutely, Melanie. So what I want to say to that is, a lot of you may be a mother. I know some of you are, some of you aren't, but we give and give and give and give and give. As a mother, you give all the time. So when you're constantly putting other people's needs, not just your children, because then people are asking you to help them or do things, or your sister's asking you this, your mom's asking you this, your brother, your boss, your neighbor, whatever, they're asking you to do things. And then you're already giving so much energy. You begin to put your needs after theirs. You began to, bless you, Kate, I saw you sneeze. So bless you. So you begin to put others' needs before yours. So then what happens is you reach the state of burnout. And when we're in the state of burnout, nothing happens. Nothing good comes from burnout, other than the realization that what you're doing is wrong. What you're doing is not serving you. That's the only thing that good will come out of burnout. But for me, what I realized is that not only was I burned out, I started to resent, just like Crystal said, and some of you said, you begin to resent everything that is around you. Like, so whenever someone asks you to do something and it comes time to do it and you don't have the energy, and you know that you don't have the energy, you don't have the time, you don't have the space, you don't have the want, but you said yes anyway. So now you're in it, and you go to do it, or you go to this, whatever it is, the event, or to help someone or whatever it is, and you're already resenting them or the whole situation before you get there. And then when you're already resenting the situation, you're already resenting the person, and they didn't do anything. They just asked for your help or asked for something from you, and you said yes. So instead of honoring yourself and saying, okay, can I take this on? No or yes. And if the answer is no, if you said yes anyway, and you begin to resent them or resent the situation, no matter what you do, no matter how hard you try to show up, you will not give 100% when you're in it. Whatever it is, whether it be something you're doing at work or at home or wherever it is that you're having to show up because you said yes when you probably should have said no, you are not going to give 100%. It's not going to happen. So, hello, Kiki. No worries. So, so the next thing, when we're in this overwhelmed state, we're in this burnout state. I think it was Kara that mentioned anxiety and depression. Yes, that's when we find that anxiety. We find this depression state. We find that when we're stressed out, that is when not only when we're stressed out and we're anxious and we have all of these things on our plate and we don't know how to do them all and we're just tired of living that way, what happens is something has to give. Something has to give in your life. And what usually happens for us women is the easiest thing to give is ourselves. The easiest thing to give up is taking care of you. Whether it be, eating, like if you start finding yourself going through a drive-through versus cooking a healthy meal because it's faster, it's easier, and you don't have the time. You don't have 20, 30 minutes to cook a meal because you have way too much going on now. You've committed too many things all at once. Okay. So you begin to not take care of yourself. You begin to forget about you. You're not taking care of your body. If you usually move your body, you probably find yourself not moving your body as much. It trickles into all areas of your life. So the first thing that's going to go is always you. I know for myself, that's the first thing that goes. Why? Because nobody's going to say anything to you. Nobody's going to say anything. It's me. I'm hurting myself. I'm not hurting anyone else when I'm not taking care of myself. Eventually it's going to catch up to me. Yes. And Melanie, it becomes this domino effect. Absolutely. So what happens is we begin to take time away from ourselves so that we can show up in other places. But then when we're not taking care of ourselves, the other places that we really need to show up, whether it be for our business or we are showing up for our full-time job or we're showing up for our children or we're showing up for as a wife or a girlfriend or whatever we're trying to show up and we really need to show up in those spaces, we can, but it's not going to be 100% of you. You're not going to be able to be your best self when you're giving every ounce of your energy and you're forgetting about you. You're forgetting about the most important person. And I know that like your children, if you have children, are so important to you. Your family is important to you. I get it. But you are important too. And I know we've talked about self-care as well, but at the same time, like if you aren't remembering how important you are, you're not going to be able to serve anyone from that space. No one is going to be able to be served by you, whether it be your children aren't going to get the 100% mom. They're going to get the mom that's tired and burnt out. Your job is going to get that woman that comes to work every day and she's burned out and she's tired and she's resentful that she even has to be there. She doesn't want to be there, right? So as the saying goes, you can't give from an empty cup. That's so, so true. You can't. It's impossible. I mean, you can try, but it's not pretty usually. So I want you to think now that we know that it's taking away from you because that's the easiest thing that happens. The easiest way or the first thing that happens is we take away from ourselves. The second thing, I want you to think about how it affects others around you. So now that you're affecting yourself, nobody notices that because that's you. But if you continue, the next thing is it's going to trickle into other areas and affect other people in your life. So who might it affect? It might affect you can't be present with your children. True, Melanie. It might affect your children. It might affect your spouse. It might affect your parents. It might affect your friends. So I think too, a lot of times for me, I remember like I have these friends, but I could not commit to hanging out with them because I felt like what if I had an ounce of time, I was so tired and so exhausted and so burned out, I literally could just fall out. I was done. I had nothing left inside of me to give. So I completely neglected relationships in my life because of that, because I was not able to give anymore. So we start our spouse, our children, parents, boyfriends, girlfriends, whatever, it starts to trickle down. So when that happens, what happens? What does that look like? What does it look like when now you are not just affecting yourself, you're affecting others around you? What does that look like? And go. What does that look like? I can so much relate to that after 2 years working 16 hours with no days off. It's taking me forever to catch up with my energy. Yeah, hurt, chaos. You feel more like a failure 16 hours per day. Oh, that does not sound fun at all. I'm so sorry. I'm glad you're catching up on your energy now. But so, yes, hurt, chaos. You feel like a failure. There's so many things that come up at this point. And so your children may feel as though you're not present. Your spouse is going to feel that you're not present. And then in your spouse or your boyfriend or girlfriend, what's going to happen down there is it's going to trickle into your sex life. It's going to trickle into all of these areas because you can't show up and be the best you. It's not going to happen in your sex life either. It's just everything's going to suffer 100%. So it starts with you. So can you show up 100% in all areas of your life from that state? There's absolutely no way. Are you able to constantly go, do all the things, give everywhere in your life, saying yes to all the things, and do them all and do them at 100%? Probably not. It's not going to happen. It's not possible, right, Melanie? It's not possible. If you can, I want to know, because I need to know what you're doing. Because I've tried all the energy drinks, I've tried everything, and nothing works during that time of my life, like nothing worked. Nothing worked. I drank every single energy drink you could possibly imagine. Did not work. So if you're not able to show up fully, I want you to think about this in all areas. What happens? If you're not able to show up fully in your job, and then you're not able to show up fully in your side business, or if you're not able to show up in your business, if you're not able to show up at home with your spouse or with your kids, or show up with your significant other, what is it? What does that look like? What's going to happen? And without, right? It's not possible. Me too. Tell me the secret. So it's not possible. We have established that it is not possible. There is absolutely no way. There won't be any fulfillment. Absolutely, Kate. No fulfillment. None whatsoever. So we've already established that this is not going to, I'm trying to think how to say this. We've already established the fact that it's going to affect your health. It's going to affect your relationships. It's going to affect your career. It's going to affect your business. It's going to affect your sex life. It's going to affect so many things. So I want to ask you right now, Are you a yes woman? Are you a yes woman? Now I want to ask you, I know you're like, well, it depends on the situation, or I want to say yes to the ones I love, but do you tend to see that you say yes most oftentimes? No matter who it is, what it is, most oftentimes you say yes. Yeah. Very, very true. We say yes. Well, I'm working on not doing that all the time. Yeah, for sure. So the thing is, when we're constantly just saying yes, I want to ask you, why same only if it feels good and aligned? Jessica, I love that you said that. So true. It has to feel good. So we'll touch on that in just a second, but I want to ask you, yes, until very recently, I've been practicing saying no and only saying yes when I want to. Beautiful. Yes. So I want to ask you, when you're saying yes, and maybe think back to if you're saying yes to something you know there's something that you said yes to and you wish you would have said no, why did you say yes? What were the reasons behind you saying yes? Or when is it necessary to say yes? When it's necessary to say yes? Prioritizing. Okay. So why did you say yes? Didn't want anyone to be mad at me. Yeah. True. Very true. Okay. Obligated. Yes. Obligation. I didn't want to be judged or rejected. I wanted to be accepted and feel like I was valued and needed. Want to be able to please them. Obligated. Yeah. So basically, what happens is we say yes, not because we need to or we want to. We say yes out of fear of obligation. We say yes out of fear of disappointing someone that we care about. We say yes because we don't want someone to think that we aren't good enough. A lot of times we say yes to all the things because if we think that if we aren't saying yes, we're not as good as so-and-so. We're not as good as Susie over there. Maybe you're a mom and you're like, well, if I don't say yes to these things, then I'm not as good as Sally's mom. She's doing all the things. She's doing all the things that she could possibly and she's saying yes to all the things. She's volunteering at all the things at school. She's doing everything. And I don't want to look like I'm not good enough. I don't want to look like I'm not a good mom. So I say yes. Or I don't want to look like a bad employee. So I say yes to my boss because I don't want to look bad. Because we have this secret belief that our needs are less important than others. We get trapped in the comparison game. Absolutely, Jessica. That's the easiest thing to get trapped in. Easiest. So when we are, maybe we're at work and sometimes we might think that we can't say no to our boss because, hey, it's our boss, right? Sometimes you can't. Like, I'm just going to say there are times that, like, maybe you can't say no to your boss and your boss, it's like, it's just something you have to do. I get it. But if we're saying yes to something at work because we want to look as good as a peer, that doesn't help us, right? It doesn't help. So we're constantly looking. Sometimes we say yes because we're like, if I say yes, then I'm going to be like on the same level as her or same level as them because I am doing all of the things. But what's funny is a lot of times these people that are saying yes to all the things aren't showing that they are actually burned out and stressed out. But behind closed doors, they're done. They're no different than you. They can't do all the things just like you can. As much as they want you to, they're portraying on social media, they're portraying when you go to these things and you see them and they look like they have it all together. They don't. Nobody does. I mean, let's just be real. They can't do it. And they're trying to portray that they can, just like we all probably have at some point. We all have probably thought, okay, I got this. And then you have those, I've had so many people come up to me and say, how do you do it all? And I remember when I was in that space of like, oh, I don't know how, like, I would be like, oh, I don't know. It's just, I just do it. I just love it. And then now I'm like, no. And so when people ask me now, how do you do this? How do you have time for your side business? How do you have time for coaching? It really is because it lights me up. It's not because I have to. It's not because I'm obligated. It's because I really love what I do. So there's a difference between being obligated and having a busy life, and obligated and having all of these things that you have to do and that are on your plate, and being busy with the things that you love, busy with the things that light you up. Okay. So that is definitely, okay, I'm just reading, making sure I did not miss anything there in the comments. Okay. So what if you said no to something? So if there was something, total difference in energy with those two. Absolutely. Absolutely. There's like, and the thing is, I hate the term fake it till you make it. But we can do that. We can fake it till we make it all day long. All day long, we can do that. But at some point, you can make it look real good. You can make it look real good from the outside. But when you go home, then you're behind closed doors and nobody sees you. And, Instagram isn't live or Facebook's not live and nobody's seeing what's going on behind closed doors, you are done. You're drinking a glass of wine and you're like, I can't do this anymore. And then what happens is, a lot of times what happened for me is I came to a breaking point. It's like done. Like literally something has to give right now. Something has to give. And that's really a hard state to be in, because it becomes this like, you have to break something off right now or I'm going to flip the F out. That's pretty much like something has to give right now. And we don't really want to get to that state. Sorry, I'm like this is like my natural state right here. I sit like this all the time, this way, or like crisscross applesauce, because I teach 5-year-olds. So basically, I love that you're laughing at me, Kate. I do sit crisscross applesauce. So we literally we cannot get ourselves to that state. When we're in that state, it becomes this like survive. What if you already got to the stage of something has to give? If you're there at this point, then something has to give. I'm just being honest. If you're there and you've already reached that point, then you gotta figure out what's gonna have to give. I've gotten to that point way too many times in my life, and I'm so done doing that. Yes, I say the same thing to my kids. Yes. So if you know, first of all, that you've been there and it sucks, or if you know that you're there right now and you're like, I don't know how I'm going to do this. I cannot continue down this road. I love that we're sitting the same, Jessica. Hello. I saw you sit down. I'm like, this is my natural state. Everybody put your knee up. So I literally, Facebook Lives are like this, podcast interviews are like this. This is the way I hang out. So anyway, it is. It's so comfy. I love it. This is the way I sit. Yes. So anyway, I don't even know. Okay. So if you're at that point where you're like, something's got to give, you're in this like survival state. That's where you're at. And when you're in that survival state, nothing really clear comes through. You begin to it's like, okay, I have to survive. So what am I going to do? So a lot of times that's when we make like really rash decisions. We cut off something crazy, or we break up with a friend, or we do something super crazy. But there's no joy there. Absolutely. There's no joy. So at that point, if you are at that spot, Fabiana, survival mode often leads to fight or flight. Absolutely. Absolutely. So at that point, if you're already there, it's time to take a deep breath. Don't make a crazy, irrational decision. What you need to do is evaluate your current situation. Evaluate it. I'm a very visual person. I write things out. I have to write them out to have them make sense for me. So for me, if I am in that situation, I'm going to write out all the things that I have going on. I'm going to sit down. I've even said, okay, why do I like this? Or why do I love doing this? Or why do I not? Pros and cons. And then trying to figure out, okay, if there is something that I can give up, what can I give up at this point? what would I be okay with walking away from? Because that's where we can't do it in an instant. And that's what usually happens. We're like, make it stop. And so we just like, done. And I've done it, and it's not a good place to be. So you have to really come from like, you have to take a deep breath. You have to breathe and really evaluate. And that's where like, I mean, it has to be done so that for me, there was one point that I was teaching full-time, teaching online, had a side business in grad school, like doing all the things. And I hit that point, and it's like, what do you do? So what did I do? I just quit showing up for my online teaching job. Was that the best teacher thing that I could do? No, but I was like, my energy, and that was like the irrational like way of doing it. That was like, I'm going to take care of it right now. And instead of like, okay, how can I go about this? Maybe I need to work, one more week and then be done, like whatever I need to do. I don't advise like just doing it that way. But at that point I was done. I had to be done with it. So you have to evaluate and say, okay, what is serving me in this point? What am I not able to give up? And what am I able to give up? Because if we're not able to give something up because it's our livelihood, or it's like lights you up and you love it so much and you would never want to give it up, then that's one thing. But if if you're trying not to let it go because you're fearful of what others will think, or you're fearful of how it's going to affect someone else, or you're fearful of, they're not going to look at you the same, then that's probably what you need to give up. Because that's where your resentment's coming in, and you're only holding on to it out of fear of obligation. So what happens is we hold on to things that we don't want to. So that is what you need to give up, the thing that you feel the most resentment towards. So then at that point, that's where my girl Rachel Hollis always says, other people's opinions of you are none of your business. So that's where you have to think, okay, I have to stop. This has to stop. I may disappoint someone. I may, hurt someone's feelings. They may think I'm a flake. They may think, all kinds of stuff. But you know what? I'm honoring me, and I'm standing up for myself, and I'm standing up for what I can handle and what I can't. And just because I can't handle this does not make me less than. Because I'm stepping into my power and I'm saying that I can't handle this actually makes me more powerful. So you have to really, mic drop. So you have to really be able to be aware. It's all about self-awareness and like really understanding what it is that you are available for. So when I say what you're available for, like you can say all day long, I'm only available for good stuff. I'm only available for happiness. I'm great. But you have to be real with yourself too. Like, I'm only available to fly first class. Like, sure. But who wouldn't want to do that? But you have to be real with yourself and be very self-aware as to what you can handle and what you can't. Oh, I love that you're loving this, Kate. I am like a rare form of myself right now. Okay, so giving yourself permission to say no. That is something that is all about, when I just said stepping into your power, whether it be walking away from something, or whether it be something that's presented to you and you're like, probably that's not going to work for me. I'm going to have to say no. Two things. Number one, step into your power and know that it's okay to say no. Number two, you have to be bold when you're doing it. Like it's all about being bold and knowing that you're okay. You're going to get through this. And once you say no, first of all, a weight is going to be lifted. And number three, you are not required to give a reason. You are not required by any means to say why you can't. And I think a lot of times I have always felt that I needed to, in order to say no, that I needed an alibi. Like, oh, I can't because I'm going to be here, here, and here. I'm going to be this place, or I'm going to be that place, or I can't because I have this obligation. And like, I always felt like I had to have an alibi of some sort and some way to justify my reasoning. And it doesn't make sense. You don't have to explain yourself. You don't need a reason. You don't need to tell anybody why. Yeah, an alibi. I always feel like I need to have a reason. And when I don't, I can't back out from saying yes. Exactly. And the fact is, you don't have to have a reason, and you don't have to explain yourself ever. You can simply say, this is not going to work for me. I apologize. Whatever it is. You can say, thank you for the opportunity, but this is not going to work for me right now. And I've had to learn, this is in so many different aspects. So even in business. So if you run a business, even for me in podcasting, like I just today had to reach out to a girl and say, hey, I love what you're doing. And I love everything that you're showing up on social media. But when we recorded the podcast and I listened to it back, it really wasn't like, it wasn't you. It wasn't what you portray yourself to be on social media. And it might've been nerves, but I'm just going to tell you, I'm very respectful and very mindful, and I'm very protective of my audience. So I am not going to release our episode because I don't feel like it's in alignment, and I wish you the best. And I think that you're great. And I would love to maybe work with you in the future, but just for now, I want you to take this as like, something that you can utilize and in future engagements. But I don't have to release the episode just because we recorded it and just because I invited her into my space. My audience is they're my people, right? So if you listen to my podcast, you're my people. But I mean, I can't be just releasing anything. Yes, I mean, that's just yes, I had to. And today also, I have a podcast interview scheduled coming up, and I was just in my gut. That's what I want to say too. In your gut, your gut, your intuition is always telling you. And we've talked about God, we've talked about the universe, we've talked about intuition, whatever it is telling you what to do. So for me, I have this podcast interview coming up, and every time I see this person on my schedule, I'm like, I don't know. So today I was just like, I'm going to go back in, I'm going to relook at all of her stuff, make sure it really feels good. And I was like, you know what? This in my gut is telling me that it's not the right decision. So today, again, 2 conversations I had to have. I had to message the girl and say, hey, look, I love what you're doing, but I'm going to have to cancel our interview because I am just kind of going in a different direction with the podcast, and I don't feel like it aligns with my message or my audience, but I, wish you all the best. It's not just because I put it on the calendar, I have to. Yes, absolutely. Queen of protecting my energy. Put my crown on. Because, yes, and it's all about protecting your energy. Because it just because it's on my calendar does not, I write it in pencil for a reason. If it doesn't feel good, it's just gonna have to move. And sometimes it's all about, even for me and my clients, like I tell my clients the same thing. If today you are not in the space to have a coaching call with me, you let me know, because we're honoring both of our energies here. We don't need to have it. Like if you're not in it, I'm not in it today, then don't do it. If I'm sick, I'm gonna honor your energy. So it's all about just honoring your energy, but also the people that you're going to surround yourself with. So I think any questions on saying no? But I do have a challenge for you. Challenge. I like a challenge. I want you to look ahead at maybe what you have committed yourself to, or maybe what you have coming up, and maybe you don't really want to do it and you said yes anyway, or maybe there's nothing on your account and maybe there's nothing coming up, or in the next week or so something happens and something gets presented to you and you really don't want to do it, and you feel that gut feeling and you're like, I don't think I want to do this. Then I want you to say no. I challenge you to say no. And I challenge you to do it without giving a reason. I challenge you to do it with just a simple no. No, thank you. Thanks for the opportunity. Thank you. Goodbye. Like no reason, just done. Okay? And when you do it, I want you to message me. If you don't follow me on Facebook or Instagram already, you can find me and you can tell me. I want to know. I want to know that you said no, or that you if you are already obligated to something that makes you in your gut, every time you think about it, you're like, ugh, I do not want to do that. Do not want to go there. I do not want to do that. I want you to tell me. I want you to tell me, and I want you to walk away from it or say no to it, and don't explain yourself, and then let me know so I can be happy and celebrate you, because it definitely takes some practice, and the more you do it. I just said no to a very big thing today. Woohoo, Kelly! Woo woo! Yay! Yay! So proud of you. So I literally did the same thing as you today. As Kate, she can vouch for me. Ooh, now I'm intrigued. Okay, so I know that I'm kind of like at my time. So real quick, we can go over. I have a couple giveaways and some offers. So we will go over offers first, and then we will do giveaways. So offers, da 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 da, drum roll please. Okay, first thing I have is I have a 3 days to rocking your career and side hustle like a boss. I have that. It's a 3-day pre-recorded training you will have access to. You will get the link here in a minute. I think she's going to post the link. It's $33. It's self-paced course. You just do it on your own. You'll get all the links sent to you, and it's just all about how to create a vision, avoiding burnout, and just a little bit of time management and stuff like that. And then I have one-on-one coaching calls that I have $99, but for you guys that are in the summit, if you are feeling called to set up a consultation, they are $77. Yep, she just posted that. And the last thing that I have that I actually was not going to offer on this at all, but I decided to today, is I have, if you have not seen, I have a current mastermind going on, or not going on, but about to go on. It starts on Monday. It's going to be a very intimate setting, 5 women. That's it. The full price, regular price is $444. My early bird price, I'm honoring for the women who are in the summit. So if you are in the summit and you want to jump in, it's $33. I only have 2 spots, just 2. So I already have sold out 3, and so 2 more, and then it's done. So if you want to, yes, Kelly's in the mastermind. Woo woo, way to go, Kelly! I can't wait. So if you want to be one of the last 2 spots, $333 is the early bird price that I'm going to actually honor for the summit people. And then if you need a payment plan, I'm your girl. I got you. So don't worry. And those are the offers. Those are the offers. And then now I'm going to do a giveaway. I have 2 giveaways, 2 of the same thing, 2 one-on-one calls, coaching consults. But here's the deal. Same thing that Kiki said last night. If you know that this is not for you, how long will the mastermind take? Hours, days. Okay, the mastermind will be 8 weeks. It will be 8 weeks long. It starts on Monday. It's going to run through end of February. And then what will happen is we will have 1 weekly group call on Zoom, just like this. There will be some things there will be some work that we do within the group, but we'll have 1 call a week on Zoom. It will probably be anywhere between 60 and 90 minutes, depending upon like what happens and what goes on in there. Ooh, okay. I don't know is your first name Catherine? Am I right? Crystal. Gosh, where did I get Catherine? Okay, so Crystal, you want a spot? Okay, if you'll message me, because I don't know what if you'll find me on Facebook and just message me like, hi, and then I'll message you after this, because I don't know what your Facebook is. Yeah, Facebook is Mindy Hancock, pretty easy to find. So we're going to do 2 giveaways for a one-on-one consultation call. If you want to be a part, if you want to have the one-on-one consultation call, just like Kiki said yesterday, if you know that this is for you and you want to participate, great. If you want to gift it to someone that you feel like would want it, great. If you are not in this space where you don't want to do one-on-one coaching, then I would prefer you allow the people who want to do this to do it. Okay. Oh my gosh. Crystal. Crystal, I'm so excited for you too. We're going to have so much fun. Okay. So next thing, here we go. I'm going to give away 2 calls, and I'm going to tear out my piece of paper of my cute notebook, my Rae Dunn notebook. So cute. And we're going to start with the first one. We're just going to do one at a time, and I'm going to do numbers between 1 and, let's do 1 and 25. 1 and 25, don't go yet. I haven't even picked a number. All right, remember, only answer, do not answer yet. I have not gone yet. Have not gone yet. I will tell you, I will count you down. No, it's okay, Kelly. Okay. All right, so if you are ready, do not answer unless you want this. Got it? 1, 2, 3, go. Between 1 and 25. Nope, 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 nope. Oh, hey. Yes, got it. And it is Crystal, number 23. Okay, we're going to do one more. So Crystal, I'm going to write your name right here. So Crystal. And, okay, are we ready? Next one. Okay, hold on. I got to think of a good number. Hold on. What's a good number? We're going to do one between 1 and 25 again. Crystal's on fire. She's ready to go. All right. Now, Crystal, you are not available to win this one. Okay. So are we ready? 1, 2, 3, go. No. Nope. Man, this is taking a while. Okay, Kelly, you get it. Kelly got it. Yay, Kelly, it's number 15. Yay. You got it. Yay, Kelly. Okay, guys, so any of the offers that you that I said, if you want any of those, are in the comment section here, chat section here, that Kate put down for us. So you can either do the $33, 3 days, rock your career and side hustle like a boss. The 60-minute coaching call is on sale for $77 for those of you in the summit, and 1 spot left in the mastermind. So that's it. Yeah, I'm so excited for you guys to be here, and I cannot wait for you to listen to the next 2. Do you offer masterminds throughout the year? Honestly, Melanie, it depends. I don't know when I'll run this one again. So that's really something I can't say. Do I think that I'll run another one? Probably at some point, but I don't know when. So if you're feeling called, I would say leap, but if not, totally understand. Okay. Thank you guys. Oh, yay.
Okay, guys. So, Mindy, holy mic drop. You're fantastic. My goodness. This topic, guys, Mindy is so freaking passionate about this topic. I've heard her speak on this a few times, and she continues to blow my freaking mind. So, this was incredible. You are amazing, Mindy. And Crystal, look at you winning all the stuff, all the things. Holy. This lady's on fire, like I said before. This is amazing. And so I am super excited to announce our second speaker of the evening. And she's smiling and dancing. I love it. So you guys, Kate Dwinell is our next speaker. Now, Kate is a mindset coach and the founder of Breaking Through Emotional Eating. So this is a community on Facebook, which is amazing. Join it. And she is a wife, dog mom, and an avid coffee drinker, and specializes in coaching emotional eaters to find food freedom and break through their body struggles. Kate is amazing. I can't wait to hear this. So Kate, take it away.
Oh my gosh. Hi, hello, friends. I'm so freaking pumped to just be talking to you guys today. Hi, hello. Oh my gosh. Hi, friends. I'm so pumped. Okay, so Thank you for the introduction, guys. Thank you all for being here. I'm so freaking excited. We've all been working so dang hard on this summit for a few months, and it's kind of crazy to actually be here and to be talking to you guys. I'm kind of a little nervous. But I'm so pumped, and I'm so excited to talk to you guys. This is something I'm super duper passionate about, and I'm going to be talking all about a healthy relationship with food today. So let me give you a quick backstory about me and who the heck I am and why the heck I'm here. So I have struggled with emotional eating, binge eating and purging, body image, and just confidence issues for the longest time. And if you have to, can I get an amen? I feel you on a soul freaking level. But I've struggled with it for so many years. I started at the age of like probably 13. I was dieting already. And I was just stuck in this constant cycle of forever feeling like, oh, food's controlling me. I'm never going to be the pretty girl. I'm never going to be the prettiest kid, because I was always what they called growing up the big boned kid. I was always the chubbier girl. I was always the bigger girl. And I was bullied for forever through school. I was bullied through my family. I was always being told like, oh, you shouldn't eat that. You're going to gain weight. Oh, you should eat this because you'll lose weight. Oh, you can't look like that because you're going to be like all these insert XYZ. Anyway, I don't want to go into a whole spiel of that, but you guys know what I mean. Like, I was bullied through my whole life, and I just struggled with just my body image for the longest time. I ended up hating myself. I hated being controlled by food. I just hated feeling like I was forever stuck in this cycle of never leaving food being my controller. It was just this constant thing, and just struggling with an eating disorder was so freaking hard and so freaking tough. But now I'm kind of grateful for it. I'm not really grateful for it, but I'm grateful that I can help people now get out of what I struggled with, because I had to go through a whole mindset transformation, because I am a mindset coach. I don't coach on nutrition as much. I touch nutrition just a smidge, but I touch on mindset, because that's when I saw the whole transformation in my actual like eating disorder to actually being free from my eating disorder was the mindset shift and the mindset transformation. Sorry, my heater is on and it's getting so hot in here. But that's when I saw the actual huge shift in my whole transformation, was when I focused on the mindset, when I focused on self-worth, when I focused on self-love. And I don't want to dive into self-love because Michelle's got that covered next after me. When I dived into my confidence, when I dived into why I was actually feeling all of these feelings and why I was stuck in this old story about how my family taught me to like always be afraid of food, always be afraid of body image, and never feeling comfortable in my skin. So I had to go through that transformation, and that's kind of sort of where I'm here now. I'm on the other side. I freaking adore myself. I love myself, and I'm not saying that in an egotistical way, because I freaking adore me. So, and I really hope for everybody out there to feel the same way. Oh, thanks, Michelle. Oh my gosh, I'm not keeping up with these comments. I'm sorry. I'm not able to come up with the next bit, but I'm listening. I remember my stick-thin friend coming over and telling my mom one day that she couldn't eat something because she was on diet. Y'all, we were 7. Oh my gosh, it's so freaking true. It's so true. Oh my gosh. Oh, that's so sad. I could go on forever about parents and their children and diets and stuff like that, but I don't want to get caught in that. But I do have a whole list of stuff I want to talk about today, and if I talk super fast, or if there's something you want me to dive into, please let me know. I just wanted to make sure I could talk about all the things, but I love diving into a topic, and I love getting like into the nitty gritty. And if you need help as well, please shoot and be vulnerable as you can. I love to talk to you guys. So let me just dive in what I have today. So like they said, I coach women who struggle with emotional eating, binge eating and purging, disordered eating, body image issues, confidence issues, and women who struggle with loving themselves. So I touch on very sensitive topics in my coaching, topics people are usually terrified to speak up on, and topics that are usually don't ask, don't tell type of things. But I coach on these topics because they need to be discussed. They need to be heard so we can heal and move on. They don't need to be a don't ask, don't tell anymore. They need to be heard so we can all heal themselves and move on, because one day I really do wish my job wouldn't be available for people, because that means nobody would struggle with eating disorders and emotional eating and things like that, which I love my job. I freaking adore it. But like, one day my goal is to hopefully nobody ever has to struggle the way I used to struggle as well. So that's my ultimate goal in life, but that's a total tangent. But this needs to be shed some light on this darkness, because this needs to be talked about. People need to know they feel like they're not alone. And that's why I'm here, because I coach on like a different kind of different than other people, because I kind of coach super positive. I like to crack jokes, and I like to be super goofy with topics like this, because it opens up this whole new like room of like, oh, we can be funny, but we can also be super serious about it. So I really I want to touch on that before I dive in, because I might crack a few jokes and I might be super loud and I might be super funny, but it's because I like to really open up and make it a very super flowy conversation where you can be your true self and we can have this as an open conversation and an open platform. And also that as well, before I'm giving you guys a trigger warning, if you have struggled with emotional eating, binge eating, or eating disorders, I will say some stuff that is very triggering. And this, I just want to say too, this is a very safe space for you guys to open up and be yourself. We all love you, we support you, and we're here for you. This is a no judgment zone. So if you want to talk and be vulnerable, please, I would literally appreciate it. And I love the crap out of you for doing that. That was a big blurb, but I love you guys. Okay, Mindy said, I have been told since I was little, got stuck in my stomach and I was ingrained. Yes. Oh my gosh. I literally went shopping with my mom the other day and she was like, that makes you look fat. And I was like, thanks, mom. Thanks, mom. That's what I grew up with. So I feel you on a soul level, Mindy. Okay. So with that being said, I want to start this off on a lighter note before we get down into the nitty gritty and like the super duper deep stuff. And if you get this quote, I love you so much, you know this iconic movie and you can sit with us. So I can't see all of you, so I'm about to tell you to raise your hand. If you want to just raise your hand in the comments and say yes. So raise your hand if you've ever been personally victimized by food. And super quotes, if you guys can tell me where you get that quote from, please. Thank you if you know, because I've been super excited about it. Okay, deal. Yes. Okay. I was so hyped when I was like making this speech. I was like, oh, that's my opener and I hope people get it. So yay. Okay. So yes, I feel you guys at all. It was filmed at my high school back home. Oh my gosh, that's so fun, Kiki. Oh, that's really cool. I like learning that. Okay, so if you have, I feel you on a soul freaking level, and it seems like a lot of us have, and I bet a lot of other people feel you too, but nobody freaking talks about it. So I hope you guys can walk away with some clarity from this training today, because we're gonna dive some freaking deep. And please, if you want to dive deeper on a topic, please pause me, because I get so freaking pumped about this and so like, oh, I just love this stuff so much. Well, I don't love it, but I love it. But you know what I guys mean. So today we're going to be chatting about how having a healthy relationship with food, but not about the nutrition side. Like I said, I'm not a nutritionist. I'm a mindset coach. We're going to be focusing all about the mindset side and how it shows up in multiple aspects of your life if you don't have a healthy relationship with food. So it can show up with all things, especially with your alignment, your mindset, and cause actually some negative things with your physical body and health. We're not going to be diving into that much as well, but I just wanted to just put that out there that it can actually damage your physical health and your body. So let's backtrack real quick, because I'm a firm believer in looking back to moving forward. And let's chat about ways that people can develop or create an unhealthy relationship with food. And there are several reasons that I hear a lot, and there's more reasons that I can even talk about, because there's just a billion. There's a huge humongous list. Like, you can create an unhealthy relationship with food with the littlest touch that you don't even like realize. But these are the super big topics that I hear not only from myself, but from my clients and the people I talk to. And those are that you learn from your parents or adults in your life. Like we've talked about a few in the chat that you've learned with diets when you were younger. Your parents called you fat. Your parents told you to suck it. And your parents or they did quite the opposite. And they're like, oh, we're not going to teach you healthy food. Oh, you're going to eat like McDonald's 4,000 times a day and you're going to eat all of these chicken nuggets. So it can be both sides. You could have had an unhealthy relationship with food because your parents taught you how to diet, or they didn't teach you how to eat healthy. So that's some way you could do it. Or someone made a negative comment about your body or how you were eating. And this could stem back to when you were younger. So say you were on like recess or something, or like you're at lunch. Actually, lunchtime works a lot better than recess. I mean, it could do both. But anyway, we're going to go with lunchtime. Lunchtime in like your third grade, and like a mean little boy looks at you and says, you're too fat to eat that chicken nugget. And forever in your mind now, you never want to eat chicken nuggets because of that one little boy. So that can create an unhealthy relationship with you, with that one thing that's ingrained with your mind, because I've had that happen to me before too. So I feel you. And again, you were bullied. I've been bullied, so I feel you. So if you were bullied throughout your life, maybe that caused a negative relationship with food or caused an unhealthy relationship with food. Yep. Oh, that makes me so sad, Kiki. I love you. You're so amazing and your worth is so huge. Oh my gosh. And all of you too. Like, I love you guys so much already. or you wanted to reach a certain body physique. I know I did this a long time with my eating disorder. I wanted to be from the big girl to the super skinny girl, and I did, but it was just a very unhealthy way. So you wanted to reach a certain physique, or some people want to do the opposite. I've had people, and this goes on to my next point, you hit a certain trauma. So some people who have sexual trauma want to go from being super skinny to being quite the opposite. So some people won't want to do some really awful things to them. And again, safe space. I love you. I feel you. I see you. I hear you. I get it. So this could happen in some sorts of ways, or you don't know how to deal with your emotions, so you turn to food to numb them. Those are some huge reasons that I always get that people turn to food and create this unhealthy relationship with it. Fabiana, I suffer a lot as I am Brazilian born, and people in Brazil are super all over being extra skinny and sexy, and I was a ballerina for 16 years. However, I put on 33 kgs in the past 10 years since I moved to Canada. It's been so hard to get to diet and get on a routine, as I'm putting all my emotion on eating sweets and not healthy food. Girl, I feel you, but one major advice I'm about to tell you is, oh my gosh, you guys are going to work on that? I love that. So one major thing I want to tell you is don't diet. That is my biggest thing for you. Don't diet, especially these fad diets. And we're going to dig into this too a little bit deeper in this. Please don't diet. And I want you to also don't work on the nutrition side first. So I want to pause for a second. I love nutrition, and I think nutrition is so dang important, but work on your mindset first, because I feel like there's some limiting beliefs, and I think you and Kiki can work on this as well. Down below, how you're stuck in that you have to look Brazilian and you have to look this sexy and beautiful, which pause for a cause, you are sexy and beautiful the way you are now, so own that. But you have these limiting beliefs that you have to look a certain way, but it's not true. You look beautiful now, you're confident now, you should love yourself now, because once you start doing that, I promise you the nutrition will come easily and the weight will fall off and you will become the happiest and healthiest person all freaking over. Pause for a cause. Haha, I love that. Thanks. I agree with you there. Mindset first. We all know how to eat healthy, but we don't, because there's that emotionality behind it. Got to work on that. Yes. Take the emotion out of eating, and that's when you actually see the transformation, which I know is so much harder than it actually is. And we're going to be diving into that as well. But once you take the emotion out of nutrition and eating, that's when you start seeing the transformation. That's when you start seeing your life and health get into all the grooves and all of the puzzle pieces fit together. And we're going to be diving into that. It's all about mindset and healing. Then you can intuitively take care of your body. Yes. So I'm a big fan of intuitive eating, and intuitive eating, me and Michelle actually did this on a thing the other day. Intuitive eating has a huge bad rep for it now, because people have turned intuitive eating and kind of into a fad diet, because it's not a listen to your body anymore. It's let's eat whatever we want and call it intuitive eating. But intuitive eating is so freaking helpful if you do it the right way. I teach intuitive eating as in you have to take it. It's a long process to actually learn what your body needs and wants, especially going from an eating disorder to intuitive eating. It's a long process. It's not something you can go in 2 weeks. It's something that takes time, where you actually have to journal and listen to your freaking body, because listening to your body now isn't listening to your body like people say. Listening to your body is eating whatever the hell you want and just doing everything and just calling it listening to your body, which is a whole different tangent. Oh my gosh, I could go on that for a little while. But I teach on intuitive eating, but I teach real intuitive eating and actually intuitive eating in itself. Okay, we spend too much, which ones am I missing? This is all about, we spend too much of our lives on autopilot. We need to slow down and be way more intentional in everything we do. Yes. I love being in the present, and being present makes your life so much better. I'm going to be so real with it. I struggled with bulimia for 10 years. I remember not being able to enjoy any food. It was horrible. I was afraid to say anything because I wasn't a size 2, and I felt like nobody would believe me. It was a horrible mental game. I'm so glad I took my power back. This topic, like she said, mindset and healing, it takes a lot of time and a lot of honesty. Oh my gosh, Kara, yes, I love you. I see you. And we've had a few chats about this, and I just freaking adore you, and you're amazing. And taking your power back is so important. And it takes, like Kara said, it takes a long time. It's not something that's going to be overnight. It's not going to be one of those fad diets that say you lose 30 pounds in 2 days, because I call bullshit on those. I call bullshit on all those fad diets, and that gets me riled up, but I'm not going to get into that because that's not what we're talking about right now. Okay. That was a huge tangent. I love you guys. I'm sorry. Okay. I have so much love for you all right now. Thank you for being so vulnerable with us. Yes, like this is such a safe space and I love you and I see every single one of you that's opening up. And even if you're not opening up, I love you and I see you. And if you're struggling with something, you're not alone. That's something I want you guys to take away with this. You're not alone, because I felt so alone with my eating disorder and I want nobody to feel that way anymore. That the stigma around it needs to go away so we can finally heal and actually love our bodies, whatever shape they are in, because something I teach people is you can love yourself now, whatever body shape that is. Once you start loving yourself, your health will align with your body, just like Kiki was talking about yesterday. Your alignment and your vibrations, once it starts going up, everything else will go up. And I'm actually going to be diving into that. Oh my gosh, I feel like I'm like scatterbrained with everything that we're about to talk about. Okay, so let me actually get back on topic. Da-da-da-da-da. So we're just talking about ways that people can create an unhealthy relationship with food. So when you go through anything, like I mentioned earlier, but before I went on my huge tangents, especially a trauma, there's something that's caused in your body and it creates this huge void, and which needs to be filled to feel fulfilled in a way. So what people do when they create this void is that they turn to their emotions instead of actually turning and digging deep of why they have this void. They want to numb their feelings and they want to fill the void momentarily with things like food. So this could be overeating, undereating, binging and purging, or bulimia, anything like that. Also, it could be drugs. You could turn to drugs to numb the void and numb your feelings or anything like that. Or it could be alcohol. You could numb your feelings with alcohol, or it could be partying. And I'm not talking about like the fun partying with your friends. Like I'm talking about the partying where you're going to black out drunk and taking all these drugs and just trying to numb the pain that you have inside, which I've done all of these. So if you've done any of these, I feel you, I see you, I hear you, I'm here for you. So I definitely get what it means to be actually feeling numb and void in your life, and to feel like you can't actually open up about your feelings because nobody's there with you and you feel alone inside. So I get it. So when these tend to come into play, that's when people start to develop eating disorders and start disconnecting with the rest of their lives and their passion. So I am the opposite. I feel lonely, or if I feel unhappy, I eat. I cannot stop eating. So it's like the opposite of bulimia. Not sure if there's a name for it. It's actually called binging. I used to binge and purge, and there's a difference between overeating and binging. So overeating is just when you eat a lot of food consciously, but your tummy is super full. But when you're binging, on the other side, binging, you kind of black out and you end up eating like not over like 3,000 calories in one sitting in like 2 hours. And then you kind of like, it's like, I want to say it's like a blackout of like alcohol almost, because you don't remember eating all of that stuff, but you're sitting there and you feel like 20 million times as big and you just don't remember it, and it's just numbing that pain that's inside you. So that's kind of the difference between overeating and binging. I used to binge and then I'd purge, and binging was like you eat the whole 3,000 4,000 calories in one sitting in like 2 hours, and then I would purge it all back up because I would feel super guilty, and I was in this whole big circle of not loving myself or my body or my healthy relationship with food. So that might be something you're doing. It might be binging, or it might be overeating. If you don't really like have control, I would say, but like that's a whole different like sense of topic. But if you don't really remember your binge, or it's like this, like you can't control, you just keep eating and eating and eating, that's a binge. But if it's just like you keep eating but you're like full and you keep eating again, that's kind of like overeating. So it's hard to distinguish which one is which, but that's kind of like the difference between the two. So that might be where you're at. So let me know what you think about that. Also, Jessica, I'm here with you. Yes. Well, no alcohol, no drugs, no sex, lol, all the stress goes on to food pleasure. Yes, I get you. I used to do all the other ones. Yes, I've done all three: undereating to feeling control, overeating to drown out emotions, and numbing with alcohol. Yes, it's like a whole new person is taking control and eating everything up. And yes, it's like, what the fuck just happened? Yes, that's how binging is. Like you feel like you don't have control, and it's just like you're lost down this spiral of emotion. Okay, I just had to check my time because I felt like that was a super long tangent. But you're stuck on this super controlled like roller coaster of like, oh my fuck, I don't have the driver's seat, like I don't know what I'm doing, like it's just doing like this for me, and it's terrible, and it fucks up your life, and nobody talks about it enough. And it's something I'm super duper passionate about because I've been in those shoes. I've been in that cycle of not feeling like I have control, of not loving my body and not loving my self-worth. And we're going to dive into how you can let go of this too as well. But I love you guys so much. Oh my gosh. I just love you guys and I feel you. So I want to connect this back to the topic of this summit real quick, and that how does having a healthy relationship with food correlate to attracting an abundant life? So you've heard a few of our speakers talk about vibrations like Kiki and alignment and stepping into the highest version of yourself. And when you don't have a healthy relationship with food or yourself, you are out of alignment and you cannot show up in integrity. And that also connects with your manifestation process if you're into that, which that's in my opinion. Kiki, correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like you'll be out of alignment with your manifestation process because you're not vibrating at your highest self. You are not showing up 100% for yourself or for the people around you. Kind of like Mindy was talking a little bit ago, you can't show up for yourself when you have an unhealthy relationship with food because you're not taking care of yourself fully. You are overeating, undereating. So you probably have a cloudy mind. You have probably mood swings. You're probably unhappy. You probably have a very, very hard time around food and social situations. So you're just not showing up 100% for yourself. So there's a lot of underlying problems in there that need to be talked through. So you're not 100% being yourself, which I love the shit out of every single one of you. Please show up and be 100% yourself because you're so loved. You're so deserving to be yourself, and it's going to take work. So also, your vibrations are going to be lower with how Kiki was talking about your vibrational scale yesterday, how you're vibrating when you don't have a healthy relationship with food. You're lower vibrating right now. You're on a lower scale, which is going to attract all of the lower vibrational things, which gets you stuck in this whole thing like, oh my God, like my whole life sucks. There's so many bad things happening to me right now because you're vibrating at this lower state. You're stuck down below, vibrating so low where you attract all of the things. This makes so much sense. Oh my gosh, I'm so happy it's connecting with you. So you're attracting all of these low vibe things, which makes your life feel like it's the fucking end of the world, which is why people with eating disorders and emotional eating, which I can say this from like my own standpoint and take what you want and leave the rest. But I literally felt like my whole world was caving in on me. And now it all makes so much sense. I was vibrating at this low vibe state. I was attracting people who were vibrating at this low vibe state. I was attracting all of these like experiences, all these negative things into my life because that's how I was vibing. I was vibing at a low vibe state. So I couldn't enjoy life and I couldn't enjoy myself from getting from the low vibe to the high vibe, which took a long time, which we're going to get into. But that's kind of why this correlates for you to create this more high vibe state, this more abundant life, because once you start creating a healthy relationship with food, you get closer to your most abundant life. You get closer to this high vibration of yourself and you get to make all of the things happen for you at this high vibe state. And let me tell you, if you haven't heard this from any of the speakers, but I'm pretty sure every single one of us has said, abundance is your friggin' birthright. So it's time to start owning it. So we need to start healing. We need to start talking about these things so we can grow and we can get better and we can make the stigma topic go away and we can actually talk about this so much better. You feel so much happier too. You do. Like I'm telling you, I'm a different person from if you would have talked to me 3 years ago. 3 years ago, you can even ask my husband. We were together at that time. 3 years ago, I would have never done any of this. I wouldn't be talking to you guys right now as the happiest person who loves her freaking self. I'd be sitting here telling you like, oh, like I don't know what you're talking about. Like I really like I don't like myself. I probably would not be rocking this blue sweater because it kind of looks like a dad sweater, but I love it. But like it, because I used to wear like the super tight things and like I would always have my cleavage out because that's what I was trying to do to overcompensate what I was feeling. I was trying to look more provocative because on the inside I felt dead. On the inside, I hated the way my body looked. So I was like, okay, well, on the outside, I have to seem more attractive for other people so they can give me like, it's kind of like this outside, like confirmation from other people. Oh, you look so good. Oh, you look hot. Oh, you look sexy. Oh, I like your tits. Sorry if I'm like vulgar. I love you guys so much, but it's like the way it is. That's how I kind of like ran myself. I was like, oh, I have to overcompensate me not feeling good about myself so other people can say I look good about myself. So it makes that feeling go away for a second and kind of numbs the feelings inside you. You look so much happier too, and it's so cute. Kit, your energy is fire. Thanks, Kiki. I love you. So it's kind of like you're overcompensating inside you. Like you feel numb, you're numbing those emotions like they're not real, and you're kind of pushing them down. I used to be this huge like bottler of emotions. I like to think of wine glass, or not a wine glass, a wine bottle, because I'm obsessed with wine. Hello. But I used to have this wine bottle inside, like it's imaginary obviously, but I would just stick my feelings in there. Stick it, and I would cork it. And you know how wine gets? It's pressurized. And once like the cork pops, everything flows out. And that's how I used to be. I would bottle up all of these emotions inside me and just let them stick in until they weren't real, until one day I broke down. You cracked me up. Stop. I'm gonna laugh at your face again. But I hear you, Fabiana. Do you think people who struggle with disordered eating struggle with vulnerability? Yes, I do. And that's another point on my topic. People who struggle with disordered eating also struggle with actually being open about it, because like I was saying earlier, it's a don't ask, don't tell type of thing. Nobody wants to actually to know that they're hurting inside or there's something wrong. And actually it's a funny story too. When you actually struggle with an eating disorder or disordered eating at any type, you don't want to admit to yourself that there's something wrong. I was talking to I think Michelle and me were talking the other day, and she asked me, she was like, where in your journey and what point did you crack and realize something was wrong? And it made me break down, because I didn't realize until now, looking back. A wine bottle is the best metaphor. It is. I love me some wine. But looking back at my eating disorder, probably 2 years in, I didn't realize there was something wrong until one day. I'm about to be super vulnerable with you guys right now. One day I went to the gym. Actually, let me backstory real quick too. I was in high school at the time. I was a freshman or sophomore. I don't really exactly remember, but I was going to 2 schools at the time, because my homeschool not my homeschool, it wasn't really homeschool, it was like a public school, but like the first school didn't offer a class that the second school had. So I was driving to the first school in the morning, then I would have a free period to get back to class. So I ended up going to the gym instead of driving back to school, like, and just spending time in like the library or something. I would end up at the gym, and I'd be there for 2 hours every single day, Monday through Friday. And then I'd be there on the weekends too. I was going 7 days a week, and I was eating like 800 calories throughout the day, and then coming home and binging on like 4,000 and then purging. And it was like this constant cycle. So there was one day I was at the gym and I was weighing myself, because I weighed myself every day. And if you struggle with an eating disorder, you probably did the same as me, or you have something with the weight scale and stuff like that. And we'll dive into that too as well. But I would weigh myself every single day, and I weighed myself before my workout, and I would gain 0.5 of a pound. And I broke down sobbing in the middle of the gym, cried my eyes out, and I was just bawling my eyes, because I was like, I gained 0.5 of a pound and the world is freaking ending. And the lady was there with me, and she was like, are you okay? Like, what's wrong? I was like, I gained 0.5 of a pound. She was like, that's nothing. And I was just sitting there breaking down in the gym. And that's when I realized something was wrong, and that there was something inside me that wasn't clicking, and there was something inside me that was hurting. And it was like my own cry for help, literally and metaphorically. I was sitting on the floor in the gym crying, and this is like the YMCA. So if you have a YMCA near you, you know this is like where like all ages of life goes. So there was like grandmas and like young kids and like teens, and I was sitting here crying, and I was like, oh my gosh, this is so bad. And so I didn't realize that was this time that I actually like broke and like realized like, oh, I have a problem. So most people, okay, going back to your question, sorry, Jessica, that was a whole side tangent. Going back to your question, most people don't even realize that they have an eating disorder until they run into people who are talking about it. And they're like, oh shit, like I do struggle with that, or like I do have this problem, or it's something I really like don't talk about, but I really need to talk about. That's why I want to break the stigma about this. I want people to talk about it, because people are afraid. Even if you know you have an eating disorder, nobody wants to talk about it. It's a very like I used to use it as my little secret. Once I knew, I was like, no, nobody's gonna know, because then there's this big thing too. People are afraid to be thrown into like a mental hospital, and like you see all these movies where like they're treated bad there. Yeah, it's very taboo still for many people. Yes. And stuff like that. People are scared. And like in this day and age, people are scared to not be okay. And which I'm really happy like people are coming out with like mental like health and everything is becoming so much bigger. And I'm so here for it, because it's so freaking real. And it's so hard for people to come out because they're scared and they feel like they're alone. I knew for a long time that I had a problem, but I didn't start working on it until 3 years ago, and I didn't start talking about it until a few months ago. Yes, exactly, me too. I feel you on a soul level. I didn't come out saying I had an eating disorder, I think, until the beginning of summer. And now I coach on it because I like knew how much of a burden it felt on me. I knew how much it like felt like I was stuck and I couldn't actually move on until I started talking about it. Yes, I did realize mine until all of my followers were like very anorexic young girls. And someone commented on my daily calories and were giving tips on how to cut down further. Holy hell. Uh-uh. Uh-uh. That's awful. I'm so sorry. I see people like that and my heart breaks. My heart breaks for every single person like that because I feel them on a soul level. And this is why I talk about what I talk about, because it needs to be talked about. People need to know that they can love themselves in their damn body now. Because let me be real for a second. I've been on all ends of the scale. I went from overweight to obese to underweight to back to obese to now being at like getting to a normal weight. So I've been on all edges of the scale, but I've never been happy until now in my life. And let me tell you, I'm like not obviously like healthy weight, which is totally fine with me. Like I don't care what these BMI doctors tell me. Like I feel super healthy in my skin, so that's all that matters. But like I feel healthiest in my skin now because when I weighed 120 pounds, I hated my life. I hated everything. Food was so terrible to me. I like was the unhealthiest I've ever been. So being healthy now was like, it's such a game changer. I feel like I don't know where I was going with that, but that's okay. Yeah. So when you're like anorexic and you're dealing with anorexia, it's really hard because you also deal with body dysmorphia. And we can go into this whole body dysmorphia topic as well, because I do struggle a little bit with body dysmorphia, like thinking I was like, because I lost about like 60 pounds from my highest weight. And I always think like I'm like my 60-pound heavier person, but I also think I'm like the 80-pound less girl down below or wherever. I don't know math right now. But it's also people who struggle with anorexia, struggle with body dysmorphia, who then actually connects with the inside. It goes into self-worth, self-love, acceptance, confidence, and also the learned behaviors inside themselves as well. So it's really hard to have people comment on your calories and things too. Also too, we're going to side note, because there's so much information out there about nutrition, how you're supposed to be eating, which there's no like, I feel like there's no one right way for you to eat for each person because every single body is different. So everybody else has different needs and different caloric needs and different macro needs as well. And like, I'm not a nutritionist, but this is just from me and my experience. But everybody's freaking different. So like having like all of these different diets out there and be like, this is the diet you need to follow. This is the diet you need to follow. This is the diet you need to follow. I'm like, no. And people looking at calories, they're like, oh, you need to cut like 600 calories off your thing. That's too many calories. And I'm like, no, like that's not how this is. Like you need to be fueling your body so it moves in the right way. So you feel good. Fueling your body with the correct foods, what calories don't matter at that point if you're fueling your body with the fuel it needs instead of fueling. I mean, if you're eating like 5,000 calories worth of Burger King, like we're gonna have a different talk about this. But like if you're eating like the healthy, nutritious food that make you feel good, like that's all that matters. Yes. That definitely needs to be said. I have to jump off again for a minute, but I'll be back soon. Love you, girl. Thank you. You're killing it. Oh my gosh, I love you so much. Bye. Have fun. So yeah, that was a humongous tangent. But so how do we create a healthy relationship with food as we just dived into all these different topics? So you need to create this healthy relationship with food so you can get closer to your most abundant self and be at this higher vibration. Not only for that, just be freaking happy and just love yourself and just feel free. That's something I'm always talking about, is being confident and free. And I love that, and finding food freedom and breaking through all these things. So steps to doing this, and if you want me to dive in on one of these steps, please let me know. So it's facing your void straight on in its face. So I was talking about this earlier, how you have a void in your life from the things that happened in your life. So maybe it's a trauma, maybe it's you being bullied, maybe it's your parents teaching you diets, maybe it's your parents not teaching you healthy ways, because I kind of had a little bit of both. So it's facing your void straight on, and this is so different for each and every one of you, so I can't just give you a straight on answer of, oh, you have to do blank, blank, blank. Sexual harassment, yes, that is a huge void that is definitely holding you back. I don't know how much you've worked on it, Fabiana, but I totally feel you and I see to you. And I know a lot of people who have struggled with sexual harassment have gone from like overeating because they don't want their body to be sexually pleasing anymore, and they don't want to feel sexy and loved in their self because they don't want people touching them in a bad way. They don't want people sexually harassing them. They don't want people touching them. So it's facing that void in like its face. So what I would tell you also as well is that it's going to be a lot of work, especially with like sexual harassment and trauma is a lot of work to get through. It's a lot of deep diving into self-worth and self-love, and knowing that person, they like probably you feel like they took your power away from you. You feel like you're powerless, that you couldn't do anything, but it's just taking your power back and regaining that inner strength that you have inside you, because it's there. I promise it's there. It's kind of like deep downing a lot. I did a lot of counseling. That's when I started to gain weight. Yeah, there's a huge correlation with sexual harassment and sexual trauma, especially with younger girls. Even adults, it could happen either too. But I know there's a lot of studies with younger women who have sexual trauma who gain a lot of weight for people, so they're not sexually pleasing anymore, which kind of sets this whole tone inside your head that you don't want to be sexually pleasing for anybody ever again, because you're like, I never want to be treated that way. I don't ever want my power to be taken away from me. So what you need to do is take your power back from you. It's a lot of deep diving into a lot of mindsets with it. Even when I dieted in the past, I would not lose weight. It's like my mind does not want me to let go. So it's been a lot of working a lot with hypnosis to reprogram my brains, which is a funny story, not a funny story, but Michelle has a really similar story with mindset, how she lost like 20 pounds. And she'll probably go into that. I don't want to steal your thunder with that, Michelle. I'm sorry. But Michelle has a really good story with mindset and her like story with weight loss and everything like that. But yeah, it's your brain is protecting you. Your brain is really, really freaking smart. Your brain is protecting you from that past trauma. Yeah, I can dive into it if you remind me. Haha. Okay. Well, if not, we can talk about it later or something. But your brain is so freaking stinking smart where it's like, no, I need to protect my person from remembering these sexual traumas. So it doesn't want to let go of the weight. So your brain is kind of like in this forever like fight mode. So it's like, I have to hold on to all this weight so nothing can ever happen to me again and be bad. When you start taking that power back, I said, when you start working on loving yourself and knowing that you can step away from that with power, that you have the control, that you can move on and be better with your life. And I'm not saying this to be like it's an easy thing, because it's a lot of hard work. It's so much hard work, but you can do it. And it's that just breaks my heart, because I know how hard it is, because I've been in that shoes. I've walked through your shoes. I know how it is on a soul level, but it does take a lot of work, but you can take your power back. You have to face that on kind of straight in the face and be like, I see you, I hear you, but I choose again. This is not my life anymore. I can move on from this, and I can become better, and I can love myself. So that's a little bit about facing your void straight in its face. You also can start healing your disordered eating, which we're about to dive into too. So with healing disordered eating, you need to like know your self-worth and self-love, and Michelle's going to be diving in on this. So I'm really, really happy it ended up with me then Michelle, because she's going to be diving in on this in just a minute. But it's loving yourself and loving your body and knowing your worth and knowing your confidence and knowing that you are amazing in your body right now. Doesn't matter what shape, size, or anything you're dealing with, race, whatever you want to add into XYZ, insert here. You are amazing and beautiful and perfect as you are freaking now. So we need to also take the emotions out of the equation. So like I was telling you earlier, when you're eating, it's taking the emotions out of eating. It's letting go of these emotions and this numbing that you're inside you, that you have to let go of this food. Like, okay, it's stepping into this place of food is fuel, and this food is going to make me happy. And I'm not saying like, oh, I can never eat a chocolate cake ever again, because if we're being real, I had fudge yesterday. I enjoyed the shit out of it, but it's enjoying food instead of being like, oh my gosh, I'm so sad. Let me turn into this piece of fudge. Or, oh my gosh, I'm so sad. I'm so angry. My boyfriend yelled at me for some stupid thing and I'm mad. Let me go get a chocolate milkshake. There's so much a difference of I'm upset, I'm mad, let me get a chocolate milkshake, to, hey, like, I'm feeling really, really good today, or not. I don't want to put, like, a happy tone on it, but, like, knowing you, like, I don't know, there's a fine line between, like, emotional eating and then, like, enjoying food, because enjoying food itself is a whole lot different than emotional eating. So it's just taking the emotions out of the equation when it comes to eating, and know that food is fuel. And I know you probably hear that from a lot of Fitspos people out there and who tell you all these macros and calories thing, but I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about actually nourishing your body in the way that they were designed to, in a way that makes you feel good, in a way that lights you up. Because I'm not going to give you calories. I'm not going to give you a meal plan. I'm not going to give you macros because I don't stand by those. And I will not teach those. I don't think ever. I think they're good if you want to learn about macros and everything, but I'm not going to give you any specific numbers, meal plans, anything like that, because that's super restrictive. And we can go on about super restriction and how restriction is so bad for you. And that's why I kind of teach on intuitive eating, because I don't want you to restrict, because restricting goes back into emotional eating and eating disorders and all of the negative things that cause your brain to be like, oh my gosh, I am stuck. I don't feel safe. I'm restricting. I'm going to hold on to all of everything in my body and just forever feel stuck. So that's about restriction a little bit, but I don't want to really do, oh wait, that's my next point actually. So next one is stop doing fad diets. Fad diets don't friggin' work. Fad diets are out the door, gone, bunzo, goodbye. So fad diets are just going to get you in this kind of like, I want to imagine a circle right now. It's a big circle of, oh, I'm right here. I'm going to start a fad diet. 10 days later, I'm going to lose 20 pounds. Oh my gosh, I feel so good. But I feel kind of tired and I don't feel like this is sustainable. Then 5 days later, you gain back 20 pounds when you're done. And then 5 days later, you gain back 30 pounds. And now you're back up here actually gaining like 40 pounds and thinking, what the fuck just happened? Because your body was shocked. With the water retention was probably what you lost those next days. And now your body's like, oh my gosh, what just happened to me? Like I have to hold on to all this weight. So any type of food you're giving me is like sucked in and it's like, oh no, like I'm never gonna let go because you just try to hurt me type of thing. That's kind of what fad diets do. And I don't think I've ever seen a fad diet last forever. Like if you have done one and you've lasted forever, okay, good for you. But like the majority of people, like I don't see fad diets ever like lasting, and most of them aren't really good, because I fully believe that all the macro nutrients that we have are needed. Doesn't matter what percent that you use them, but I feel like none of them should be ever cut out because they're so freaking important. And I'm not talking about like the carbs. Yes, Jessica, I'm not talking about the carbs like a super big bowl of like this hearty pasta. I'm talking about like the good carbs that are good for you, that actually promote healthiness and make you feel good, that help your brain, that help your body, that fuel you to actually have the energy throughout the day. Yeah, most people who go on those diets gain the weight and sometimes plus more back. Yeah, most people gain like more back from fad diets, and it's really sad. And you see all those people who are taking the fat burner pills, who are doing like all the shakes. Yeah, some shakes are really good for you. Some of them, if you make them like yourself and do your research and whatever, like, but I'm talking about like the weight loss shakes and things like that. I don't like those because it's just, and it's like your body's going to get used to that stuff eventually and make you gain the more weight back anyway. So I'm so against fad diets and fat burners and like weight loss pills. And like, believe me, I've done all of them. So like, I know from my experience that I've gained all of the weight back, and it's just been this vicious cycle of forever. I once tried a skinny tea and it tasted like dirt and didn't work. Yeah, okay, if we're being real, I tried a skinny tea one time and I pooped my pants. Not kidding. I pooped my pants. Fun story. You're welcome. But so it's, I believe it. Yep. It was terrible. It was not a fun story. So, and then also with the fad diets, you don't want to restrict yourself. Like I was saying, there's a fine line between emotional eating and like eating because you love something and like it's okay. Like, because I don't want you to ever put something as a no-no, because once you put something as a no, I can't eat this, you're going to want it a lot more. And then it creates this bad mental state inside you where like, oh my gosh, I can't have it, so I want it even more. It's like that bad boy in school. Your mom's like, oh, you can't date him, he's a bad boy. And you're like, I want that bad boy now. It's just exactly like that. But with food, you're just telling yourself, no, I can't have this chocolate cake. And it's like, what the heck? Or putting it, oh, I worked out for like 3 hours today, I deserve it. That's another thing also too that we could dive into. Deserving and like food is just like that. There's so much emotion in it that doesn't need to be in there. It's so restricting yourself is just creating like a binge on it. I used to do that all the time. I'd restrict and binge. And it's in this constant cycle. If you don't know, I like circles because like a lot of things I work with is a very big circle of just, you're getting stuck in this constant, oh, this works, oh, this doesn't work, oh, I'm now fucked up and now my mindset's back and now I'm back up here. And it's like this forever cycle, especially with emotional eating and disordered eating and anything like that. You're stuck in the cycle of never getting out. So it's just breaking that cycle, breaking the stigma, breaking the curve, whatever you want to say, diet, insert XYZ here. And it's just stopping the fad diets and just stopping the restricting and stopping the like whole deserving part of your life. So like I worked out 2 hours, now I'm going to eat this big chocolate cake. It's just letting go of these emotions and just knowing like, oh, I'm a healthy person. Like I eat very healthy food. If I'm going out with friends and want to eat a cake, it's okay. Like it's not the end of the world. Like you can enjoy your food, and it's like going to too. You don't want to over like eat super duper fast. You want to actually sit down and enjoy your food and actually like savor the feeling and how it tastes. That's something a lot of people don't do, is they just kind of scarf down their food nowadays, which your brain can't keep up with how fast you're eating. So you don't know you're full yet. So that's a whole nother thing we can get into also as well. And then also, like I said, embracing that food is fuel, and it's here to nourish your body in so many freaking ways, especially if you're an entrepreneur, because I know a lot of people on here might be entrepreneurs. I'm going to put this in an entrepreneur's perspective. And again, if you're not an entrepreneur, take what you want, leave the rest. You can add this into your life as well. So as you're an entrepreneur, or you can even put mom in here as well, and you're taking care of all of these tasks, you can't fully show up 100% for your clients and 100% for your launches or your programs or your free group or whatever you want in here. You can't fully show up to them because you're not fueling yourself correctly. So you're probably showing up at like 60% when you could be showing up at 100%. And since this is an Attracting an Abundant Life Summit, we can also put this into manifestation. You are not attracting the people you want in because you're not fully at that vibration of yourself. So embracing that the food is fuel and it's here to nourish your body is something that's super big. And again, none of this stuff is easy. This stuff takes time. This stuff takes effort. This stuff takes work. And it's a lot of deep diving, and it's a very personalized for each person. That's why I wish I could give you like more like actual tangible things other than these, because everybody's different. Everybody's mind's different. Everybody's been through something different. So it's something that's a very personal thing. I can give you so much info, but it's what you're going to have to take what you want of them and then apply it to your life and things like that. So also, self-love is super freaking important, and Michelle is going to be tapping in on that in just a few minutes, so I'm going to leave that one to her. Next is self-care. I don't know if she's going to be tapping in on that or not, but I'm just going to briefly talk about it. Taking care of yourself is super freaking important. I think, like Mindy was saying earlier, is that your number one priority should be yourself before anybody else. And I always get moms who kind of like not attack me, but kind of be like, no, my kid is my number one, which I get you. I feel you on a soul level. I'm trying to be a mom right now, so I love you, I see you, I hear you, but you can't fully show up for your kids without fully showing up for yourself, like Mindy said. I don't want to dive all into that either because my time is kind of running to a slow. So next one is taking care of your relationships. This was super huge for me because when I was struggling with my eating disorder and emotional eating, I could not fully show up to my relationships. I actually talked to Michelle about this the other day. My ex-boyfriend that I had at the time in high school, like it was a high school boyfriend or whatever, I hated him because I was like, this is your fault that we ended and we're terrible. And like he did some other things and stuff like that. But looking back, it was actually kind of half and half fault because I couldn't fully show up 100% for a relationship. I couldn't teach him how to love me because I couldn't even love myself at the time. So it's that relationship itself. And when I got into the relationship with my now husband, he was my boyfriend at the time, obviously, I had to grow and evolve for him to actually love me. But because they always say you have to love yourself before anybody else can, which I fully do 100% believe. Again, take what you want, leave the rest. You have to fully love yourself before anybody can love you as fully as you can, because you kind of lead the way of how you want to be treated, how you want to be respected. So if you don't even respect yourself, it's kind of, it attracts that stuff. Like I was saying, true, same. I didn't even see when I was toxic in my relationships, I always place the blame on them. Yes, it's so true. And you actually become the bigger person. I think not even like the bigger person, but you become bigger and amazing when you're actually like, oh, like the fault was partly on me, or the fault, I could see like my faults. That's when you start growing. That's when you start evolving. That's when you start letting go of all the things. So actually taking care of those relationships and setting how you want to be treated with yourself first actually leads you to better relationships in a way as well. It's easy to fall into victim mode and self-sabotaging. Yes, oh my gosh, I could dive so much into that, but I don't have time. Okay, so before I go into offers and giveaways, I want to open the floor for any questions or anything that want to be talked about, anything that you want a quick just I don't know, just a quick anything about. If you have any questions, please holla, let them know. You can unmute yourself. You can drop it in the comments, however you feel. If not, it's totally cool. We'll get on to the fun stuff in a minute, which, I mean, I hope this all was fun because I love you all. I see you all. Okay, bye. Not really, but really. Okay, I don't see any topics. So good. Oh my gosh, I'm so glad it resonated with you. I'm such a rambly mess, but I am so freaking passionate about this. Oh, I'm out of breath. Hold on, I need water. Oh, I'm here for all of this. Good, good, good. I'm so happy. Okay, so let me pull up all my stuff real quick. Okay, I love your speed. Haha, I feel you. It's amazing. You're amazing. Oh my God, I love you. I know, I'm such a not a monkey. I don't want to say like a monkey, but like a squirrel. Yeah, I'm a squirrel brain. And I love it. Like I'm so fast, but I feel like I can get like everything out there. And I'm like, okay, slow me down if you need to, but I'm going to keep going. So, okay. If there's no other questions, you literally reminded me of why I'm here, dude. Thank you. Oh my God, I love you so much. Oh, I just love you. Oh my God, my dog's barking. LOL, monkey or a squirrel? Haha, very different. It's true. Get on, chicken nugget. Oh my gosh, that's a whole nother story. Okay. Sorry. Okay, so I want to give you guys my offers first, and then we're gonna go into super fun giveaways. How many people are on here? Okay, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, deal. So this was so validating. Oh my gosh, I love you guys. So first offer, I have a few for you guys too. I have a program that's starting on Monday. It's called Unhappy and Unconfident to Smoking Hot and Owning It. 14 days to rising up and transforming the woman you are. It's a really deep diving into what we're talking about today, but honest, like the really deeper level, figuring out personally about what's been blocking you, what's been stopping you in your life. So it's a 14-day live coaching program for the woman who is sick of not feeling confident and loving herself now. She goes into a room and immediately compares herself negatively to all the other people in the room. She is over not feeling confident and changing in front of people without judgment, especially a significant other. Yes, I feel you. I used to never change in front of my husband. Now I'm like, but if you're over not feeling that way, if you're tired at looking at yourself in the mirror and only thinking negative things, if you're fed up with second guessing your worth and you're done not feeling oh my gosh, can I get words? Sexy naked, then this program is for you. My sound effects, don't you love my sound effects? You're welcome. But this program is for you. We're going to be deep diving in this program, more of what's holding you back, and more personally, like I was saying, like this is so different for every single person on here. So we're going to be deep diving in this program with 7 live trainings, a Q&A video, a celebration, because we're all about celebration here. And it's also going to be a Facebook group for community and support and coaching from me in that group itself. So you'll have access to this group for 21 days, and we're going to be breaking through the fears, limitations, and walking through the fire to embrace this new confident you. So currently this program has a regular and a VIP option, but the VIP option is a one-on-one Voxer support with me throughout the whole 21 days. So you can message me on Voxer the whole 21 days for anything that you need, and also a 30-minute call with me. But for this woman on the summit, I want to give you guys the VIP option for the regular price right now, which is about $100 value. So for this program, you'll get the program and the VIP option for the regular price, which is only $244. And I also do payment plans. So if this is something you're like dying for and you want a payment plan, totally message me and we could totally work something out. But this program does kick off January 7th. So you have to be signed up by January 7th at 5 p.m. EST. Doors close then. I will not accept anybody else. And this is round 2. So I'm not really sure if this is going to be done until like maybe late fall or something. I have no idea. But if this is something you want to do, I'm going to drop a link for the full payment. If you want to do a payment plan, please let me know. If you're interested, we can talk about it as well. So that's one that's ending oh so super soon. So if you want to pop on that, pop on it. Then I have 2 actual other ones that are not quite longer, but a little bit longer for you Summit people, especially for you watching the replay. And this next one is my Breaking Through Emotional Eating course. It's 4 steps to begin your journey to finding food freedom. It's a mini course. I love it. This is a self-paced training that's going to help you break the cycle of emotional eating and start the healing process and create a foundation to move forward and to heal and move on. So it's broken down into 4 trainings and a welcome and end video, because I like welcome and end videos. And it's usually $44.44, but for you guys in the summit, I am doing 50% off until the 18th. So this course is only $22.22, and I'm so freaking pumped about it. I'm so excited. So also too, before you click on it, if you want it, I'm actually giving them away a few in just a second. I think this is the right one. Yeah, here's this one. Yep, there's that one for that one. And then certainly last but not least, if you're looking for the more one-on-one support that I talked about earlier, so you can actually deep dive in about your problems and we can work on that, I am doing discounted 60-minute coaching consultations for my confident and free experience, which is so freaking exciting. I'm so hype about it. And I'm doing that until January 18th as well. So I will post that as well in here. And if you're interested in that, the payment can go through and then we can get you scheduled. And I'm so pumped and can't wait to connect with you guys more. But now I want to get in the giveaways. And also too, all of our links will be done at the end of the email of the end of this summit too. So if you can't click them now, because I know giveaways are about to blow up this chat box, they will be available after the summit, and also how you can connect with all of the speakers. So if you want the Facebook, Instagram, Facebook group, all the things like that we'll have available after the summit with the replay as well. So I'm a big talker. So I'm going to do my giveaways. So I'm so freaking pumped. I'm going to be giving away 2 mini courses and 1 30-minute consultation call for coaching with me today. So I'm going to write that down so I don't forget what I just said. 2 mini, 1 30. Okay, so me, LOL. So I want to do the numbers game. So again, this is for the mini course right now. So if this is something you struggle with and you want it, totally cool. Or if you want to gift it to somebody as well, again, you can gift it if it's something you want to give to somebody else. So I'm going to do numbers 1 through 21. I'm going to write a number down real quick. Don't drop any yet. I'm not ready. Okay. 1 through 21, this is for the emotional eating mini course. You get free access or you can gift it to a friend. 1 through 21, go. No. Oh my God, this is so fast. No. Keep guessing. No. Oh my God. Wait. Emily Flanagan, you got 13. 13 is my number. Here, I'll show you. 13. Can you see that? 13. Emily Flanagan got that. Okay. So that was, can you write that down, Michelle, for me, please? Or Kara? I don't care who. So do we have your contact, Emily? Do we? I don't know if we do, but if we, yes. Okay, sweet. Okay. Well, I will contact you after and we'll get it all set up and everything. Okay. 1 mini course down. We got another mini course to go. Let me write a number. Please don't shoot out messages yet. Okay. Ready? 1 through 21, go. No. I picked like the hardest numbers, I guess. Yes, okay, Fabiana, you got 9. 9 was my number. Where is 9? 9. Okay. Fabiana, you guys got that. Sweet. Okay. Next one. This is for a 30-minute coaching call with me. This, like all the speakers have said, this is for if you're interested in coaching and one-on-one support. So please utilize this if this is something you are ready for and want to dive deep and be real, because I am an emotional eating coach. So we get so freaking real and it gets a little hard and gets a little tough. So I just want you to be aware of that. So this can be for you or as a gift for a friend. Totally cool. So this is going to be a 1 through 21 number. I'm about to write it down. Okay, 1 through 21, go. No. This is so fun. No. I picked the hardest numbers. No. Keep guessing. Keep coming. Nope. Oh, somebody got it. Wait. Jessica, 14. You. Yay. Okay. Do we have your I have your info, Jessica. Okay, sweet. Perfect. Yay. That's all I have for you guys. I'm so freaking excited and stoked for all of you guys. And if you want all those things, the links are in the comments or the links will be in the email. I am so grateful for talking to you guys. I love you so much. And yeah, I'll give it away to you guys for the next speaker.
Kate, look at you. Oh my goodness. Okay. I know I said it in the comments, but like your speed and how quickly you talk, I'm here for it. I love it. I used to be the person who was told that I talk too fast. So I was like, this girl's on a roll. So that was amazing. I'm sure everybody absolutely loved that. And I am so excited to introduce our third and final speaker, you guys. So this is amazing. I cannot believe we are actually at this point of the summit already. It's almost over. What? Feels like it didn't even start yet. Like, this is insane. And so I am so extremely excited to introduce Michelle Lorette. So Michelle is a mindset coach who helps women to break up with the diet culture and lose weight by loving the skin they're already in. Michelle is the founder of the Facebook group Obsessed with the Skin I'm In, which is also incredible, and I highly recommend you join. And she's also the author of an incredible journal, which is called Obsessed with the Skin I'm In, Daily Body Positivity Journal. It is beautiful. It is incredible. Get yourselves a copy. Anyways, take it away, Michelle. I know your topic's going to be amazing. Let's do this.
Thank you so much, Kara. I'm getting all the feels. I feel the love. Oh my goodness, I don't know how I'm supposed to follow up with all of these girls because I'm like, I can't top that, right? But I'm going to try. Okay, so stay with me. I know it has been, oh my gosh, it's been 5 hours by now that you've been listening and just being amazing. So one final hour, let's give it all we have. I am so ready for this. And so I wanted to start off with a little bit about me because my story does have a huge impact on what I do. And so basically, as Kara mentioned, I'm a mindset coach and I help women mostly with body positivity and creating a healthy lifestyle that isn't a fad diet or isn't restrictive. And so a huge part of that, I have basically been on both sides of the spectrum. I have been that tiny toothpick growing up until I would say probably the age of 20 years old. I was a skinny, tiny toothpick that could eat whatever she wanted. I would not gain a single pound ever. I did not exercise, no sports for this girl, did not do anything. I was so out of shape. And I wouldn't gain anything. And I would often get a lot of comments, from people who were bigger than me. And it was, always the type of comments like, oh, well, you can eat whatever you want, and you don't gain weight. It was always very almost envious, jealous. It was, it was something that was hard for bigger people. And I didn't understand that struggle whatsoever because I had been skinny all my life. That's all I knew. I had been in that body. I was okay with my body, and that's all I knew. So to me, it was like, well, yeah, that's just how I am. I'm not going to force myself to overeat, right? And just make myself bigger. That's just how I am. And so this was, for most of my life, my reality. Around the age of, I would say 21, I started gaining weight very, very rapidly. I had gained 90 pounds in 9 months, so that's 10 pounds a month. And to this day, I will be honest with you, we are still not sure what made me gain all this weight. But I will tell you that I was suffering with anxiety and depression. I was on medication for this. I still am to this day, actually. And so there was a lot of playing back and forth with trying to find a combination of therapies, of treatments that worked for me. And a huge part of that was medication. I was trying to find the right dosage for all my meds that made me feel good, but that also didn't give me too many side effects, which if you've dealt with that at all, you know how side effects can be just terrible sometimes, especially with the stronger types of medications. So I was experiencing with that and I started gaining weight very rapidly. I was in a relationship at the time and I had a loving boyfriend and he was with me throughout this weight gain. He was supportive, but as I was gaining weight, I was starting to lose sight of myself. I was starting to lose any confidence that I have, any love that I had, any acceptance that I had, any self-worth that I had was going away to the point that I could no longer receive from anyone anything. I could not receive love. I could not receive support. I could not receive anything. And this actually got us to break up. I did not want him to touch me. I didn't want to hold hands. I didn't want to have sex. I didn't want any of it because I felt disgusting. I was disgusted with myself. I hated myself. I hated the way I looked. I didn't have any confidence. I didn't have any will to want to do anything. And it felt like everything I was doing just wasn't working. I've been ignoring the comments. You got this. Yes, you can. You got this, baby. You got this. I've been taking medication for depression and anxiety for a few years now. I love you for being so vulnerable and talking about this. Thank you. You're going to make me cry. Don't cry. Well, you can cry, but like, good cry. But yeah, and it is something that unfortunately a lot of people these days do face, and it's exactly why I do what I do, right? And so we broke up, and it took a really big toll on me, and it took me a long time to I guess to process the entire thing. And I was trying every fad diet, every pill, every name it, I tried it. I was doing everything I could. At one point, I hired a personal trainer. I was doing the workouts of a bodybuilder, and I was still gaining weight. I was working out every day. I was going hard. I hired a nutritionist. She gave me a huge meal plan. I had so many things to follow, and I still was gaining weight. And that's frustrating. You're feeling like you're doing all the right things, and you're like, fuck. Like, this isn't working. I'm still gaining. I still feel awful. Like, I am working so hard, and none of it is being rewarded, right? And so eventually I just got to the point that I just said, you know what? I give up. This is how my life is going to be for the rest of my life. And the moment I did that, something somewhere kind of clicked for me. And I actually lost 20 pounds without trying. And that kind of gave me a little light bulb that, I was not trying to do anything, and I just started accepting myself a little bit, and I just lost 20 pounds like that. And so eventually I started diving into spirituality. I started diving into self-care. I started diving into all these things that made me learn to love myself, that made me gain confidence, that made me realize my worth. And it was a lot of hard work. I'm not going to lie to you. It was a lot of hard work. It was a lot of digging deep and calling myself out of my own fucking bullshit. It was a lot of working through limiting beliefs. It was a lot of work. Absolutely. And the thing is, it didn't matter what I did. It didn't matter how much I worked out. It didn't matter what I ate. It didn't matter any technique that I was trying to do to lose weight. My mindset was not there, and that's why I wasn't losing any weight. And this is actually where Kate kind of said, oh, Michelle has a good story about this, because to this day, people will ask me all the time, oh my gosh, you look so good, you know, how much weight have you lost? And from the point that where I was at my biggest, I had lost those 20 pounds, and it stopped there. I have not lost a single pound since. And just to show you exactly what I mean, I wasn't going to show any pictures, but I think to understand what I mean, it's important that you see what I'm talking about. And so I just want to show you pictures of prior to my weight gain, at my biggest, and then now, and you're going to be like, what the hell? This is not the same person. But it just goes to show that there was something else. And so I'm hoping that you'll be able to see the one on the very left, me in high school. This girl here with the tiny skinny arms, me in high school. I was a toothpick. Okay. And then I started gaining weight, and you see a comparison of about a year ago and me at my biggest. Do you see that swollen? Do you see the difference between the two? And then if now you're looking at me, this is me now. And the swollen part is where I want to emphasize the importance. It's that I was so swollen. You looked at me, I looked like I was retaining so much water, and I was. But the thing is, my body was telling me, it didn't matter what I thought. I thought, I want to lose weight. I need to lose weight. I'm fat. I'm this, I'm that. But my body was like, hey, girlfriend, no. We can barely survive as of right now. I am not letting go of anything because I need this to fucking survive. And I kept thinking, no, I need to lose weight. But my body knew better than my thoughts. My body knew better than my brain. My body said, no, we're not releasing anything. And as soon as I started taking care of myself, my body said, okay, now we can release. Now you can begin to lose weight because we're surviving now. I'm being taken care of. I'm getting all the right things, right? And so, oh my God, I keep forgetting to read the comments. For so long, I struggled with my self-worth and lack of it. I held back love for myself because I didn't feel like deserved it. And yeah, and I didn't allow the others to fully love me. Yeah, that's huge. That's absolutely, I felt the exact same way. I didn't think that I was worthy of being loved. I didn't think that anyone could love me with the way that I looked, right? I didn't think it was possible. And so, do you know how much I needed this topic? This is hitting me in the feels, babe. Oh, I love you. It's so freaking powerful. Yeah, so this is why I knew that I had a huge passion for mindset. And actually, let me just go back a little bit. I don't think I even got to the point of what Kate was saying Michelle has a good example for, is that I haven't lost a single pound from, when people saw me at my biggest to now. I have not lost a single pound. I am the same weight that I was back then. And that's huge because you look at me and people are like, no, you've lost like 60 pounds. And I'm like, nope, I haven't actually. I'm the same weight. I know I look a lot different. I feel a lot different, but I'm the same weight. And so when she was talking about, that number on the scale and all of those things, that's exactly what she meant, is that because I changed my mindset, that's when my body started changing. That's when everything started changing for me. And that is what I truly believe is what people who struggle with body image, people who struggle with their weight, it always comes back down to loving yourself and having that self-worth and that self-acceptance. And this is why I think we decided that the topic of self-love would be the last topic to wrap up this summit, because here's the thing: spirituality, law of attraction, creating a vision, values and boundaries, the power of saying no, having healthy relationships with food. If you don't love yourself, you cannot do any of those things. If you don't accept yourself, I see the mic drop. Kate, I love you. If you don't love yourself, if you don't accept yourself, if you don't believe that you are worthy of taking care of yourself, if you don't believe that you're worthy of standing in your power and saying, no, I'm sorry, no. If you don't believe that, then it's all pointless, because none of that is going to work, right? None of that is going to matter because you don't believe that you're worthy, and you can't even treat yourself right to begin with. And so how do you expect others to be able to do the same? Mindset is the last thing I realized I need to change, and that's where it all begins. It doesn't matter what you look like, it's how you see yourself and how you feel. And mindset and loving yourself changes all of that. Yes, 100%. It is the first thing that someone should be working on. And unfortunately, it's probably the last thing that people usually end up trying, because they want the quick fixes. They want the fast results. They do. And I don't blame them, because I did too. But they don't realize, that's not going to work, and that's not where the root of where my problem is began. That's not where it began. Kara, I struggled really hard after delivering my daughter and gaining 70 pounds during pregnancy. I couldn't even look at myself. I didn't allow my husband to touch me, and it made me feel so angry and so helpless. Mindset is huge. Self-love is huge. I have zero self-respect. I just moved up a year and a half ago, investing in myself and surrounding myself with women like you guys. I felt majorly, plus realizing I am worth prioritization. I fill my damn cup first. Yes, self-care is your number one. Self-care will be the game changer in your journey, always. Caitlin, you're so powerful and queen. I love you. She's a freaking team. My goodness. Oh my God. You guys are amazing. I love you. This has been such a long journey for me, and overcoming depression and completely changing how I talk to myself and believing in myself. I'm relating so much to your journey. Yes. And here's the thing. There are so many women out there who feel the exact same way. And it's very, very easy for us to compare ourselves to other women. And I'm not sure who was saying, I think it was Mindy that was talking a little bit about comparison. It's so easy to compare yourself to someone else because we're all sharing the good parts. No one wants to share the bad parts. No one likes being vulnerable. Actually, I kind of like it now, but I've embraced that, and that's just who I am, but no, that's the reality of it, is people aren't going to be like, oh, I had a bad, you have those few people on Facebook that will tell you their life story and complain about everything. But the majority of people do not want to advertise their struggles. They don't want to tell you that they're miserable. They don't want to tell you how they feel. They feel like they have to be strong. They feel like they have to be that rock. They feel like they have to be everything for everyone, but they can't even be there for themselves. They can't be the person who loves. And when you start doing that, that's when your relationships start to suffer. That's when everything starts to crumble. And for me, at a certain point, I had neglected myself so much that I became bedridden. I had to stop working. I abandoned all of my relationships. I believed that I was meant to be alone for the rest of my life. I could not work. I was working a full-time job at the time, and on my breaks, I had a 15-minute break in the morning, a 15-minute break in the afternoon, and I had a half-hour lunch break. I would literally go in my car and nap because I was dead. I was burnt out. I wasn't taking care of myself because I couldn't, because I didn't love myself. I didn't believe I was worthy of taking care of myself. And that's what it all boils down to. That's where, if you can't understand that basic, you will never feel that happiness. You will never achieve the goals that you're trying to achieve, no matter which aspect of your life that is. Health, work, fitness, relationships, anything. You will not be able to achieve that if you cannot learn to love yourself first. And so, okay, I'm going to check on time because I'm like, whew, I feel like I have so much to say, but and so today I wanted to talk a little bit about 3 steps to helping you love yourself and love the skin that you're already in. And these are always, always, always my go-to 3 steps that I work with my clients, because they are the very core of understanding how to love yourself and how to go about it. And so this little part here, I want to be able to interact with you guys. I want to be able to have you answer and kind of riff off of that. So feel free to chat like you've been doing. So yes, the 3 things. Emily, this, after an incident, my self-worth crumble. Yep, I ended up developing chronic fatigue syndrome and went from working 50 hours. So yeah, 50 hours a week to 10. And it's very hard with chronic fatigue, and I mean any invisible illness, right? Everyone thinks you're okay because you look okay on the outside, but on the inside you're freaking dying. So let's dive into this. So the first step is the harshest one, and hear my heart. when I give you this first step. I want you to call yourself out on your bullshit. What are the things that are holding you back? What are your fears? What are your beliefs about yourself? What do you think about how you look? What do you think others think of you? What are the things that bother you, that consume your thoughts on the daily? That I'm too weird. Girlfriend, love weird. Weird is welcome here. I am the weirdest person. I would rather someone be weird than someone be boring. Just gonna throw that out there. That prevents me from being true self in front of others. Yeah, but imagine if you didn't care what others thought of you because you knew that you were worth loving, and you knew that the people who are meant to be in your life will love you exactly as you are, and the people who are meant to fall apart will go away. The people who are turned off by that will go naturally, and the people who are meant to stay are going to be there, and they're going to love you, and they're going to support you every single step of the way. And that's where it comes down back to, right? Looking foolish or not having enough knowledge about something. Looking foolish or not having enough knowledge about something. Do you mean like business-wise, or just like in general in life? Or can you go a bit more specific on that? Same, Jessica. I can see you typing, so I'm going to wait for you to answer. Has held me back in life from putting myself, okay, so being seen. Yeah, the fear of being seen. That's such a huge fear that I think a lot of people don't even realize that they have. We try to hide, we try to especially hide our bodies because we don't like the way it looks. We try to hide who we are. Jessica was saying, it was Jessica. We try to hide who we are. We try to hide our personality, because if we hide who we are, then others can't have an opinion. But here's the thing, hiding who we are is just gonna make us more miserable than ever. It's never gonna make us feel fulfilled. It's never gonna allow us to be truly happy in our life. It's never gonna allow you to be the person that you are meant to be. And I am a strong believer that you were put on this earth to be exactly who you are. You were put on this earth because you are, whether you like it or not, you are going to affect the lives of other people. And that's what your mission is for. And whether you decide to go in business like I did, or whether you just want to be that person for your family, for your friends, for your loved ones, that is your mission. And if you are stopping yourself from being yourself, if you are hiding because you are scared of what others will think, then you're not doing your mission, because that's what you were put on this earth to be doing. You were put on this earth to make an impact. Everyone is put on this earth to make an impact somehow. And it's up to us to really know that it is our purpose. It is what we are all here for. We're all here to love each other. And there's been so much with social media rising, and there's been so much hatred, so much criticism, so much expectations. There's been so much going on all the time that, you know, we see, like, I don't know if you guys have ever seen this picture, but it's like, I don't know what the quote exactly is, but it's like something like, queens don't like they fix the crown of another woman kind of thing. They uplift each other, and that's sad that even has to exist. That's very sad, because that's not what we're here to do. And we live in an era where it's so easy to hide behind a keyboard. Again, it's so easy to hide. That's the easy route. And you know what? Sometimes it's not always easy. It doesn't always have to be hard, but sometimes it's not always easy. And you have to break through these fears. And you have to call yourself out on your bullshit. And you have to realize what your limiting beliefs are. What are the things that are stopping you? What are the things that perhaps aren't even your own beliefs? And here's what I mean about this. We as children start learning, of course, from a young age, and we learn from our parents, we learn from other kids, we learn from everyone, and we start adopting these thoughts, we start adopting these ideas that things have to be a certain way. This is just how it is. Money doesn't grow on tree. Best example, money doesn't grow on tree. On trees. Did you make that thought up on your own, or did you learn it? Because that's not one of your true beliefs. You learned that from someone. And so you said, okay, that's what I'm being told. Okay. And we have to be willing to question these thoughts. We have to be willing to question these beliefs. Are these beliefs are my own? Do I truly believe that? 90% of the time, the answer is no. Can that belief that you're thinking, can that be answered by, if you're asking yourself, who is it, why is it that it's that way? If you can answer that question with society, it's not your own belief. Your body has to be a certain weight. You have to look a certain way. Why? Well, because society says so. Right? So I don't know where I was going with this anymore. I just got in a like tangent. Let's see. Okay. Did I read this already? More of a fear of being wrong about something after sharing or speaking about it, or at least confrontation. Confrontation, again, hiding. We don't want to be seen. We don't want to put ourselves out there, because what are others going to think? Are others going to reject us? Are others going to accept us? What is it that we're scared of? We're scared of being ourselves. We're scared of other people seeing us. I always feel like I have all the answers before I can put myself out there. Does that make sense? Yeah, it definitely does. And that has a lot to do with confidence. You have to believe that you are the expert already, you know, especially when it comes to a business setting. You have to believe that you are already the expert. You already have the knowledge, and your knowledge is your experience. I understand what you're saying, Crystal. I feel on the same. Like, if I'm not an expert, I can't speak on it. And here's the thing. There is being an expert as in, okay, I've studied and I know this and blah, blah, blah. This is science. Sure. Go for it. Not my thing, but go for it. If you want to, you know, speak on that, great. But a lot of the times when people have this doubt of, well, I feel like I don't know everything and I can't speak out, it's based on a feeling. It's based on a past experience. It's based on something else. And no one can invalidate your experiences. No one can invalidate your feelings. Your feelings are your feelings. Regardless of what they think, that's your feelings. No one can validate your opinion. Your opinion is yours. And if someone wants to disagree with that, then fuck them. I'm sorry. Share what you need to share. Say what you have to say. Because it's moments like these where I'm here speaking to you because I've said what I had to say. I said, you know what? People are going to disagree. Can't please everyone. I'm going to say what I need to say anyways. I'm going to share my message. I'm going to share my journey. And you would be surprised at the people, the reaction, the positive reaction that you get from people. And they're like, oh my gosh, like, you're in my head. You're speaking to my soul. Yeah, because I had the guts to say it. I was able to just get myself out of my little brain for one moment and see that, you know what, I want to share this because I want to help people, and I want to share this because it's my bigger purpose. And it's not everyone's bigger purpose. But if you're feeling this resistance towards sharing things because you feel like you're not the expert, then perhaps you need to ask yourself, okay, well, what's the bigger picture here? So, yes, that's good. The more you do it, messy action is just going out there, the more confident you will gain. Courage comes before confidence. Yes, always. Courage comes before confidence. I like that. Courage isn't the absence of fear, it's the acceptance of fear. I love that. Mindy, yes. Same from a business standpoint. Yeah. Crystal, yeah. Same from a business standpoint. Emily, have you read, is it Brené Brown or Renee Brown? I don't know who that is, but I think I've heard the name. Same from a business standpoint. I have read half of one of her books and I should finish it. I don't know where I stopped. And so now that we've dished out a little bit on what are the things that are holding us back, what are our fears, what are the beliefs that we have about others, I want you to ask yourself, and feel free to answer in the chat box. I want you to ask yourself, at the very core, who are you really? And here's what I mean by this. Sure, you're a woman. Sure, you're maybe a mother. You're maybe an employee. You're maybe an entrepreneur. You're maybe a student. You're these labels. Okay. Going deeper than that, who are you at your core? Are you caring? Are you nurturing? Are you kind? Are you trustworthy? Loving? Are you smart? Are you witty? Are you a weirdo? Yeah. Yeah. Hell yeah, you are, because you're so much more than that label. And when you begin to dive deeper than the label of I'm a woman, I'm a teacher, I'm a mom, I'm a this, I'm a that, these are just the little known facts. These are just, the usual. Everyone can say that. But who you really are at your core looks a hell of a lot different than what your label looks like. It makes a whole world of a difference. And when you start identifying the things that really are you, the things that are literally your soul, the things that I always talk about, the inner child, the things that are that little girl inside of you that is desperately trying to yell out and get a word out there, but you're always stopping her because you're thinking, nah, I'm not the expert, we're not going there. But your little girl, your soul, it always knows best. It knows exactly how to speak to another little girl inside of someone else's body. That is how you reach people. That is how you communicate, because your inner child sees my inner child, and they see the truth that I'm speaking, and so they know. They say, hey, I accept you, I love you, I am here for you, I support you. And so once you start identifying these things that you truly are, trustworthy, loving, caring, all these things, that's when you start speaking to your little girl. You start speaking to your soul. You start acknowledging the things that you are. It's much deeper than the surface. Once you can identify those, you can start working with those. And that actually brings me to my third point of tonight. And that third point is, once you have, 1, dished out your bullshit, 2, identified the things that you truly are, then 3, you can develop a practice of self-love. You can develop a self-care practice. You can develop these healthy thoughts, these healthy habits that truly support your growth, that support you, that supports your soul, that supports every aspect of you. And the more you work on that, the more you will begin to love yourself more. The more you'll begin accepting yourself more. The more you'll start believing, and you'll know, not only start believing, you will know that you are worthy of everything you desire. And that kind of brings us back to the whole topic of the summit, abundance. You are worthy of abundance. Abundance is your birthright. We are all born worthy of abundance. We're all born worthy of love, being cared for, caring for others. But we learn somewhere along the way that perhaps we're not worthy, and we start questioning ourselves, and we start getting these insecurities, and we start dealing with our very own demons, and we're like, oh, okay, like maybe I'm not so worthy, maybe I don't deserve love. And that's the thing. You do deserve love, and you do deserve acceptance, and you do deserve to have that amazing career, and you do deserve to have the best relationship and the best family. You do deserve to be, thriving in life and feeling fulfilled and grateful and happy. You deserve to have that best life. But if you don't believe that, then it's game over. You're going to live the rest of your life feeling like something's missing, feeling like you've lost yourself, feeling like you're incomplete. And unless you're willing to address this whole issue, then you're not going to get anywhere. And I don't know, I think I was talking to Kate the other day, and we were talking about how people are very much so skeptic about mindset work. And I was telling her the other day that, and this is my opinion, take what you want, leave the rest. Hey, but I was telling her that the people who are so afraid and so against mindset work are the people who are too afraid to face their bullshit. They don't want to admit that they're wrong. No one wants to admit that they're wrong. Who the hell likes being wrong? No one. I like being right. I like proving myself right. I like being right. And we try to prove ourselves right every time we have this contradicting thought. You try to prove to yourself that, oh, you know what? This is my life. Like, I am not worthy. You try to prove to yourself that, no, yeah, see, I told you I'm not worthy. See, I told you no one can love me that way. And you become scared of facing reality, and you become scared, and it just truly doesn't serve you. It's just proving these limiting beliefs over and over again, and that's what you want to do. That's what your ego wants to do. And so I don't know if I named the name of the third tip yet. I'm going to name it again if I did. Hey, developing your practice. Okay, yeah, I remember now that I did. And so for tonight, I want to leave you with one very powerful exercise. I wanted to do it live with you guys, but then I realized like I would have to make everyone like get up and get the things that we need. So we're not going to do it live. But here's the exercise. It's very simple, but it is one of the most powerful exercises I have ever done in my life. And I loved that, Kara, you actually, one of your giveaways was, I think it was the Desire Map book or journal. Correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, so this exercise I actually did at a retreat that is offered here locally. And the woman who was giving the retreat is actually a Desire Map facilitator. She has worked with the author, which is Danielle Laporte. And I'm French in case, you didn't realize. Hello. And so she was a facilitator, and she hosts these retreats. It's called the Goddess Gatherings. It's local here. And so we work with that journal, and we work with, it's a whole experience. You're doing yoga, you're meditating, you're having like all this high vibe experience. There's a spa part to it. Like, it's just like this very high vibe thing. And one of the exercises that we did literally broke me down within the first 30 seconds. I could not stop crying. I was like delirious. Like, I could not stop the tears from flowing. And so here's the exercise. I want you to either find a handheld mirror, or if you just want to go in front of your mirror in your bedroom, bathroom, that's fine too. And I want you to sit there, stand there. And I want you to look into your eyes for 5 minutes. Shit's gonna come up. I'm telling you. Shit's gonna get down. I'm a very sensitive person. I cry for everything, and I embrace that. I love crying. So I knew already from the get-go when she told us what we were doing, I was like, fuck, here we go. But within 30 seconds, I just started bawling because I felt like I saw myself for the first time. I felt like I was seeing this person that I had like pushed down for so long, and I was like, oh my gosh, what am I doing? And it was just such a surreal experience. And I know that if you decide to take on this challenge and you do this exercise, I know that similar feelings will be popping up for you. And I think it's beautiful because it does get down to the bottom of things. It will bring up emotions. It's not easy, do it on your own time. Do it when, you have a few moments after to get yourself together again. And, if you want to take it a step further, start journaling on it. Journal on the things that came up. Just write your feelings. For those who perhaps aren't as familiar with journaling, grab a pen and a paper. Write any word, draw anything, do anything that comes up in your mind. Just sit there for another 5-10 minutes. And you'll be surprised at the shit that is going to come up. It is one of the most powerful exercises I have ever done. And what was really powerful then, and that's why I wanted to try to do it live, but I knew that it wouldn't work, is that we were, I think, 6 or 7 women, and we were all doing this at the same time. And so you can only imagine the energy that was in the room when we're all focused on ourselves and nothing else. I've never noticed my eyes as much as I did at that time. And it was like I was seeing through my freaking soul. And it was powerful. And I want you to be able to have this moment. I want you to be able to experience this power, because that is truly such a relieving exercise, but it's also an eye-opening exercise. And so, I need to catch my breath. I feel like I've been blabbing for so long. My throat hurts. Okay. And so, Kate, me, yeah. So I'm trying to think, is there anything else? Because I feel like I've been on so many tangents. I'm just looking at my notes quickly. I do believe, so this is a specific exercise that I gave you. However, if you want to take it a step even further and incorporate this type of work, I'm not sure who had mentioned it. One of the girls had mentioned mirror work. And I said that I would talk about it a little bit, because that is something that I actually teach on. And so mirror work is basically that same concept of that exercise, except this time you can use affirmations. There are many ways of doing mirror work, but it's really just looking at yourself, and not only your eyes, but also, your entire body. And there really is this power behind actually seeing, the things that you're trying to practice. At first, mirror work is very much so like, I look like crap today. I don't like this part of my body. Wow, I never realized how big my nose is. Like, it's all these thoughts, and that's okay. But the more you do it, the more, even if it's just 1 minute of your day, we all have 1 minute. Even if it's when you brush your teeth, you can incorporate that practice. And, at first, if you're not comfortable with doing anything, then just looking at yourself, and yeah, your thoughts are going to come up, fine. But eventually, the more you do it, the more you'll start realizing, I never realized, but like, I kind of like my arms. I like my eyes. Oh, okay, like, you know what? Like, my stomach is not that bad. The more you do it, the more you practice self-love. Self-love is a muscle. It's a muscle. It's exactly the same as any other muscle in our body. You have to practice it. And that's the only way that you'll start building that muscle mass. And mirror work is a great tool for that. There are so many tools out there, of course. Meditation being another one, journaling being another. There's so many different things. Spirituality, of course, is a huge aspect for many people. Creating a vision, values, boundaries. There's everything we've talked about. These are all ways to reinforce your self-love muscle. And by doing that, by using all these things and working on self-love, you attract abundance. That's how you attract abundance. All these things that we touched on, that's how you get what you're looking for. If you felt called to jump on here live, or if you felt called to watch the replay, there's a reason. There's a reason you said, okay, you know what? What do I have to lose? I'm gonna sign up for this. I'm gonna watch a little bit. There's a reason. And so I want to thank you and applaud you for even doing this for yourself, because I can guarantee you, I want to say more than 50% of the people out there don't even have the guts to sign up for this. And that says a lot. There is a reason for a season. Yes. And so, is there any questions, anything you want me to dive further into before I go into giveaways and offers? Is there anything you want me to touch on? Or is there anything that you may be wondering, or anything like that? I'm gonna give a few seconds. I need water. It gets intense, I'm telling you. By the way, if you do decide to do that mirror exercise, please make sure that you drink a lot of water. It's very important. This has been amazing. Thank you. You're welcome. Okay, so I don't think there's any questions. Jessica, why is that? Because you will be releasing a lot of emotions, and you'll be releasing a lot of things that you didn't even know you had. And so water is a great way to replenish your body and take care of your body once you've done something like that. It's kind of like, you know how you're really exhausted after you cry a lot, like you just feel like, I'm fucking dead, I'm exhausted. It's kind of that same concept. You're just refueling your body. And so, okay, let's go into the giveaways and the offers. And so Kara had mentioned that I do have a journal that I published. And so, of course, I will be giving away one of my journals. I will personally send it to you. It's a 30-day journal. It is very focused on loving the skin that you're in. It's obviously what I'm all about, loving who you are, loving the body that you're in. Kara, I want it. Yeah, and so it's something that I'm very proud of. It's a daily journal. So I lead you through 30 days of journaling. There's an initial check-in to see where you stand. You go through your first 7 days where I ask you journal prompts. And so it's basically 3 questions a day. And at the end of each week, I kind of have this check-in where you can see, you know, where you're at. And so it's a beautiful tool to use if you're looking to just work that self-love muscle. And if you're looking, Kate, what are you doing? Work that self-love muscle. Oh, yes. For those who don't get the giveaway.
The link's in the comments.
Yes. And so I will be giving away one of these journals. And so yes, we will go with the number things, because I guess that's just is the easiest one to do. And so let's see. I will be writing down a number from, I don't know, let's go 1 to 15. And don't say anything yet, because I don't know what number I'm gonna pick. Okay. I have picked a number. So in 3, 2, 1, you can put your guesses in. 1 to 15. Keep going. Crystal, 14. 14. 14. Yay! And so, okay, perfect. Crystal, I do have your email address. I'll be contacting you to get your mailing address. And so I also wanted to be able to give away a PDF version of this. So I do have the printed version, but I also have a PDF version. And so we will be drawing for that as well. So I will write another number down. Let's do 5. let's do 20 to 35. And let's go. 3, 2, 1. 20 to 35. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Nope, 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 nope. Go through all the numbers. Nope. Nope. Oh my gosh, you're naming every number except, oh, Jessica, 23. 23. Look at Kate dancing over there. Okay, so Jessica, I'm gonna write these down before I forget. Crystal and Jessica. Jessica, do I have your email?
I have
I
it.
don't believe that I do. Do you mind dropping it in the chat box? Perfect. All right, perfect. And so those are the 2 giveaways that I had today. If you are looking to get a copy of the journal, Kate did drop the link below. Of course, it is available on Amazon, and I do have a PDF version as well, like I mentioned. And let's move on to the offers. So for the offers, the thing that I'm offering is actually a discount on one-on-one coaching consultations with me. And so normally that is $99 US, and I'm giving you 50% off of a coaching consultation. So, you know, if you're looking to work one-on-one or see what it would be like, see if it would be a fit one-on-one, if this spoke to you at all, or if you're looking to dive deeper into certain topics, I am giving you the 50% discount for anyone who registered for the summit. And so it'll be $50 instead of $99. And so if you're interested in working with me, I see Kate did drop the link below. You're so good. And yeah, that's all I had.
Okay, so Michelle, that was amazing. I didn't realize how much I actually really needed that in my life right now, so thank you. This is an incredible thing, you guys. We are all hosting this together. However, I was like, Kate, you need to say something. You're like sitting there like, I just want to say that even though there's 6 women on here that decided to come together and really provide you guys with some content, we have all learned something from each other. And so we all want to take the time to thank you for spending your time with us, because this is 6 hours of your time. Oh, what do you need,
Wait,
Kate?
you guys might need your phone or a Snapchat. We're about to spray confetti.
Oh my gosh, you are hilarious.
So everybody have your phones ready if you want it. Okay. My husband told me to pop a bottle, but I thought this would be cleaner in my office.
Can you do like a 3, 2, 1?
No, I don't want to get it dirty and sticky in here. That's okay. I'll do this. Thank you, though.
Can you do a 3, 2, 1?
Yeah. Are you guys ready? Please? And make sure you send it to me because I'm doing it.
Okay.
Okay. I'm scared. 3, 2, 1. Oh, I don't even think you guys can see it.
I don't think we can see it.
Dang it!
I'll put a GIF with confetti.
Ready?
Oh my goodness.
This is hilarious. So we all just want to take the time to thank you for being a part of this. Oh my goodness, your dogs are just having a party. That's hilarious. If you hear my children in the background, they decided that, you know, mom's been doing this for like 6 hours now. They're not going to be quiet. So this is real life. But you guys, thank you so much for taking your time. You got to listen to 6 incredible, empowering, powerful women who are passionate about everything that they do, and they're passionate about supporting you. And so if you feel called to connect with any one of us, we would love to hear from you. We would love to connect with you further and chat with you further. For everyone who has won something, congratulations. This is incredible. And for those who registered for the program, you will have access to the replay. Nobody else does besides those who have registered. So I want to thank you again. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I hope everybody has the most incredible rest of their Thursday evening. And I will chat with you guys later. Bye.